It's There we go. Sup, ladies and gentlemen, Ackle here, and welcome back to each and every one of you. It's been a while since we've been here. I've been sick for the last, it feels like 4 or 5 days, I think, that I've been sick. I'm not exactly feeling brilliant today, but I'm feeling better. So we'll see how it goes. You know. Yeah. Probably gonna play a lot of games today, just because my voice is, as you can hear, still not fucking great. But yeah, happy to be back. Happy to be back. I've been so bored that I literally just said, fucking screw it. I need to be live. I need to be doing something. Because this just sitting here doing nothing, feeling sorry for myself is driving me up the fucking wall. So I hope you guys will come hang out, and still enjoy it. If you're watching this over on YouTube, please remember to hit the like button, click the link in the description down below, because it's always better. Well, not always. Today's probably not going to be great live, but if it's not great live, it's going to be even worse watching offline. So, you may as well come live and give me some shit for not feeling good, I guess. We'll see how it goes. If I feel so fucking bad that I just can't keep going, we'll just end it, because I don't want you guys to sit here and listen to me cough or listen to me lose my voice or whatever the case might be. So we'll see. I'm expecting that it's going to take a while for people to start filtering in, because firstly, we haven't been live in over almost a week at this point, and also we're very early today. I literally recorded a video this morning. It was the worst recording experience of my life by a mile. Also, there's a guy working outside. I don't know if you guys can hear him. Very fucking annoying, because apparently he doesn't give a shit. Abaddon, how you doing, brother? I recorded a video today. It was horrible. It took so long to get recorded, because every time I get into it, I start coughing, or like my voice breaks, or something happens. So it's been, it's not been great. It wasn't a complete waste though. I started and finished The Expanse while being ill. I've literally been bedridden, just lying in bed watching fucking Expanse. Going through puberty. Congrats. Oh, fuck you, bro. Scarto, how you doing, brother? I hope so too. I mean, I'm feeling better today than when I felt yesterday. And yesterday I felt better than I felt the day before. So hopefully, hopefully this trend continues. I'm waiting for a prescription from my dad for more antibiotics, because I took the last of my antibiotics today. Ace, how you doing, brother? Took the last of my antibiotics today. So we'll see. Probably gonna need to do another course of those, and then hopefully it's out of my lungs. Because right now the main thing that's wrong is my lungs. Everything else is better. My voice is a hell of a lot better. Like, you guys should have heard me yesterday. Even yesterday I was like, my voice was fucked, dude. I couldn't speak. Like 2 words in a row and my voice would just break. So it's already better today. Not great, not where I would want it to be, but Jesus, we're an ASMR channel now. Of course we are. Abaddon. I mean, I've got the mic. I should flex it, right? No, I use all the bullshit tags because why not, right? I'm not fucking doing that, Abaddon. I am not doing that. No, I mean, oh my god, dude. I've been so frustrated. The Expanse is good though. Have you guys seen The Expanse? Please tell me you guys have watched The Expanse. I have to say, my Noir, how you doing, brother? I think The Expanse might be my new favorite space series, like sci-fi series. It was so good. It's all I could do. Like, what the fuck else? I'm in bed. I don't play console, so I just lay there watching fucking The Expanse. I do think I'm gonna have to rewatch it at some point, because I think I ended up missing a lot, because I would fall asleep while the shit was going on. So I might have to rewatch it because there's definitely things that I missed from that Avasarala. Avasarala is really cool, yes. Digit, how you doing, brother? I have, but ended up dropping it, to be honest. It felt like it was dragging off the first season. No, dude. Not at all. Like, that shit gets fucking wild. Plus, it feels like they're setting up for more. It almost feels like we are witnessing the beginning of a new quote-unquote Star Trek universe. You know, Star Trek or Star Wars universe, really, where they have all of these potential future plot points just waiting to happen. You know, like there's so much just waiting to happen. And it feels like they are sort of doing what Star Trek ended up doing. So we're probably eventually going to get something like an Expanse and then a ship name, most likely. So this Expanse would probably be known in the future as the Expanse Rocinante, right? Because it was really the Adventures of the Rocinante. I was actually sad when Alex died. You watch Reacher series on Amazon Prime? That was good. I don't know. Jack Reacher? No, I haven't watched that. It's sort of like a spy series, right? Wasn't there a movie about it as well? I feel like Tom... What's the fucker's name? The Scientologist dude? I feel like he played in a movie where I think he was called Jack Reacher or some crap. Tom Cruise, that's the one. Yes, Tom Cruise. I did watch Top Gun Maverick yesterday, like last night. That was good. Just good, clean fucking film fun, bro. The movies, yeah, but the TV series, much better. Closer to books. It was good. You'll enjoy it. I'm open to watching it. I don't have much time, unless I get sick. Like, when I'm sick, I can watch as many things as I fucking want, right? And it was special when the prison fight scene happened. Peacemaker. I've never seen Peacemaker. Digit, I've never watched that. I like how they go in detail. If you live in the space community, Cathian takes a while. If you were born in space, you can't handle gravity, etc. It's so cool. Dude, there were a number of things that I thought was really good about the show. I can't watch this, Abaddon. I wish I could watch it, but I'm not allowed to. They will get insta fucking copyright strike. Yes, I watched The Boys, liked it for what it was. But Scarter, there were a number of things that also pissed me off about the show. Like, yes, they try to be as scientifically accurate as possible. So, for example, the Belters that live in outer space and that was born there can't survive on Earth. They have to go through massive gravity medication, and then it doesn't always work. But they do struggle to get to Earth, and if they're on Earth, they can barely breathe. Just because their bodies aren't adapt to the atmosphere and the gravity of Earth. But then there's things like, for example, where she jumps out of the spaceship with no suit on, no helmet, just blind jump into space. That is physically not possible. It's not, you can't do that. Within seconds in space, and we are talking seconds here, your lungs will literally expand to about 3 or 4 times its own size. Your skin will expand to about 6 times its own size. You literally pop up like a fucking balloon. It doesn't matter if you're holding your breath, it's actually even worse. Because this is the weirdest thing to me. Where we're sitting here, right? All of us are sitting here, and you don't realize it, but there is such a tremendous amount of pressure bearing down on you as you're sitting here. Like, the entirety of the atmosphere is pushing down on you, which is what keeps your lungs from just expanding, because there's too much pressure on it. That's why you have air in your lungs and then air on the outside, and they're in equilibrium with one another to ensure that the atmosphere doesn't just fucking crush your lungs. But if you remove that atmosphere, you explode, because your lungs will just keep expanding. So that was sort of weird. There's there were a number of episodes where things happened and I was like, really? I don't think that's what happens. But yes, there were a lot of like scientifically correct or accurate depictions as well, which I did not mind. But all in all, great actors, great show. The fantasy is fucking surreal. The fantasy is surreal. Yeah, I can't really complain about it. I did have a good time watching it. How many of you have watched Top Gun Maverick? Or am I the only one here that's watched that? I also got my hands on Obi-Wan Kenobi, the Star Wars series. Is that good? Should I waste my time watching that? Or if I'm a Star Wars fan, which I am, will I enjoy Obi-Wan Kenobi? I haven't, but it's on my list. Looks really good and heard good stuff from people like Critical Drinker. Yeah, I'm just, when it comes to Disney and Star Wars, bro, the chances of them fucking it is way higher than the chances of them landing it. Which is kind of why I'm very skeptical. Nah, they buggered it, to be honest. They've given up on Star Trek Star Wars now. Wait, why would you give up? My friends told me Obi-Wan was terrible. Master Jarl, how you doing, bro? I don't think Kenobi is worth it. Fuck. Which one was about Top Gun, not Obi-Wan? Oh, yeah. Well, Top Gun Maverick was fucking insane. Like, that was just such a good show. Such a good movie. Cortex, how you doing, brother? First episode or two are okay, but it really shits on existing lore, even from other films. Dude, I hate Disney so much, man. Like, they've taken a classic. They've taken an IP that basically prints money, and they've just fucking wrecked it. They've just gone, yeah, fucking screw it. We'll do whatever we want. And it's, oh my god, bro. This is not the way. This is not the way to do this. Fuck. So I'm not even going to watch that then. We'll leave it. Then what the hell am I going to watch? I finished The Expanse. I've watched that. That's so good, I need another one. I've watched the Star Trek movies like so many times over now, I can't keep watching them. I've started watching Star Trek. Which one have I started watching? Enterprise, I think. So good. Oh my god. Star Trek Enterprise is so fucking good. Picard was last straw on Star Trek. It's dead now. Wait, I heard people love Picard. What was wrong with Picard? Oh, if you guys really want to see a great fucking film, watch this. The Sandman, not film, series. The Sandman is really fucking good. Have you seen Doctor Who? I've never got into Doctor Who, no. I've never been able to. They so disrespected that character, it's unreal. Dude, yeah, but that seems to be the fucking... Oh my god. I'm watching Star Trek Enterprise. I'm watching The Sandman. Sort of in between, you know, just going whatever makes most sense at that point. I don't know if I should watch Star Trek Next Generation or Voyager. King Julian, you bastard, thanks for the 2 months update. Really appreciate that. 33 months in a row. Thank you, sir. Good movie. Check out Upgrade. Upgrade from 2018. Huh. Never seen him. Yeah, I am pretty early, but that's because I'm too ill to do anything else. So just thought, let's go live and hang out a bit. Spider-Man was good. I've seen all of the Spider-Man films. I've seen all of the Superman films. I've seen all of the Batman films. So those I've already seen, right? Things that I have not watched. I haven't watched the last 2 episodes of season 4 for Stranger Things yet. I kind of have to watch that at some point. Star Trek Enterprise. I have to finish. I think I'm in season 1 for Star Trek Enterprise. Sandman, I'm on episode... I don't know what episode I'm on. But I'm on some episode there. You have US Netflix? No. This is South African Netflix. Lucifer was fun the first few series until the message took over as well. Last season was such a letdown. Yeah, I couldn't get into, like, I think I got into 2 episodes of the last season. I was like, fuck that. Yeah, no, it's finally a stream gekregen. Fainter, how you doing, brother? Welcome to the stream, man. No, you see, the problem is, now that I've watched The Expanse, all I want is more sci-fi. Like, I want star shit. I want things that takes place in space. So it's very difficult to go back to anything other than Star Trek at this point. I've already watched the movie so many times, I can't rewatch those. So I'm watching the seasons now, the series. And then I'll eventually get to a place where I actually want to watch something else. Seen any of the prequel series for Game of Thrones yet? You mean Throne of what's the fucking thing called? Throne of Dragons or some crap? No, I haven't watched that yet. I'll wait for all of the episodes to... Excuse me. I'll wait for all of the episodes to come out. And then once all of the episodes are out, that's when I'll watch it. I don't like watching, like, 1 episode a week. It leaves you with fucking blue balls. It's like saying you're gonna have sex, but then you're only gonna do, like, one thing at a time. So now is blowjob, the next day is, like, eating pussy, then the day after that, maybe you get to fuck. Why would anyone do that? Like, no one would have sex in fucking installments, right? Why would I watch a show episode for episode, week for week? That makes no sense. Like, let all of it launch and then fucking just die while you're watching all that shit. D-Rocker, thanks for the tier. What's up? Really appreciate that. 13 months. How you doing, D-Rocker? Gotta watch in one stream? Oh, yeah. That's the best way to watch it. It's just binge watch the crap out of it. What I don't like, what I seriously despise, is why do all of these, like HBO Max and Disney and all of them, why do they insist on doing the weekly episodes thing? When Netflix does the here's everything. And it works for Netflix. It's not like anyone has ever complained, oh my god, why are you giving us all the episodes at once? No one complains about it. Everyone fucking loves it. Why would the rest of them not follow suit? I mean, I know why. It's a business decision, right? Because if you release everything at once, you're gonna get stuck with a lot of people that sort of subscribe, watch the show, and then unsubscribe. So that's gonna happen a lot. Whereas if you do it week by week, you're at least guaranteed that someone is gonna have to subscribe and then remain subscribed for 2-3 months, however long it takes for all of the episodes to come out, because they want to watch it, so they have to be subscribed for that long. But I don't like it, right? CDJ, how you doing? I fucking despise it. It builds more hype per episode. Doesn't for me though. It seriously pisses me off. Because the hype for me is almost always... Shit, sorry, guys. Just fucking Fainter, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Did really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very happy to have you here, bro. Sorry, I got distracted by my fucking YouTube landing screen. Dude, there's so many things on my YouTube landing page that I don't watch. Like, I haven't watched these videos in months, and now they're all showing up. And I'm not entirely fucking sure why it's still on my fucking home screen. Gives time for react and review content? Maybe. Ace the Base? Maybe why talk about them? Talk about what, Ace the Base? You think they're doing it so that people can talk about it more and sort of hype it more? Maybe. I mean, I can see that. I can see why they would want to do something like that. I don't necessarily think it's... I think it's just a business decision. I think it's just business. They know they can. And most people are used to that. The problem is just, it feels like so many people are stuck in the old ways. That's what it feels like to me. There's so many people that's just stuck in the old ways. Like, this is how we have always done it. This is how we'll do it. And it's like, bro, no. Just because you've always done it this way does not make it the right way. Bro, to be honest, I came from your reacts, and I must say, I would like to share some info on places of game stores for Warhammer, or any other like Magic or Bolt Action. Yeah, sure, dude. I found a couple of places now since I've started looking into it, um, which is cool, but also I don't know how they make a living. Have I seen Battlestar Galactica? Master Joel. How dare you? How dare you ask me that? That is a slap in the face. You think that any star fucking science fiction junkie wouldn't have started their careers with Battlestar Galactica? I mean, you want to talk about one of the greatest TV shows ever made. That's Battlestar Galactica. Hands down. I don't think anyone can disagree with that. I would watch a remake, and we've already had a remake, right? So I would watch a remake of the remake if I could. I'm a huge fan of Battlestar Galactica. But Finder, yeah, you're welcome to. You can go to Discord. We have quite a huge like Warhammer following already on Discord. People just hanging out, sharing information, and sort of, nerding out together, which is the whole point of Discord anyways. And then, yeah, just DM me with links and stuff to the places. I'd happily take a look. Battlestar Galactica, Partyfoot, how you doing, brother? Never watched Battlestar Galactica, never interested me, just want to be... Did you? Actually, King Julian, go stand in the fucking corner and think about what the fuck you just said. Battlestar Galactica is wannabe Star Wars? Wannabe Star Wars. Bro, Jesus. Apocalypse, how you doing, brother? What the fuck are you talking about? Wannabe Star Wars. You've clearly never watched Battlestar Galactica. If Star Wars is, let's say the original 3 films is like a good 9 out of 10, Battlestar Galactica is either close to or even better. Like the fantasy aspect of it. Because Star Wars falls apart really on the fantasy aspect because it starts going all about just fighting. It's all just war and battle at the end of the day. This is one of the reasons I love Star Trek so much, is because Star Trek, yes, there is always like action and fighting and shit, but there's a lot more like just genuine space exploration stuff, Metal fan from Hell, how you doing, brother? The right user, how you doing? It's like calling Farscape Walmart Star Trek. Amazing to see you've recovered enough to stream again. I'm here to sit with a bowl of nachos, some guacamole, watching my favorite streamer, Metal fan from Hell. I am happy to have you here, brother. Very happy to have you here. Some recommendations series. Taboo, fucking loved it. Has there been a second episode of Taboo? A second series, season of Taboo yet? Or was it just the one series? Because it started getting really good and then just sort of fucking disappeared. Mads, how you doing, bro? Legend, I've watched. Also very fucking good. No One Lives and Repo Man. I'll have to check that out. Stargate SG-1, Battlestar Galactica. I've never watched Stargate. I'm probably going to have to put that on the list. Actually, I'm lying. I did watch Stargate, but years ago when I was a little boy. And this was before I could really understand English. So I was just sort of watching the fucking TV. And shit was going on the TV. And I could usually figure out what was going on just based on the action around me. Stargate is awesome, but Stargate Atlantis is better. Wait, but so which one would you guys suggest? SG-1 or Atlantis? Okay, King Julian, are you a fan of Star Wars? Battlestar Galactica. Aragast, yes, of course, Battlestar Galactica is the best, but we've already covered that. King Julian, if you're a fan of Star Wars, you will be a massive fan of Battlestar Galactica. It's in the same vein, just so much better. Because, again, let's go to why I prefer Star Trek now over Star Wars. And it wasn't always the case. There was a time where I thought Star Trek was stupid. Like it couldn't be anywhere near Star Wars. But I think as I grow older, I'm starting to appreciate the slow burn that Star Trek has. Like, literally one of the episodes I watched on Star Trek the other day was an episode where you meet a planet with 2 alpha species on it. Right? And the one species is a lot further advanced than the other, right? But the species that's further advanced has a genetic defect that kills 1 in 3 of them. So evolution clearly didn't work in their favor. And that's the whole episode. There's no fighting, there's no war, there's no like weird shit. It's just an episode exploring this planet with 2 species on it. That's it. It's so good because it just explores space, and Battlestar Galactica is very similar to that. There's a lot of episodes that's a really slow burn where all you're getting is just a lot of world building, you know? Star Wars is space opera. It's basically fantasy. Space with its laser sword. Evil empires of space. BSG is so far from that. It's military drama set in space. True. But it's also, it explores history and lore and world building so much better than really anything that you can get anywhere else. Digit, have you watched Star Trek before? That yeah, pretty much, Master Joel. Pretty fucking much. Star Trek just has a lot of chill episodes like that with science, exploration, and moral dilemmas. I love it. Mads, what I don't understand is why do we no longer have, like, the world has become so obsessed with vanity and delicacy, right? Everyone is just like, everything has to be fast, everything has to be in your face, everything has to be fucking constant action. And it's like, but it doesn't have to be that way, because most of the series and stuff that we used to fucking like wasn't that way. You know, you could have seasons that, this is one of the reasons I love The Expanse so much, because think back to the first 2 episodes of The Expanse. Actually, the first season of Expanse starts so slow. Like, it really feels like it's just the adventures of the Rocinante, right? No, I don't even think they had the Rocinante yet. For most of that, it really is just this sort of, yep, here you go. And then just, it takes off at a fucking speed from there, but still pays attention to the details. Fucking loved it. I literally just watched it while I was sick. Got into it very late, obviously, but I watched all of it, like all 6 seasons. I was in bed just watching The Expanse. The right user, thanks for the 2 months update, really appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I want to apologize to everyone if it seems like I'm low energy. I really am. I'm constantly holding back coughing because, yeah, my voice is fucking shot to shit, man. Mouse Utopia experiment? Oh, that was that. I've seen the experiment, and I think I think it's a lot more impactful than what most people realize. I don't think a lot of people realize just how important that experiment is. Oh, Firefly. Fuck yes. Dude. Firefly, as well as, like, fuck whoever cancelled Firefly, because that show deserved at least 5 or 6 seasons. Like, it was deserved. It was so good. MMO, I've watched Firefly like long ago already. Like really long ago. I've even watched Serenity, the movie that sort of ended the story. No, I've watched it. I think Firefly might be the most underappreciated sci-fi show ever. I don't think there is a single sci-fi show that comes fucking close to being as underappreciated as Firefly. We're at the stage where alphas go to war and the pretty mice take care of grooming and leisure and don't reproduce. It's the collapse. Aragast, true, most likely. Sad, but fucking true. Although, we're actually at the stage where politicians wage stupid wars that no one fucking understands. Raid Echo, if it was good, it wouldn't have been cancelled, but it was, so therefore it clearly wasn't good. Yeah, sure, because that's how it works. Terra Nova. Have you ever seen Terra Nova? It was cancelled after the first season, not because it wasn't good. They averaged in their first season over 9 million views per episode. That show did really well. The problem was cost. It was so expensive to fucking make that they just realized they can't really do it. But Terra Nova is a good example of shows getting cancelled because fucking it's not making enough money. It was good, fans enjoyed it, but it didn't get enough traction when it was on air. Same with Reaper, which I thought was really funny. Metal Fan from Al, yeah, it was like, I think, something like $18 million per episode for Terra Nova. And they just said, there's no way we, like, with the amount of views that they got per episode for Terra Nova, they weren't even breaking even. Actually, no, I'm lying, actually. They were making money, but not enough. So that's why they pulled the plug. They were just like, okay, well, you know, we're going to have to keep up millions upon millions upon millions of views in the hopes of making money out of this thing. And it's not going to, like, if it dips, we're fucked. Now all the resources too. The super rich, the super powerful, the governments are now completely free of consequences. Aragast, have you ever played Cyberpunk 2077? I would actually watch Terra Nova animation. Yes. It would be a perfect show for animation because, you know, it doesn't need the CGI when you're doing like animation. I would probably watch that. I will watch the shit out of that. Because Terra Nova was good. The fantasy. I was engrossed in that show in a fucking weird way, bro. My relationship with that show was borderline sexual. I got scared away by the bugs. Why? Okay, so Aragos, the bugs are gone for Cyberpunk 2077. The game plays like a fucking dream. But if you want to see what the end of our civilization is, like where life is going, unless something major happens, play Cyberpunk 2077. That game, the reason I've finished that game 4 times now, I think. Like I've done 4 playthroughs and I'm on my 5th playthrough now, basically trying to do 100% playthrough. Oh my god. Can we just get, thank you very much, Apocalypse, I really appreciate that. I've been trying to get you online. Got a 40k video channel I think you will love. Dragon does stuff. Link it in Discord, bro. I'd happily take a look. I haven't been live for almost a week. I've been fucking sick as shit. But yeah, you're welcome to drop it in content suggestions. I'd love to watch it. Yeah, there's a good chance that someone has recommended it. We've had so many recommendations. The problem is that everyone keeps recommending things that will make me jump all over the world. Like I'm not gonna stick to a timeline if I watch everyone's recommendations in the order that they recommended it, because there's people going, oh yeah, you should watch this one. You know, watch the Tau video from Luton. I'm like, all right, no problem. But then they don't do, like, from there they go, and now watch the Orcs one, and then watch this one, and then watch that one. Swatfish, how you doing, brother? Hopu, yes, it is a very early stream, but that's because I don't know what else to do. I can't really talk, so I can't, like, talk the way that I should to make videos. So I can't make videos. May as well just fucking hang out, right? We're going to be playing a lot of games today, though. I hope you guys are ready for that, because yeah, my voice is really sore. Like, I'm sitting here talking to you guys, and I can feel my voice. And from what I understand, you're not supposed to feel your voice. You know you're fucked when you start to feel your voice while you're speaking. So we're probably going to be playing a lot of fucking games today. This one is all about Alfarius? Oh. Wait, who's Alfarius again? It's Stardew Valley. Go fuck yourself. I'm not playing Stardew Valley. Enter equivalent, Graveyard Keeper. Fucking love Stardew. Why would you watch I'm Alfarius? Oh wait, Alfarius is the it's the faction of spies where all of them make themselves look like Alfarius. It's the twin. It's the oh my god, what are they called again? Yeah, the twin Primarchs. Alfarius. Okay, yeah. Okay, I know exactly who that is. Yes. Guess what I bought yesterday? Chat, I was a little bit naughty yesterday, and I did a thing. I did a thing. Section 3 from Final Fantasy dropped yesterday. I heard. No, why would I buy bad dragon stuff? I don't want stuff from my asshole. What are you talking about? Plus, why would I tell you if I bought stuff off a fucking bad dragon? No, look. My library of Warhammer games is growing. Abaddon, we don't talk about that. It's growing. I bought Battlefleet Gothic Armada 2. And I've got Dawn of War. And I've got Space Marine. I've got all the Dawn of Wars, actually. I don't know what I'm going to buy next. Like, what other Warhammer games should we go for? There we go. Take Priest. I'm playing Island Sanctuary in FF, and man, I can't leave. Is the island stuff that good? Darktide. Isn't Darktide... Darktide is the game that's coming soon. Right? Yeah, this one is only coming 30th of November. I'm gonna get Darktide. So I will be playing it. Or I can get the new Demon Hunters one. Yeah, I'll probably play Darktide. Let's see here. I have Total Warhammer 1. And I have 3 on Xbox Game Pass. I want to get this Chaos Gate. I really want to play Chaos Gate, bro. 1 and 2 are good, and the 2 has a bit formulaic bosses, but the story is so good and the environments, it's all done so well. Inquisitor Martyr is a pretty good Diablo-like Warhammer 40 game. Shit. Wait, Aragos, but I already have Dawn of War. So, Battle Sector. What's Battle Sector? It seems to have a very positive... Like, very positive. People seem to be liking this game. And let's just pause here. Let's watch this. So this is Battle Sector.
The Imperium of Man are...
Dude. Can we go back?
Within the Imperium of Man are 1,000,000 worlds.
Tyranids.
Countless souls live, fight, and die.
Wait, was that a... Why was there a blue boy along with the raid boys? That's a priest, right? That guy almost looks like the guy from Dawn of War. Have to go. Wish you in chat. Nightlight Crafting, thank you so much for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself. He's a librarian. Wait, but where's his stick? I don't see his stick. No. Aren't the Ultramarines blue as well? The librarian in Dawn of War 1 isn't fucking blue. He has like a giant staff thing with him. But he isn't blue. Is he fuck? But there seems to be a hosh-posh of fucking Space Marines. You have raid Space Marines over here. Then you have one Ultramarine boy just hanging out for fucking some reason. And more raid boys over here.
Souls live, fight, and die for the Emperor. There is no hope. For hope breeds despair. There can be no doubt. For doubt begets fear. There is no salvation.
Those are dreadnoughts, correct? Those things are dreadnoughts, but they're not that big. The, like, really big things is the Titans, and then... Is it the Titans that carry the cathedrals? Who carries the cathedrals? That's Titans, right? Like, dreadnoughts is just normal, like, machine things. Complementary Space Marine at heart of each one. That's the right size. Titans, yeah. Only like 15 feet for a destroyer. Yeah, so this is... Because I know in Dawn of War you get two types. You get the one that can do both melee and AoE. Excuse me. And then you get the one that fucking just does the like melee, but it is super OP in melee. Then Knights, then Titans. Ah, okay, so Titans are... Tell me this, chat. Will I be able to eventually build a Titan in Dawn of War 1? Please tell me I will be able to build a Titan in Dawn of War 1. I really want to build a fucking Titan. I want to see what it's like. There's different size classes. Ah, fuck. Damn it. I wanted to build a Titan.
But that granted by the Emperor. The only righteous path. Is the destruction of his enemies.
Well, hello.
In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war.
Wow. Fuck yeah. Show me some gameplay, bitch.
Warhammer 40,000 Battle Sector is the latest strategy game from the creators of Battlestar Galactica Deadlock. It is the ultimate battle-scale turn-based strategy game set in the grim darkness of the Warhammer 40,000 universe. Command the Emperor's finest, the Blood Angel spaceman.
One thing that's really interesting to me that does sort of piss me off, but, you know, is that almost every Warhammer 40k game that comes out is a 4X game, like turn-based combat. Why is there no one that can just do like a proper fucking game? Why does every company go for the turn-based combat thing with Warhammer? I don't mind turn-based combat. There's nothing wrong with it, but it does get stale after a while when every game that I see is fucking turn-based.
Marines in a gripping and emerging single-player story campaign, which introduces the mighty Primaris Marines for the first time. Develop your army list and unlock war gear and abilities over the course of more than 20 single-player missions. Each battle will require optimal placement and use many of the powerful abilities and weapons available to the Adeptus Astartes. Unleash destruction on even the most armored of targets with deadly plasma weapons. Hunt down your enemy with rapid...
This doesn't look as good, does it? Fucking cunt, bro.
Rapidly advancing vehicle and assault elements. Attack from unexpected angles with deadly flying units, or simply smash through the toughest of defenses with the heaviest and most lethal melee units mankind can offer. Their hungry and relentless enemy, the...
While watching this, I'm not getting that sense of urgency, you know, that sense of, oh my god, it's war. You know, Snow Weasel, how you doing? I mean, sure, you're fighting stuff, but maybe the guy's voice is just not really selling it for me. You know, he doesn't sound pumped to be part of the Emperor's fucking army.
Tyranids will be sure to punish those so brave or so foolish as to underestimate them. On top of the single-player story campaign, you can play Battle Sector in skirmish mode on handcrafted scenarios of your choice and tweak the game to your liking by setting a number of parameters. If that is not enough, play against your friends or complete...
You know what this seems like to me? It feels like they took the tabletop and just gave it graphics. That's what it seems like to me. Dankus Gamer, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. I guess it is because it is based on the tabletop and it's easy to balance from the base. True, but at the same time, you know, you do have this IP that you can do pretty much anything with, right? Because it offers so much to do. And yet, every single company that gets their hands on the IP goes straight to the, okay, 4X turn-based, let's do this. It's like, all right, bro, you know there are other fucking game genres out there, you know? There are other ways to make games. Not everything has to be a 4X fucking game. I mean, I have Space Marine. Someone gifted it to me. So we will be playing Space Marine, and I'm definitely playing Space Marine 2. I'm going to play the shit out of that game because it does look good. But you know what I would do? I would remake Dawn of War 2 and Dawn of War 3 to turn it into proper fucking RTS games like it should be. Then do Dawn of War 4, again, proper proper fucking RTS. Because I think so many people would buy that shit. Bad Gamer, thanks for the Prime sub, brother. Really appreciate it. 5 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, I'm here at 5 freaking AM. This is why I've been missing your streams then morning. Bad Gamer, how you doing, brother? No, I haven't been streaming for the last week, Bad Gamer. I've been sick, so that's why you probably haven't seen. Rogue Trader is going to be good as well. I'm hoping the Rogue Trader game will be a space RPG. So Master Joel, we already know that it is a CRPG. So that's already known, which is going to be really cool. Danish, how you doing, brother? I hope I recovered too, man. I'm fucking sick of being sick. You played Dawn of War yet, Echo? How much have I played? Wait, I can't tell you now, but I'll show you in a second.
Complete strangers in one of the multiplayer modes available. Last but not least, bring the Warhammer 40,000 universe to life by capturing beautiful shots of your battlefields, which you can...
Of all the things that you're gonna put inside a hype trailer, like the hype trailer might be overselling what this guy is doing here, but let's call it a hype trailer. You're gonna say the ability to capture screenshots is one of the things that that should have been like fucking not even on this list. It should have just been like capture screenshots 2 at the end, and that's it. Because this is the one thing that does not get me hyped either fucking way. New Kitty Man, how you doing?
Then edit to your liking through the in-game photo mode tool.
Alright, I'm still not fucking convinced. Convince me.
Relentless, hungry, adaptable, and ever-evolving, the Tyranid threat on Balfora is as extensive as it is diverse. Individually,
I mean, graphics
yet
is
produced
beautiful.
in vast numbers, the Gaunts are sent first into the fray to test their enemy's resolve and overwhelm the beleaguered defenders. They primarily come.
I don't want to play... this is actually a question I did want to ask you guys. In Dawn of War 1, what are all the factions that you're going to be playing with? Because right now I'm busy playing with the Imperium. And I think there's going to be Orc as well, because I'm fighting a lot of Orcs. And I just finished the mission where you meet the Eldar for the first time, and then I gave them a good old fucking thrashing. I kicked the Eldar's ass, like hard. So I'm going to play Orc. Is there an Orc campaign in Dawn of War 1 or not? Is it just the human campaign?
Come in two types. Hormagaunts, which cut down defenders with vicious scything attacks, and Termagaunts, which provide covering fire with their flesh borer weapons. The enemy distracted, Tyranid warriors engage the enemy with deadly acumen, while not as numerous as their gaunt.
So what's the order? Fuck this game, man. What's the order that I'm playing it in? I'm obviously finishing Dawn of War 1, right? And then Winter Assault. What's after Winter Assault? Blood Ravens. I don't have a Blood Ravens. This was the full package, though. So Blood Ravens might be included in this one. As you guys can see, this is the ones... I know there were things included here. So it's going to be Dark Crusade after Winter Assault. So Winter Assault, then Dark Crusade, and then finally Soulstorm. Okay. Right. Soulstorm, I think, is the newest one, because every mod that I look for is Soulstorm mod. None of them is the Dawn of War mods. Question, though. Why don't you just... No, you can't just start on Soulstorm, right? Space Marine chapter for the default game. You're playing Battlefleet Gothic 2. Or just watch... No. Here it is. I have been playing it 2 hours yesterday, last night. I tried it out, basically, and I... Dude, there's something seriously fucking wrong with this game. I'm not even going to lie to you. There's something seriously wrong with this game. In the prologue of the game, the final battle is you versus the Black Fortress. But it's not just the Black Fortress, like a shit ton of ships that starts attacking you. And it wants you... The objective is to use a lightning strike on the Black Fortress. But those ships shoot the living fuck out of you. They shoot the crap out of you. So I've tried everything. I do not understand. I don't understand how you're supposed to get past that, because they destroy your ship and there's nothing you can do about it. From with most Warhammer games, unfortunately. I mean, it is a good game. Have you guys played Battlefield Gothic? I'll show you. I don't know if you guys have played this yet, but there is a chance, King Julian, that I'm just bad. I mean, I have considered that. It's taking forever to load now, which is weird, but hey, we'll make do. It's very loud, that. I think we'll take this down just a fucking smidge. Mechanicus. I played Mechanicus. I didn't enjoy it. So let's go new campaign, right? And then we'll start with this. Now, watch this fucking bullshit. First, you can't skip anything. So that's a bit fucking weird.
For 10,000 years, the Eye of Terror has spewed its ageless horrors into the galaxy, gnawing at the eternal glories of the Imperium, at the very soul of mankind itself. And for every one of those 10,000 years, the fortress world of Cadia
that would be actually good.
held the gate closed.
I want to turn this up a little because it's very quiet now.
By flesh and bone, and seeded purpose by faith in the Emperor's holy light.
I mean,
But
wasn't
as the
there a game
darkness
planned like
grew
that?
Ever deeper, and the blaze of the Astronomicon guttered like a wind-blown candle.
I feel like they had a Battlefield game planned in the Warhammer universe and it got
The
cancelled.
Eye of Terror pulsed, its baleful energy spilling anew across the stars.
Yep. Fucking Abaddon. Fucking Abaddon, you piece of shit. Cadia still stands, brother. Cadia still stands. Dude, the amount of hatred that this guy has, it
With
is...
a shriek that echoed through nightmares from Medusa to Ultramar, the Black Fleet slipped its moorings. An endless tide of heretics, traitors, demons, and madmen whose desperate fealty was given over to a single damned soul. Abaddon the Despoiler, inheritor of the arch-traitor Horus's reviled legacy. The 13th Black Crusade, herald to a fresh age of nightmare, had begun. Stalwart Cadia would be the first to feel its wrath.
Yeah.
A Blackstone fortress. Without our shields, that accursed Hulk will scour Cadia clean.
Repairs to the null array are underway. We require only a matter of days.
The Magos asks for time. I have none to give.
My wolves will buy all that he needs. Alert my battle barge to prepare for my arrival. By the Fang, I'll not die without a fight.
He won this one, Abaddon. I mean, Abaddon did win the Cadia battle. Even though, sure, he did plunge his fucking ship into the planet, but he still won.
We are ready for verification protocol, my lord. Awaiting structural diagnostic.
Now, this is where I fucking hate this, because you have to go through all of this shit.
No major issues to report. We stand ready for weapons inspection.
Hapu, did they...
All weapon systems function.
Okay, who...
Beginning tactical...
Is Cadia still there? No.
Hot spec sweep complete.
Cadia is no longer there? Like, fuck. Oh, God, you guys are fucking weird.
My Roosebeard, what's taking so long? War calls. Enough with the tinkering.
Plus, the game is so fucking slow, man. Like, everything is
At
slow.
last, crew of the Firemane's Fang. The Despoiler's jaws clamp tight about Cadia's throat. His Blackstone fortress comes to claim the kill. I say nay. Not while the Sons of Roos have strength to fight. The
Wolf
valiant
Lord's
dead will
fate.
shield us from the Black Fleet's curse. We will stalk the will of eternity from amongst the carcasses of its victims. When our fangs are at its belly, we strike with every boarding torpedo and assault craft at our disposal.
I really
We will
just...
cripple that Blackstone fortress however we can. Weapons, shields, engines. All Father willing, we will tear out its corrupted heart. The Blackstone fortress is so close I can smell it. We'll have to cross that minefield to reach it. Take us through, Captain.
Okay, so you can do
Engines engaged.
several mouse clicks.
Moving to position.
Through the minefields, right? I just want to show you guys the final fight, because the final fight is fucking stupid.
We are
Oh,
pursued,
hello.
but grander prey awaits. We cannot waste time in fruitless battle. Press on. We'll return once the Blackstone fortresses are broken hulk. To where we are needed.
Look at this, just getting attacked from everywhere, bro.
Repositioning.
Although this is still easy, like we're gonna finish them in no time. Look at all those ships. Like, how in the fuck are you supposed to fight that, bro?
Hogworm's eyes. They're gaining. Contact Cajun Orbital Command. Tell them
Valen,
to
how you
detonate
doing,
the
brother?
mines. That explosion should clean our tails of these traitors.
Aye, my lord.
Yeah, they're gonna blow it now. I'm gonna go full steam ahead, and then they're gonna fucking blow those.
At your command.
Winning!
Swifter than they deserved. If only we'd had the time to make it painful.
Alright, we won. No, don't go in there.
All specs show one traitor vessel survived the explosion. It has launched a disruption bomb. It'll obliterate our shields.
All sections,
Abaddon, you
prepare
are
for
meant to
high-energy
lose,
turn.
yes, but
Helm, get us clear of the detonation horizon and bring us about to engage that spineless car.
I'll show you in a second, because you have to, there's something that you have to do, but that's where shit gets
Hold
weird.
course.
Don't go in there, what the fuck, that turn low. Oh,
So the traitor
Jesus,
longs
okay.
for death. Bring us in close.
King
I want
Julian,
to smell
you have
his
seen
fear.
fucking nothing yet, bro. Just you wait.
To where we are needed.
Things are about to get weird here.
Fire at will. I want them blooded before we seek their throat.
Yeah. Wow, you missed all of your shots? Bro, what the fuck? Okay, there we go. Now we're cooking with fire, bro.
His shield falls. Let us test the thickness of his hide.
What do you mean, taste the thickness of his hide? Oh, just keep firing, I suppose. Dude, the turning in this game is so fucking bad, man. Oh, fucking
His eyes are
gorgeous.
blinded. His fangs gone. We'll settle this with our teeth at his throat. Engines engaged.
Okay, now we do a lightning assault on him.
See how his strength fails. The kill comes soon. Ready boarding torpedoes.
Right. These torpedoes make no sense to me, bro. Like, fucking zero sense to me.
Moving to position. Standard speed engaged.
Okay. They hit. That's beautiful.
Our boarding torpedoes destroyed by turret fire. So the traitor still has claws. Bring us in closer. I'll end this myself.
Need public education? Why?
Our hunt is ended. Let the carcass drift.
See, I'm not sure what half of
Greater
this shit
quarry yet
does.
remains.
Like, there's so many, like, so you can do a lightning strike. You launch 3 assault actions against the target. The troop damage is 6 to 9. And moral damage, troop damage inflicted times 10. Okay. Then you have boarding action, where the ship launches 6 assault actions against the target. Troop damage 12 to 18. Critical damage chance 0%. And the range. Am I supposed to destroy this guy? Not really. I'm just doing it for fucking funsies, it seems.
Repositioning! I know most of you are not Fenris-born. But today it matters not if you feel the fury of Roos in your veins. It matters not if you hail from Fenris, Mundus Pyra, Kaja, or Marsh. Today we are brothers, bound by one single glorious purpose. We ride into death with the fury of heroes. And by our sacrifice,
you can't capture chaos ships, can you?
For the Emperor, for Kaidia, death to the traitors.
The moment arrives. Let the engines roar.
Okay, we can now speed this up. Finally, fucking hell. See, this is the thing. You can't get through. Like, you can't just do this. Like, you have to go all the way up until this point before you can finally speed up the fucking game. It is so annoying. Oh shit.
We have located an Imperial warship. It's drifting, and the crew are not responding. However, all specs show that the vessel itself remains viable.
We'll claim the vessel as our own. Reinforcements run thin, and even one ship may yet make a difference.
Okay, so now we do transfer troops. To that one, easy.
My lord, our boarding parties have seized command of the derelict. They report critical damage to weapons control. It won't be of any use to us.
Yeah.
Still, it shall not go to waste. Evacuate the ship to Cadia. Its fury will be hard in days to come.
Alright, so now we're warp jumping.
Underway!
I mean, it is cool. Not gonna lie.
Lord,
It is
we have
fucking
enemy
cool.
vessels on approach.
At your command!
Do not fucking miss, bro. Attack. How do you know?
Feel our might!
Okay, now I should do boarding action on him, I think. If that even hits. Now look at these missiles. They may not fucking hit. Which is the most annoying thing fucking ever. Let's do a lightning strike on him. Ram, it is most effective. How would ramming be the most effective? Yeah, the XCOM hit mechanics is a little annoying. Okay, so that one's been destroyed.
Main batteries fire!
Go to the other one. We might have to do another quick turn here. Let's do a nice quick turn. Tight turns. Just enough. Grover, how you doing? I'm feeling a little better. Not yet as good as I wish I would have felt, but, you know, better. Okay, let's see if these fucking missiles hit. I mean, I feel good enough that I can stream, right? Which is better than I felt for a fucking while. Alright, come on. Give me some lightning strikes. Okay, there's mutiny on the crew. That ship's fucked.
It will be destroyed.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have one more ship left. If we can get this one out of the way, we're winning. Okay, I don't know what that does, but, you know, fuck it. Okay, so you're saying we should ram it. If we even fucking can.
10,000 years of hate, and still feeble at heart. Bring us about. The Blackstone Fortress awaits.
My lord, Auspex has detected a colossal
Oh crap, it's gonna fucking explode. Get out. Get the fuck out. Jesus.
We'll wait in ambush. Bring us about into that asteroid field and cut the drive. Make us look like one more drifting hulk.
This is Gothic Armada.
Repositioning.
It's just, it starts very slow. Oh my god, Apocalypse, that's weird. Why would you be weird, bro? Alright, here we go.
My lord, the Blackstone
Here we go,
Fortress is
chat.
almost upon us.
Hold your nerve.
We're now
The closer it comes before
at
we reveal
stealth.
ourselves, the greater our chances of success.
Okay, this ship? Fuck this ship, bro. Dunking Shame, you were the one doing ASMR earlier? You woke the poor guy up? Oh shit. You mean in the most degenerate chat on Twitch? You don't have degeneracy now? I mean, when you're calling me puppy, I would say no. I'm not that degenerate. I would prefer if we do not call each other that. Reinforcements will come. Dude, I have done this quite a few times already, and I have received 0 reinforcements. I just get destroyed.
Inbound vector shifting. This is as close as we're likely to get. Boarding torpedoes stand ready.
So shall it be. Command of the Fang is yours. Give her a good death.
My lord, for Rus and the Old Father.
For Rus and the Old Father!
Initiate targeting protocols.
See, I need to get that fucking shield away so I can actually... Oh my god. Please get the shield away. Fuck my life, get the shield away. Okay, a few more attacks and we should be able to fucking do it. No? Oh my god. Okay, it's almost fucking up. It's almost up. It's almost up. Come on, attack, attack, attack. Use lightning strike, boarding actions. Objective complete. Okay, we've completed the objection. Of the objective. This does not work, chat.
Keep firing! Keep firing! King is dead! For Rus and...
Alright. That worked.
Sven Bloodhowl, stalwart of a brotherhood famed for their courage. But sometimes...
Is he dead?
Courage is not enough.
I know what happened previously. I did not pay attention to the objective.
Null array inert. Insufficient power. Insufficient power. Rerouting. Reroute failed.
Wait, is the stream down? Please tell me the stream isn't down, man. Oh, okay. Fuck.
Power
Yeah,
surge.
F in chat for
Processing.
Spain.
No data.
Can we get some F's in chat for Sven? Poor man fucking gave his life here, bro. He deserves a little bit of respect. Here we go. Shields are up.
Thus did Cadia earn respite, not through the bravery of Sven Bloodhound, nor the labors of Magus clan, but through the intercession of a mysterious benefactor. But the respite was short-lived, as the cheers faded, traitor warships blackened the skies.
But I thought the shield that went up
Siege of Cadia
would have stopped
seconded
these ships from coming through, no?
The forces of the despoiler came in numbers uncounted, but the walls of Casa Kraf held. Even in that darkest of days, the flame of humanity's valor burned bright. With faith burning in their hearts, the defenders held the Chaos Hordes at bay, uncaring of the losses they bore in exchange.
Jesus, look at the size of that fucking
But
demon, bro.
flesh fails and faith flickers. With every bloody moment, Abaddon's forces drew closer to victory.
Oh, so it stops bullets, but it won't stop ships from coming through. The ships can get through. Oh, ramming? Oh my god, what? Please tell me it's
We
not
need the
crashing,
location
okay.
of Abaddon's main fleet before
Okay.
we strike. Admiral, lead a reconnaissance patrol. Be our eyes.
Gladly, Captain Garrison. We can't proceed until those defense platforms are destroyed.
So... I personally
vessels
wouldn't have done it
engage
this way,
drives.
but never mind. Fuck me, man.
Rig our light cruisers for silent running. We'll let our bombers handle this.
What do you mean silent running? You can select multiple ships. Wait, no. Stop doing this. Control groups. Oh. Stance running silent. As long as this stance is active, the ship is stealthed. The ship is invisible to enemies. If it opens fire, it becomes detected for a short time, then becomes stealthed.
Going silent!
Oh.
Bring us into position, Captain.
Coordinates acknowledged.
Yes. So we attack a little, and
Engaging
then we
engines.
stop. I should really check what the fucking keybind is for speeding up the game.
Starhawk bombers to launch condition. Relaying target coordinates.
Skills that require you to select a target are launched together, but the targets must be designated one after another. So we send out squadrons to these.
Starhawks loaded and sent.
Finish this. All weapons fire at will.
Heading acknowledged.
Is this gonna work?
Course engaged. Aye, Admiral. Engaging target.
Alright, this was actually fairly easy, I think.
We wait your command.
Do you guys realize that you're gonna... What the fuck are you doing?
Aye, Admiral. Understood.
Dude, attack normally like a normal fucking human being?
Setting
Jesus.
course. For the Emperor.
Right.
Your orders?
I don't understand half of what I'm supposed to do here. Like, I can't choose these options yet to make it frontal attacks or...
Enemy defense platform destroyed.
Alright, good job me, I think. Dissociated skills. Skills
So
that
they had
require
time to
select
call for
target or launch
reinforcements.
together, but Some
Prepare
skills
to
like
engage.
ordnance squads and
None
torpedoes
shall
have a
escape.
limited number of loads for each battle. Right, now... Okay, here we go.
Ship ready. Changing
We're
course.
stealthed again, chat. I'm gonna try and do
Your orders?
a bracing attack.
Underway.
Like they say,
We should evaluate the situation. We cannot risk a foolhardy engagement.
brace for impact, all steam,
First, we'll
all
grant all
steam
ships'
ahead,
captains full autonomy to maneuver.
and brace for
Brace
impact
for impact.
is a terrible fucking.
Ship ready.
Targeting
Is
enemy
this gonna
vessel.
do? Is this gonna hit? It's gonna be a direct hit. No. Fucking gotta be.
Setting course. Maximum burn.
Come on. Oh
Changing
fuck.
course. Cruising speed set.
Okay, that did not go the way that I had hoped. I want to
Understood.
fucking ram this piece of shit. Come on. Come on,
Course
ram him.
engaged.
Ram him.
Engaging engines.
Closer. Dude, I'm wasting so much time here. But I want to do it
Coordinates
anyways.
acknowledged.
Just because, fuck it.
All ahead, full. Heading acknowledged.
Oh my god.
Underway.
Okay, they did not lie.
Acquiring new vector.
We wait your command.
Course engaged. We serve. Execute high energy turn.
What the fuck are these guys doing? Is there a
Coordinates
reason why you
acknowledged.
guys are so slow? Dude, I'm a little annoyed.
Lock on target. We wait your command.
Why is everyone just fucking chilling?
Ship ready. Enemy ship crippled by the lightning strike.
I really despise this shit.
Acquiring new vector. Changing course.
Aye, Admiral.
Where's that other fucking ship?
Your orders?
I think we can
Coordinates
end this one
acknowledged.
now. Okay, it's been destroyed. Everyone
Heading
come to
acknowledged.
this fucking asshole. Oh my god.
Maximum
Can you
burn.
fucking move a little? Like, Jesus
Changing
Christ.
course.
Why is everyone so goddamn slow?
Understood.
I mean, that's been mostly destroyed now.
Engaging engines. Setting course. Coordinates acknowledged. Your orders?
No, we're gonna have to fucking attack that bastard. Dude, can you not be...
Lock on target.
Ship ready. Acquiring new vector. Underway. All ahead, full.
Come on, hit him, hit him, hit him.
Acknowledged.
Good fucking job.
Understood. Cruising speed set.
Where's my other ship?
Aye, Admiral.
Oh, for the love of fuck. This ship is
Changing
just...
course.
Dude, I'm being trolled. I swear to fucking God, I'm being trolled. What a
We
stupid
wait your
fucking...
command.
So that's all I had
Now,
to do?
designate priority target.
Chat, that's a little bit annoying. Fuck my life, man. I'm still being trolled though. Like, this ship is just going
We
at a
serve.
snail's pace. Why are you so slow? Select an enemy ship to set its target to priority 1.
Finally, we'll focus fire on the target's weapon systems to reduce their firepower.
I didn't know you could do this.
Unleash the Emperor's fury. All sections to battle stations. Blow those
No, you guys don't seem to
apart.
understand. What I mean is, look at
We
how
wait your
fucking
command.
slow my ship is versus their ship.
Aye, Admiral.
Okay, let's make this one priority 1 now, and... Focus the fucking engine.
Ship ready.
Dude, can
Maximum
you,
burn!
like, fucking get there, please? For the love of fuck. Can you just get there, please?
Your orders?
Apparently we're all just going at whatever fucking pace we want
We
to.
serve.
It's only, like, this is the hardest working ship I have, by a mile. Because this one
We
is
wait
just
your command.
whatever the fuck he's doing.
Cruising speed set. Engaging engines.
Off to the fucking races, are we? Like, he's just going off the map, bro. He's just living his best life on the other side of the fucking game.
Ship ready.
Would you mind?
Aye, Admiral.
Yeah, let's go.
All ahead,
Now
full.
burn fucking a little bit of
Course engaged.
juice, please.
Heading acknowledged. Setting course.
Okay, now you can fucking attack as much as you want.
Ship ready.
Easy.
Additional traitors on Auspex. All vessels regroup.
Admiral, the crew are revolting. A mutiny is underway.
Your excuses do not concern me, Captain. Crush the mutineers and bring your ship into the fight. Am I understood?
Wait, who's mutiny? What?
You failed for the last.
My lord, the mutiny has been contained. Morale is ebbing, but we stand ready to fight.
At last. Now, seize this precious chance at redemption. For you and for your crew.
Did I just kill a
Duty and
bunch of
death
people?
await.
Changing course.
Aye, Admiral.
Where are you going? Oh. Okay, let's see. We'll make this one priority number 1.
We serve.
Ship ready.
In what stance are you? Like, why are you...
Lock on target.
I don't know what the fuck is going on, but anyway.
Your orders?
I'll keep this one at number 3, I suppose.
We wait your command.
Everyone fucking attack, please. So if I were to go front angle, would he then ram? If I were to go front angle, would he
Maximum
then ram?
burn. Coordinates acknowledged.
No.
Cruising speed set.
Ship ready.
Alright. The only thing I like, yes, stopping a mutiny usually involves killing them. The only thing I don't like is
We serve.
the fact that everything is super fucking slow. And this guy, for some reason, isn't doing jack shit, just standing there.
Your orders?
Alright, I guess.
Aye, Admiral.
What are you doing? What
We
the
serve.
fuck are you guys doing? Focus the guns. Now these guys really like the longest range battle you can fucking find. Just look at this.
Ship ready.
All ahead, full.
Cruising speed set.
Are you supposed to be this far away from things? I don't think so. I'm fairly sure you're not supposed to be this far away from things. Well, we still won.
More Chaos vessels inbound. Emperor's teeth.
Okay, this is a big
To be
one.
my fate, I'll face it with the Emperor's light in my eyes. This is Admiral Harbride to all vessels. We fight to the death.
How many ships do I have? Oh, Jesus, there's a lot of ships here.
We wait your command.
Boys, there's a lot of fucking ships here. People,
Execute
we're about to
high
get
energy turn.
fucked.
Understood.
I'm gonna ram. I'm gonna see if I can fucking ram this guy.
Engaging engines. Brace for impact. Setting course.
Come on, go, 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 go. Don't miss now.
Underway.
Good job, fam.
We
Good
wait your
fucking
command.
job. Do we have a lightning strike available in this guy? Yes. Okay.
We serve.
Lightning strike successful.
Let's do a bit of an old fucking full speed ahead.
Execute high energy turn. Admiral.
Oh,
this would
fuck
appear to
me.
be the
Here we go.
despoiler's main fleet.
Crickets, how you doing, bro?
Auspex readings confirm the presence of a Blackstone fortress.
I don't know which one is
Signal
my
the flags.
flagship.
Our mission ends in success, but our duty abides.
Aye, Admiral.
This is the flagship. Okay, he's still doing
Understood.
good. He's still doing good. We're good.
Brace for impact. Underway. Engaging engines. Underway.
Ram the fuck out of him. Come on. Hit it.
Understood. Target locked in.
Alright. Nothing's going well here, by the way.
We serve. Fury interceptors in flight.
Understood.
Incoming transmission from Phalanx.
You've done your part,
Okay.
Admiral. I
Fucking
hereby
hell.
take command of this engagement. We'll give that Blackstone fortress an opponent worthy of its size.
That could say, yeah. Get me close to that ship. Let me fucking hit it with my sword. Woo! What the hell is that?
Commodore Truvo, what is our status?
Estimates are still formulating, but we confirm the Sanctus Malefic, the Apocalyptia, the Vengeful Spirit.
Dude, is this
Emperor shield us, but we're staring at half of the Black Fleet. Maybe more.
Understood. And Cadia itself?
Preliminary scans and Vox chatter confirm fighting on all continents.
Okay,
The greatest
that's
concentration
quite
appears
big.
to be at Casa Kraf on Cadia Secundus. The Herald of Absolution is inbound with our Adeptus Sororitas allies.
Good. Remind all Storm Talon squadrons that Celestine must make planetfall. All other concerns are secondary.
Confirmed. Captain, there's a Blackstone fortress in near orbit, tentatively identified as the Will of Eternity. Vox chatter confirms the Fire Main's Fang has already failed to bring it to ruin.
Indeed, a rare failure from the sons of Roos. The so-called saint was correct. These are dark days indeed.
Your orders?
As they always are in dark days, Commodore. We bring the Emperor's fire and burn away the darkness. Prepare for battle.
Ship ready.
Dude, how big is this fucking thing? What's my
We have
priorities
inbound.
at the minute?
Vanguard vessels closing fast.
Brittle foes to be crushed beneath the Phalanx's good right arm, Commodore.
From their vector, they don't intend to duel with our guns, but to ram us. We must brace for impact.
Sound collision alarms. All hands. Brace for impact.
On what ship?
Your orders?
Bulkhead's failing.
Dude, I don't know what the fuck is going on.
We wait your command.
Yeah, he's gonna get his ass handed to him.
Your orders?
Okay. I've braced for impact. I'm just fucking standing here like a moron at the minute. Dude, this ship is quite fucking disgusting.
We have visual on the Will of Eternity, Captain. Almost in weapons range.
Yeah, right now I can't do shit.
All crews to battle stations. Hold this course. All ahead full. Take us down into its black craw.
All ahead full, aye. It seems we have their attention. Additional vessels closing on intercept course. They're closing too swiftly to avoid.
Let the fleets bite. The phalanx's hide is thick. Too thick for their teeth. Hold main batteries for my order.
What batteries?
Aye, Admiral.
Alright, I think we should just
Heading
gate to
acknowledged.
this ship. Hey, everyone just fucking gate to the ship.
Ship ready.
Okay,
Aye,
this ship,
Admiral.
I'm about to lose this ship.
Acquiring new vector.
Zakimi, how you doing?
Maximum burn.
On all of them. Okay, wait. I think I know what I'm doing wrong. Where's that fucking fortress? Here we go. This should be objective number 1, right? This should be objective number 1. All of the others do not matter. So let's quickly... Okay, this one has been destroyed.
Ship ready.
This one's about to get its fucking ass handed to it.
Your orders? All ahead, full.
Imperial ship destroyed.
Yeah, I'm aware.
We serve. Coordinates.
Where the hell are you going? That's what we need to attack.
Ship lost.
Holy shit.
Bulkheads failing.
Dude, okay, this thing does not mount.
The flagship has been destroyed.
Dude, that phalanx fucking rakes shit. Like, what the fuck? I wish I could redo this part, because, I mean, so easy to destroy ships. Just ram them. Why are you not attacking the one fucking ship that you're supposed to attack? Alright, you need... Here's the thing, chat. Here's what I'm going to be doing from now on. Just get 3 of these phalanxes, fuck all other ships. Nothing can beat this. You could just go into battle with these guys and you're fine. Like, you literally can't fucking lose. Come on, you bastard. Are we gonna ram that thing? What do you guys think? Are we gonna ram the fortress? Should we? We should probably ram the fortress now.
Will of Eternity in primary weapons range.
Unleash the phalanx's fury. Let Abaddon know we've come for him.
Yeah, wait. Now, I want you to ram the fuck out of that thing.
The Blackstone Fortress shields are holding. We're barely scratching it.
Keep firing. We'll flay that abomination an inch at a time if we must.
Magic. Victory or death.
Feel our might.
That did nothing, chat. That did nothing.
The will of eternity shields.
Saint Kira, how you doing?
Impossible.
Oh,
Confirmed.
we've done it. Oh shit.
They're gone.
I'll wager my right hand they have wolves loose in their belly. The fangs of Fenris bite deep. It's our turn now.
I think I won.
Main batteries, open fire. Send that cursed hulk to hell.
The Blackstone Fortress is coming apart. We're too close. If its reactors go critical, the Phalanx will be caught in the blast. The damage.
The Sons of Dawn are too stubborn to die. Why should his regal daughter prove different? Gaze on the Blackstone Fortress's death, Commodore. Gaze, and rejoice for service fulfilled.
We won, chat. We won. This is not hard. If you have a phalanx, you fucking win. You can't lose with a phalanx. That thing is too OP for words, man. Too fucking OP. Okay, here we go. More story. Let's see. Who the hell's this?
Archmagos, your reputation precedes you, but you choose a bleak time to come to Cadia.
Bleaker than you know. My adepts uncovered pylons on Area 6. They are a perfect match for those present on Cadia, but were reduced to null during the Fourth Black Crusade.
Abaddon. His malice holds greater purpose than we knew.
Agreed. Ruined pylon fields have been discovered on many worlds, all unmade by the Despoiler.
Why? Their heritage is alien, their purpose unknown.
The pylons' forges remain shrouded, known only to the Omnissiah. But their purpose is revealed. They contain the Eye of Terror. If they are destroyed, the Immaterium will claim all. The Imperium will be no more. The pylons must be safeguarded.
What do you mean 10% of its
Our
capacity?
only weapon against the encroachment of chaos. But I need time to study.
Go. Make your studies. May the Emperor guide you.
Right. So how many phalanxes does the Empire have? Or the Imperium? How many phalanxes do they have? Just the one. I'm talking not in this game, I'm talking in like real life. Like in actuality they only have the one phalanx. Ah, so they can't build more. Fuck. That is a little sad.
I mean you no harm. But you are an abomination.
I prefer honored guest. But abomination or not, you and I have common cause.
Logic dictates otherwise.
Then you don't seek to understand the nature of this matrix.
The Necrons.
You comprehend its secrets.
I was there when they first awakened. Or perhaps I wasn't. Memory is such a fickle thing.
This
Neither
fucking
of us
Necron.
desires to see this galaxy ripped asunder by the Imperial ones. Destroy me if you wish. Nothing will change. For me, for you, for this world.
Show me.
In the campaign, Necrons can use ancient dolmen gates to teleport. Okay.
Admiral, this is madness. Entering real space so close to a planet, you'll doom us all.
A good officer commands without doubt, and obeys without question.
Entering real space in 3, 2, 1.
Isn't this the lady that ultimately doomed the planet?
We're in the heart of the fight.
This is Admiral Catalia to Battle Group Silver Dawn. Form up.
Incoming enemy squadrons!
Race for impact.
Yeah. The Purity Blade!
Silver Dawn to Cadian High Command. Where do you need us?
This battle is lost! We must disengage!
Coward. Commissar. Do your duty.
As the Emperor wills. Incoming transmission.
Phalanx to Silver Dawn. This is Commodore Trevaux. Situation critical. Chaos forces have launched a full-scale planet strike. They aim to destroy the pylons of the Elysian fields. They must not succeed. Reinforce the position. The Phalanx will cover your back. Remain vigilant.
Yes it is.
The spoiler leads the assault.
Yes it is.
The Emperor protects.
The Emperor protects. Silver Dawn. This is the Admiral. All ahead full.
Auspex readings indicate unusual energy signatures at the Elysian fields.
Explain. I need more. By the Emperor!
On Messiah's grace, this is beyond my experience. Analyzing.
Hurry! What are we looking at?
Analyzing complete. The pylons, the energy beam is repelling the Eye of Terror.
How is that possible? No matter. Our duty remains. Prepare for planet strike.
Incoming transmission. It's the Phalanx.
The despoiler has retreated to the vengeful spirit to lick his wounds. We cannot let this opportunity slip away. All vessels, engage the vengeful spirit. For the salvation of mankind and vengeance long due, we will destroy this abomination once and for all.
This is Admiral Catalia to Battle Group Silver Dawn. We have our orders, and we're closer than anyone else. Today, the arch-traitor dies at our hands.
I remember
Divert
this.
all power to weapons. Load torpedoes. We are the Emperor's fury. We shall not fail. Fire! All weapons!
The vengeful spirit is firing, sustaining hull damage, structural breaches on all decks.
No!
I don't think that went well.
Weapon system critical.
Yeah, that did not
Reactor
go well.
critical. Fires reported on all decks. We are heavily damaged. Estimated crew loss 65,000.
The vengeful
Oh, that was
spirit
bad.
intercepted our torpedoes. No significant damage.
What? What have I done? My pride. My arrogance.
That ship is
Additional
fucked.
chaos vessels inbound.
Very well. If that is how this ends. If we are to die, let it be with the Emperor's light in our eyes and his fury in our voice. We fight on. All hands. One last effort before they overwhelm us. Make this count!
Admiral, the enemy are peeling away.
No. You must be mistaken.
Confirmed. They are moving towards the wreckage of the Blackstone Fortress.
What are they doing?
Oh, this was Abaddon's plan.
Vox officer, transmit a wideband message to all forces on Cadia. Tell them to evacuate the planet. Now!
Yeah, Abaddon just went, fuck this shit. Dude, I don't... this is weird. Nick Noopa, how you doing? Cadia still stands, boys. Cadia still stands. Nick Noopa, what's wrong? See large pieces, KDS stands? Yeah, I mean, there's still people alive there, right? Should be sleeping, going to night shift soon. Fuck. Yeah, that does suck me. Nick. Alright, that's all I wanted to do here was just play the prologue. We'll play this game at some point, though. If you guys want, we can play this, at some point, because we have so many fucking Warhammer games to play, man. Which, yeah, I don't know how we're gonna get through all of them. Because I have the Chaos campaign as well, the DLC for the Chaos campaign for Gothic Armada. If frustrated and mad at the ships would be funny. Dude, I got frustrated last night with this prologue because I kept forgetting to look at the objective. So whenever I see ships, I think destroy the ships, right? That's what you're supposed to do. But then that fight, the original fight with the Black Fortress, it's not, you can't fucking do it. You can't, like, you can't destroy that fucking ship. Not in the first fight. And I was like, dude, what the fuck? You guys have no idea. I kept doing the prologue over and over and over again, trying all sorts of different strats, like pulling some of the ships away from the Black Fortress, trying to sort of create distance so I can fight them one-on-one. The Black Fortress shoots from across the fucking map. I was just like, dude, I don't know how. If this is how hot this game is, this game clearly can't be won. You should watch trailers for the first Battlefield Gothic. They're quite good, especially Space Marine one. Yeah, we could do that. Ethereum, how you doing, brother? Exoid, probably not. But I will at some point finish the campaign for Dawn of War, and we can do the campaign on stream. Okay, I won't do any more campaigns for Dawn of War, because I still have like a lot of the Imperium campaign, and then I have all of the other campaigns that still have to be finished, like Chaos and Orcs and Necrons or Aldar. I don't know how many fucking things you get eventually. But I will be playing all of those at some point. Like right now, I just need to be chill as fuck. My voice is so screwed up, man. Bad Gamer, did I say thanks for the sub? I don't remember if I had, but if I hadn't, thank you. I really appreciate that. So what's everyone up to? Yeah, we're probably going to play some Divinity Original Sin Apocalypse, because it's the chillest game I have. Like, all the other games require, like, active fucking busy work. Whereas there, we can just chat and react and do whatever. You know? So, 6.2. You guys are fucking fine. I have to get to the end of Final Fantasy. I'm potentially going to put together my Redemptor Dreadnought in the afternoon. What do you mean put together your Redemptor Dreadnought? Like, IRL? I'll probably do it without mods at first, Apocalypse. Why? I mean, I don't know. I haven't thought about it. Well, I don't think there'll be mods available immediately. So probably gonna have to first do it just normal. And then maybe Moni and someone else. Wait, so it's not meant to be solo? Oh, not game mods. Yeah, we can do that, Apocalypse. Yeah, sure. I thought you meant mods as in mods that people make for the game. And I was like, dude, why would you play mods literally first playthrough? But no, yeah, I'd be happy to play with mods. If it's a game that's meant to be played multiplayer, I'd rather play it multiplayer. Before we get too deep into Divinity Original Sin, what's been news in the gaming industry? Did you guys watch the Gamescom shit?
Excellent. Follow me. Your time is at hand, Godwoken.
Okay. My time is at hand. Did you guys hear that, chat? Someone just released the pay-to-win battle pass? I mean, isn't everything in Hearthstone sort of very much pay-to-win, though?
And try not to break anything in the meantime.
I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to do with that, so... Oh, was the game had a trailer? It was good? Wait, no, wait. Really? Master Joel, why did you guys not fucking lead with that? Like, what is wrong with you, chat? Why must we always go through this? Another trailer for Hogwarts Legacy? No ways. This one. 15 hours ago. I'm assuming, right? So let's see.
The more we know about Salazar Slytherin and the dark arts, the better prepared we'll be.
If either of you uses dark magic, I will notify the headmaster immediately. Unforgivable curses are so named for a reason.
A spell that could save your life shouldn't be unforgivable.
The dark arts seem harmless until it's too late.
None of us will be able to avoid dark magic forever.
What do we do now?
It's up to us. I can teach you Crucio, or I can cast it on you. I'm ready. Crucio!
You've made your choice.
Dude, I'm just gonna say it. If you're not hyped for this game, I don't know what the fuck game would hype you. This is gonna be cool, and I am going to be a Dark Wizard. 100%. House Slytherin, here we go. Dark Wizard, here we come. Avada Kedavra, 100% the only spell that I'll be casting the whole fucking time.
What have the two of you done?
Oh, here we go. Okay, so this pissed me off just now. The pre-order the digital deluxe edition and receive Dark Arts Pack, Thestral Mount, Dark Arts Cosmetic Set, Dark Arts Battle Arena. Onyx Hippogriff Mount, Dark Arts Griffin Garrison Hat, and 72 hours early access. Bro, when games do shit like this, it annoys the living fuck out of me. Because this isn't just... So what's the normal pre-order going to be? What the combat mechanics will be like? It looks action combat-y, right? No, obviously, this should give you a little bit of a taste of what this game is going to look like. The fact that in their pre-order, they already have all the cosmetics and mounts available. Yeah, this is going to be one heavy little cash shop. There's going to be so many cash shop items, and I can guarantee you now, all of the coolest gear, not necessarily the strongest gear, because that will be pay to win, but all of the cool stuff, like all of the really cool cosmetic items and really cool mounts, it's going to go straight to that fucking cash shop, bro. What's annoying is I think it's a single player game. Cash shops in single player games is just disgusting. I was a little hyped for this game. I'm a lot less hyped right now. Because it does not take long for cosmetic shops to turn into actual item power. And then the argument is, well, it's a single player game, right? So we're just doing it to help folk that don't have the time to play it. Little annoyed. Not gonna lie. Little fucking annoyed. Just hope it's just cosmetics. That is the hope, but quite frankly, I have learned long time ago when it comes to the gaming industry, never trust a just. Because it's never just, right? The gaming industry will try everything in their power to make as much money as possible. And if that means that they're going to sell items of power, Assassin's Creed did this. Assassin's Creed, single player fucking Assassin's Creed, have power items in the shop. They upgrade items. If you want to upgrade your gear or want to build new gear, you can buy all the materials you need straight from the fucking shop. They've literally made a single player pay to win game. How do you do that? Why would you even do that? It's a single player game. There's no reason to have pay to win items in a shop there, and yet they do it. Cosmetic stuff, if you're not paying a subscription and it's like a collector's edition. The reason I mind cosmetic stuff being handed out in the first place, or being in a shop in the first place, is this game is a single player game. Any new content that comes with the game is almost certainly going to be expansions. Like, you're going to buy the base game for $60 or $70 or however much they're going to charge. And then after that, there's not going to be any new content, not until another expansion comes out. And you're going to pay for that expansion, right? That expansion is going to cost another $60. So what's the point of the store? In a live action, like in a live service game, I understand it. If there's no subscription, a cash shop makes sense. But in a single player game where you already pay for the box price, yeah, fucking disgusting. Not averse to collector's editions. I mean, ongoing cash shop. For me, it's the fact that they are paywalling content you already own. Yep. The problem is just most people don't give a shit about stuff like that. Like, most people couldn't care less.
Ancient runes. Weird contraptions. This place is an Arcanist dream.
The game's free cosmetics are fine. I get there's still a business going on, but for paid games, anything extra has to be gameplay features or fuck off. Metal fan, are you actually... You're hoping there's no store? Based on what? I don't know. I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a fucking store. Pretty sure. I wouldn't be that lucky. No one's gonna be that lucky. Alright, let's see here. Let's play a game that at least did it well. Alright,
The Master
lady.
is examining her wounds, prodding at this, wincing at that. Her face seems grim as she turns to you.
Uh-huh.
Do you know what it means to have the power of the divine, Godwoken?
Yeah, it means I'm strong as fuck. Say that it means being able to do anything you want. Say that it means total responsibility to others. Say that you hope it's a chance to stop the divine order.
Meister Siva's stare bores into your soul. It is still, analytical, and ice cold.
But what happened to the days where there were only two versions of a game? The box and then the collector's edition. And the collector's edition was actually worth it, right? You bought a collector's edition, you would get value from that shit. Nowadays, it's the digital version, then the digital deluxe version, then the digital fuck me in the ass version, then the digital here's a blowjob in code version, then the collector's edition, then the collector's mega edition, then the collector's here's a prostitute for your fucking use edition. There's like 7 or 8 different editions. I was like, dude, what the fuck? Stolly, by the way, thanks for the prime sub. Did really appreciate that. 12 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. System I have no issue with. Base game or collector's edition with like an art book, maybe a cosmetic hat in game or something. Don't forget the battle pass. Oh yeah, and then there's right after the game goes live, a fucking battle pass that you also have to purchase, where like a lot of items are hidden behind the battle pass. So, for fuck's sake, man. Can we not just get back to normal video games where you buy the game, you play the game, it's done?
Indeed, some people seem to think so. Mostly they're idiots, but in some cases they're mad dogs.
The Meister rests her hand on her arm where one of her wounds has just reopened. She squeezes hard, ignoring the trickle of blood running down her claw.
The problem, Metal Fan, is that yes, corporate greed, but also stupidity. Right? Because I don't think we can blame corporate greed for all of it. Companies have always been greedy. That's the nature of business. They want to make money, and they want to make as much money as possible. The problem is the people that buy into it. The people that go, yeah, sure, I'll pay. That, I think, is the real problem for me. Yeah, like, no one, like, companies aren't going to keep making collector's editions and digital deluxe editions and digital fuck me editions if no one's buying those editions. The fact they're making them because people are buying them. People enable it. Social media raised a generation of low standards, low attention span morons. The funny thing, Aragast, is that when you... this is true, but only for millennials. Because if you go back down to... it's Generation Z, right? Gen Z, they start to observe something completely different. Like, Gen Z seems to be very cognizant of the amount of time that they spend on social media. They seem to be a lot more sort of conservative when it comes to money and economics and things like that. So it's weird. But when it comes to Gen Z, they don't seem to be the ones who's buying into all this shit. Not en masse, anyways. Obviously, there will be Gen Z people that is into it. But for me, the thing that I think mostly is if you look at things like TikTok, you look at things like Twitter, it's mostly millennials and sort of older Gen Zers that's on those platforms. Yeah, that's also probably true.
I pray you're more idiot than mad dog. It would be a shame to expend all this effort just to see you put down.
There are idiots in every generation. Look at King Julian. Oh, I have no idea what draws people in for TikTok. No, I can't understand the TikTok crave either. I mean, you want to talk about entertainment. Okay, cool, I get it. But 60 seconds at most of videos that are so heavily edited that you can literally... So, I've seen cooking videos on TikTok, right? But these are TikTok videos that people just also upload to YouTube and stuff. I don't have TikTok. But... so people will upload these videos, the TikTok shorts and shit. It's a cooking video, right? It's teaching you how to cook something. But then it doesn't actually, because it literally shows you like snippets of the cooking process, and then it shows you the end product. And you're like, okay, why not just watch a 12-minute video where the person walks you through the entirety of the cooking process? Like, teaches you exactly what temperatures to do things at, how to do things. I don't understand why you would want to watch a dumbed-down fucking preview of a video, because that's what 60 seconds is, in my opinion. It's a preview. Slow attention span, quick content, fade without break, so you don't get to stop for a moment and think, right, what do I have to do today? Or even, is it enough for now? How long have I wasted watching these? Dude, you can get really sucked in. For a while, I was kind of addicted to Instagram Reels. And the reason I ended up stopping, I stopped watching the Reels entirely, was I would spend 3-4 hours before bed. Like, I would go to bed at a normal hour, and then 4 hours later, I'm still fucking scrolling the Instagram shorts, or Reels, or whatever the fuck it's called. And I was just like, okay, no, never mind. But the ones that I watched, the way they got me, is people falling on ice. And people, like, doing shit with pets. Not, like, weird shit, but, like, pets doing crappy things that hurt people. Not badly hurt, but you know what I mean. So I watched those, just hours of laughing and people falling and people slipping and shit like that. That's how they got me. I don't know what other videos people are watching there, but yeah. I used to watch TikTok, but stopped watching it as often because my recommended videos just started to make me hate the world. What were your recommended videos, Metal Fan? 100 Shades of ASMR? Dude, there's a lot of fucking porn on TikTok. From what I've heard, it's like TikTok is just another way of promoting your OnlyFans. Doing it with pets. Yeah, I mean, that's probably the dark side of TikTok. You could probably get people doing shit with pets. Inequality and hypocrisy from all sides. Oh, yeah. Stay away from politics, bro. Like, just... If you want to be happy, delete every single political person in your life. Just get them out of your life. So I watch one that looks interesting. I just end up researching the subject and forgetting the short itself. I do a lot of the same, Stolly. I still remember how wild YouTube used to be. I got recommended live birth videos on YouTube back in the day, so I don't know if TikTok is that bad. TikTok is quite open-minded when it comes, like, from what I understand, there are people that actually upload full naked fucking TikToks or whatever the fuck they call them to TikTok, and that's fine. Like, TikTok doesn't seem to give too much of a shit about crap like that. Saying TikTok isn't stupid though, it is. Rate EU. Well, I think TikTok is stupid. I don't know if it's gonna last because TikTok is very similar to Vine. I don't know if you guys remember Vine, but I don't view it as is it actually content? Would be my question. So take, for example, some of those TikToks where it's a girl that's really cute, so a really beautiful girl, and she'll dance to a song, or she'll be like swaying her hips, you know, playing off the sexy shit. How much substance does that content actually have? And when I say substance, I mean, how long do you think that creation process will continue before people just get a little bored? Because when it comes to YouTube videos, there's a lot of effort that goes into a YouTube video, right? There's the writing, the research, the shooting, the editing. It's a fuck ton of work. And it is entertainment. It's meant to be entertainment. So it goes 12, 25, 30 minutes, an hour. But there's an entertainment vector that is taking place. And from my own experience, whenever I watch YouTube videos, I feel fulfilled. I feel like I got my money's worth, even though it's free, you know? I got my money's worth. For most videos. There are videos that's a complete waste. But most videos, you feel like, oh, this was really worth it. Is TikTok on that level? Why do you think it's the future, Master Joel? What makes you think that it's the future? Because everything at current seems to suggest that people want to go, like, people are starting to prefer long form content far more than short form. With the massive growth of podcasting. Look at videos like Mr. Beast. He's the most watched content creator on YouTube. His videos are some of them are fucking long, and people watch. It's entertainment, right? All the evidence seems to suggest that longer videos is where most people go. So something like TikTok, I think, might just be a fad. TikTok literally can't be the future as it doesn't have any meat, and with a format it won't ever have. True. TikTok is Chinese propaganda tube where they feed you insanity and just straight up propaganda, but at a rate that you think it's accidental and not intentional, and they slowly make you tolerate it. And if you're young and have no knowledge of history, they may even convince you to sim for totalitarianism because you don't understand the consequences and half-truths they use to make it look good. Dude, no one... no. China's not a problem. China is not a problem. Swanky Tiger, how you doing, bro? Yeah, of course it's incredibly unsafe. But did you guys, did you guys see the article that came out from the whistleblower on Twitter? I don't know if you guys even saw that. The ex-security officer for Twitter came out blowing the whistle on what's happening on Twitter. He was fired by the current CEO of Twitter after he wanted to fix the security issues of the platform. So he says, first and foremost, Twitter collects information about users that it doesn't need, not to fulfill its business motives. It collects an ungodly amount of information. But more importantly, there are foreign information agents, so spies from foreign governments that work for Twitter. They literally work for Twitter. And this is the previous head of security for Twitter that came out and said, yeah, there's a lot of problems. And bots is not only like a problem on Twitter, it's a known problem on Twitter. The guy basically came out and said Elon Musk, with his lawsuit, isn't lying. Elon Musk has a point when he's asking Twitter, listen here, I want the bot information. I want to know how many bots are on your platform. And this guy said Twitter won't be able to provide him with that information because Twitter doesn't even know. They allow bots actively on the platform. Abaddon, what do you mean? The thing I'd worry about with China is misuse of stuff that comes out of it. Did you see what they did in response to the Pelosi visit? All the stores that had Chinese software displays, they accessed and used to display messages about Pelosi. Whoa. Did they? I did not know this. TikTok and Facebook are different. That's why I don't think it's the same. I did not know that they even did that. I mean, yeah, I don't know. There's something bad about Twitter, man. There is something really sketch about Twitter. I do not trust that fucking platform. But no, when it comes to China, I do not think anyone needs to worry. Wait, what are we having on? What's this? Criminal Investigation Bureau officials yesterday confirmed that the digital display networks of several 7-Eleven outlets and a Taiwan Railway Administration station has been hacked, displaying messages attacking U.S. House Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Pelosi arrived in Taiwan on Tuesday despite warnings and threats from Beijing, which said it would consider her visit a major provocation. Digital displays at several 7-Eleven outlets displayed a message in Chinese that read, "Warmonger Pelosi, get out of Taiwan," with an image of her grimacing face. That would scare me too, though. If I walked into a store and saw Pelosi's face, I'd probably believe everything that's on that fucking screen. trust Twitter either after how they handled an impersonation problem I had to deal with recently. Shimakaze, how you doing? I'm not going further into that because I'm pretty sure I'll get mocked, but their dealing with an impersonation problem was not safe or reasonable. No, a lot of the dealings of Twitter is not safe. They're Chinese software based. They build the backdoors and all their stuff. That's why the UK banned Huawei from the mobile network in the UK. Democratic Progressive Party legislator Chao Tin Lin, I don't know how the fuck to pronounce that, said it was most likely the handiwork of Chinese hackers who also targeted things new, whatever railway station, whose digital displays showed a message in simplified Chinese calling Pelosi an old witch. This is an attack on Taiwan through cyber warfare. It is very serious and we must find ways to block it and take countermeasures, Chao said. Taiwan is facing a hooligan country, and such large-scale hacking could be the initial phase of Chinese military maneuvers. That's a bit of an escalation. Look, China isn't ever going to be at war with the West. I don't think China can survive a war with the West. I don't think China's position is that strong, if I'm going to be honest with you. There are problems in China. I was watching this economist the other day who basically said that China has about a decade left. It's not even close. Like, China is on the brink of collapse no matter what. And if China's economy does not take it down, its demographics will. China is basically at the end of the rope. Aragos, but no one said I'm saying that the war on the West is an economic one, right? That I agree with. China is in an economic and also an intelligence warfare with the West. But what most people are afraid of is if China would go to war with the West in real time. So would China invade Taiwan, for example? And that is not really going to happen. China can't afford that. Because the second China invades Taiwan, China faces NATO. They will face all of the NATO countries. Because not a single NATO ally is going to allow Taiwan to fall. Because unlike the Ukraine, Taiwan, like the West can't survive without Taiwan. We need the semiconductors and they're all made there. So unlike with Ukraine, no hate towards Ukraine, but Ukraine, as far as importance go, not that important. Taiwan, very important. So it is sort of just, yeah, China's never going to invade. They might sort of grandstand and shit, but unless the West falls to absolute anarchy, I don't see that happening. They have a hammer and sickle on their flag. They're communist. China is definitely a communist country. They literally call themselves a communist country. Now, what a lot of people will refer to when they say it's not a communist country is they'll be like, it's not true. Karl Marx communism, which is fine, but it's still communism. It's adapted, but it's still communism. It still has all the hallmarks of it. The problem is just whenever people have tried a more pure communism, their fucking citizens starve. So China have done this sort of, we'll do a little bit of state capitalism, which is basically not capitalism, but we'll call it state capitalism because why not? And then the rest of it will be communist. Marshall, literally, China does not have a free market. All of the corporations in China that act in the free market belong to the government. They have government employees that work at those companies that assure that those companies have to adhere to the rules. Those companies have to do what the government says. If the government wants something, they have to change. They have to do what the government says. Otherwise, they lose their businesses. China will shut you down if you do something. You want to know how communist they are? Evergrande, one of the largest sort of developers, market developers within China, they went bankrupt. They have billions of dollars in loans. The banks that lent them the money doesn't have the money to keep paying effectively. What does the government do? The government steps in and says, no, fuck you. Anyone can start a small business. You can start a small business if the government allows it. That is communism. It's what the new people refer to as state capitalism. Those words don't work. Capitalism is a free market void of the government. That's what capitalism is. In its purest form, Adam Smith capitalism, there may be no market. It is the market as controlled and operated by the market. If you have the government interfering, you have communism. Now, what's interesting to me is the amount of people like what you're just doing there, Master. You're going, no, that's socialism, bro. That's not communism. As if the two things are different. Socialism is a stepping stone towards communism. People view it as separate things. It's not a separate thing. Here's the market in its entirety. On this side, you have capitalism, and on this side, you have communism. Okay? Everything else is just a step on this ladder. Socialism falls closer to the side of communism than it does to the side of capitalism. Now, do you have such a thing as capitalist countries that have socialist tendencies? Yes. Europe is full of them. A lot of countries in Europe have the free market where companies are free and can do whatever the fuck they want, but they also have social aspects like healthcare and education, all the rest of it, right? But at the end of the day, not even their market is really free because the government still controls a lot. Capitalism is the market with no control. So anything other than the market with no control is socialism heading towards communism. Now, communism is the end of the fucking road, right? That's where the government controls everything on behalf of the people, obviously, because that's what it means. That's what it's supposed to be. That's what Karl Marx thought it would be. Not that it would ever work that way, but, you know. Master Joel, okay. I don't know what to tell you. So what's your... Are you saying that if they had achieved true communism, things would be better or worse? In your mind? Aragast, very true. This is why whenever Bernie Sanders says America needs socialism, just look at Denmark, look at Norway, look at Sweden, I get slightly annoyed. Because Denmark, Norway, and Sweden are not socialist countries. They are free market countries with socialist systems. They do have social systems, but they're not socialist. A lot of people do not understand anything about it. I'll say this. I mean, the only thing that really annoys me whenever it comes to communism is no matter what the failings, it's never communism's fault. It doesn't matter how many versions of communism we've had. It doesn't matter how many millions of people have died due to the different versions of communism. Because whenever it goes wrong, it's not that's not communism. That's not real communism. No, that they didn't do communism right. So I don't know how many times we're gonna have to keep doing this over until we get to a point where people say, "Oh, never mind. That might just be what fucking communism is." Because the real communism that people want, and this is what is truly annoying, people want the version of communism by the moron Karl Marx. And when I say he's a moron, I really do mean that he is a moron. Karl Marx didn't have a fucking clue what he was talking about. So Karl Marx says that after the communist revolution, that will be led by workers with no leader. So there won't be a leader to this movement. The movement will just be the workers that take back their shit. He says that it's going to be rough, okay? Because he says that every new system inherits points of the previous system, or aspects of the previous system. So in the beginning, communism is going to be like, it's going to be rough. People are going to be hungry. It's not going to work as well because humans are still very greedy and still only think about themselves. And then he goes, but stage 2 of this is where human beings just automatically become more friendly and realize that, you know, you don't need everything and you're just going to take what you need and you're going to work as hard. Like this is what Karl Marx said. He said that in stage 2 of communism, those people that can work harder will work harder. And those people that can't work as hard won't work as hard. But everyone will take from the system only what they need. So it wouldn't matter because people will just know that there's no such thing. You don't need to be greedy. You can just take what you need and don't take more than what you need. He never actually explains how the fuck you get there, right? He says stage 1, really bad because people will still be very greedy. And then stage 2, no one's greedy, everything's great. But he never fucking explains how you get from stage 1 to stage 2. He yada yadas the entire middle bit. And then just sort of goes, it's just going to happen. Magically. Everyone's just going to be nice to each other. Yeah, you can suck my dick. That's never going to happen. Because what you're talking about is human beings need to evolve beyond what they are. You want human beings to effectively turn into ants. Which is never going to happen. We're not ants. Evolution is not that quick. Unless, of course, stage 1 is meant to last for like 5 million years, so 10 million years, or maybe 100 million years, until human beings have finally fucking evolved into, you know, whatever the fuck he thinks we can be. It's annoying. But how do you account for human nature? People look out for themselves first, and there's always been... Swanky Tiger, that's exactly the problem. That's exactly the problem. How does he account for human nature? He doesn't. He doesn't. He just yada yadas the middle bit and then goes, magically it's going to be stage 2 and everyone's going to be happy. That's it. That's it. Literally, I've read the fucking Communist Manifesto from start to finish. I was not impressed because he goes from, right, this is going to be the problem when communism first starts, but don't worry, it's automatically going to go to stage 2 and everyone's going to be happy. It's like, dude, you fucking need to explain the middle bit here, because I still don't see how we go from the everyone's hungry and dying of hunger to the everyone is happy singing Kumbaya and, you know, people are just doing their best for humanity. I don't see how we're getting there. It doesn't make sense to me. But anyways, a complete and total monopoly of all possessions and people to the government and the leader. Well, Aragos, the idea behind communism isn't that. The idea behind communism is that the government doesn't control everything. The idea is that humans control everything, so the people control everything. In other words, if me and all of you work in a factory, we all own the factory together. Right? So it is all of our factories. Now, the idea that Karl Marx had in his perfect communism is that, say, for example, I have a family, right? So I have a wife and 2 children, but you don't. Okay? So you don't have a wife. This means that you can work longer than I can because you don't have a wife and a family. So I will work maybe 6 hours a day. You will work 12 hours a day because I can only work 6 hours a day. But because I have a family, I need more than you in order to feed my family. You don't need as much because, you know, you don't have a family. So when it comes to payday, now Karl Marx said there's not going to be money in this communist system, but let's say there is money. Payday comes, I go, I need $4,000 because I have a family. And you go, yeah, that's fine. I'm alone, so I'm just going to take $1,000. Even though I work double the amount of hours that you do, I'm happy with you getting 4,000 and I'm only getting 1,000 because that's all I need. That's Karl Marx's perfect vision for communism. Who here, hands up, who here thinks that is fucking bonkers? Who here thinks that makes all the sense in the fucking world? Mr. Juicer, how you doing, bro? I mean, sure. I don't know a single human that would fucking do that, but, you know, I guess. It is utopia. The problem is that humans can't have utopia. Someone else to get the cash is in their marriage, Avalon, yeah, but this time you're not married, right? To everyone according to their needs. I need the whole budget. Yeah, from each according to their means to each according to their needs. That's what he says will ultimately happen. Which never has. Like, it's never happened, but, you know. Look at her in surprise. She can't mean that, surely. Not. You understand what's at stake here? Bristle at the suggestion. Is that a threat?
Not in the least. All of my threats are delivered tied to the end of a poison-tipped arrow. It saves time in the long run.
Get nothing, I get everything, and I own people too. I mean, so what I said earlier, so that's Karl Marx's perfect version of communism. Then, of course, you have a deviation from Karl Marx's works, which is called Nazism or National Socialism. Remove the Nazi idea, the German Nazis. Just think about National Socialism as Hitler prescribed to it. Hitler wasn't actually like... So Hitler hated Karl Marx because he thought Karl Marx didn't have a fucking clue what he was talking about. Very based, I guess. But Hitler's philosophy is effectively the same as Karl Marx's with one fundamental difference. Hitler says that the government, in other words, the state, needs to control everything on behalf of the people. So that's where socialism is born, right? This idea that people can't be trusted to run factories, but the government can run the factory on behalf of the people. Because the government is of the people and for the people, it's the same thing, right? The people are technically running it because the people are the government. In all its glory. But it is still basically the same sort of thinking that Karl Marx had. This idea that we will get to this utopian promised land either through the government or through some magical realignment of human values. At least 2D waifu will never divorce you. I mean, she could if the fucking servers go down. Yeah, most people don't know what the term Nazi means. Most people think Nazi, Germany, Hitler, which really isn't. Nazi was just the word for the party. It was the abbreviation of the party, which was the National Socialist Workers' Party, I think.
The Meister sits back in her chair, golden eyes glittering at you over steepled claws.
Master Joel, but that's exactly it, right? That's exactly the problem. Communism can only work if human beings aren't part of the system. It will never work otherwise. It just can't work otherwise. But that's also true, I think, in some ways of capitalism, as I said the other day. So Adam Smith envisions this world where people work for the betterment of themselves without really sort of corrupting the market. So his idea is that when you have multiple companies providing a service, that service will become cheaper for the betterment of everyone. Those companies will employ more people for the betterment of everyone, and everyone will get richer as time goes on. The only way that works is if there's no corrupting factors within the market. So you need to not have someone like Jeff Bezos in the market, because Jeff Bezos have used the legal limits to his fullest extent to basically bully all competition out of the market and take over. So now you're dealing in a market where there's no oversight from the government. You're dealing with one man providing all of the services and can basically charge whatever the fuck he wants and close down anyone that tries to compete with him. Because nothing's stopping him. You know, so the idea there also becomes sort of a, how do you fucking, like, I get the principle, and I like the principle. I like the idea of no government. I like the idea of the government not being able to interfere. But I don't think it can work. wherever humans are involved, there's always going to be some asshole that wants something that doesn't belong to him. Always. And that's not going to change, right? Companies will compete lower price, improve quality, etc. They use it crony capitalism, which is the bad kind of capitalism. Capitalism with some boundaries is the most decent capitalism we can get. Right, the problem that I have with capitalism with boundaries is the government can also be corrupted. It's what we see in America. The government in America, and not just America, Britain, a lot of European governments as well, I think the European Union as well, they are completely and utterly corrupt to the core. You know, the Democrats will say things like, we're for the workers, right? And we care about the poor people. Then they get into power, and every single policy they pass is for big business. It's for massive corporations to make more money. The Republicans will be anti, social media companies and anti this and anti that and against monopolies or whatever the fucking case. They get into power. What do? They pass laws for all the rich fucks, right? Like, all the fucking rich people get shit. And it's just kind of like, okay, wait a second. Someone is taking us for a ride because they keep saying shit, but they do the opposite of what they say. And the only people that constantly get fucked is the people of the United States of America. Doesn't matter who you vote for, you just get fucked from different angles. Corporatism at this point, the government is supposed to cap corporations, but they don't. But this is the problem with saying that the government should be a limiting factor. The government works only as long as they remain honest. The second the government becomes corrupt, the system becomes corrupt, and there's nothing you can do about it, right? All capital has protections for the free market to keep it free. Liberalism is keeping the government as free as possible, and as possible as an important part too. It's also the most free system, otherwise you get anarchy, chaos, and societal collapse, which would kill millions upon millions. I wonder sometimes if the answer isn't decentralization to the max. So what I'm talking about here is, imagine if every town had its own government. But I know almost every town does, but imagine this. So every town has its own government. This government has the right to set its own taxes, set its own business rights, limits, what businesses may operate, how they may operate, whatever the case might be, based on, what people voted for, the government that you voted for. So this government can choose to be fully capitalist, fully communist, fully whatever, and you can live in whichever town you like the most, right? From there, you now have the state government, right? So the state or states have their own government. The taxes that the state gets, though, comes from the taxes that the town collected. So the state can't tax the citizens of individual towns directly. They can only tax the towns, okay? And then you have the national government that rules over the states, but not over the people of the states. So the national government can't make laws that impact business within an individual state, nor can they make laws that impact business in an individual town. This way you have a far more decentralized system, which means if you want to corrupt the system, you're going to have to corrupt a lot of different governments. Because it's not like one failing group. It's not like you can have just one point of failure, Tax system, to which would probably operate only in San Fran and California. Otherwise, you'd have to deal with a million different tax systems. Not necessarily the disco option. Not necessarily. Right, yes, but the problem is that the founding fathers made a few fundamental mistakes which have allowed for more and more power to be given to the federal government and the towns to lose a lot of their autonomy in how they want to operate. So I'll use a very egregious and disgusting example here, but it's the best one I have to make sense of this. Let's say you were a town in the US that decided You wanted no gay people and no black people in your town. Would you be able to do that? The answer is no. The federal government would fuck you. You would not be able to do that. You'd be breaking like a bunch of federal laws at that point, right? But you should be able to. That's how much power the town should have, right? I'm not saying they should do that. That's a disgusting thing to do. And the other town should absolutely fucking wage war on the town that does this. But if a town wanted to do it, they should be able to do it. They should be able to say, yeah, we don't want any of this shit here. And then that's the end of it, right? That's the end of the discussion. They've made their decision. The other towns can then say, well, we're not going to trade with you as long as you keep this up. We're not going to give you services as long as you keep this up, right? Not really, right? Because you're still voting for your government, right? You're still voting, so it's not quite feudalism. Because this government isn't ruling over you with absolute autonomy and they can do pretty much whatever the fuck they want. You're voting them in. And the other difference is also these people that are ruling are living in the places that they rule. Swanky Tiger, because if they don't, then it means the federal government has that power. And when the federal government has that power, laws are not equal. Because the things that plague a town, let's say the problems that exist in a small town in the Midwest of America is not the same as the problems in Los Angeles or the problems in Washington, D.C. But the federal government doesn't think about the differences between towns when they pass laws. They just pass their fucking laws and then everyone has to abide by it regardless, right? I'm not trying to say we should have a system where people can be as racist as they fucking want. I'm using that as an example of how free towns should be able to be. Concept can be voted to the end. So the point is to bring power as close to the people as humanly possible. You want the people that has power, the people that can make rules, to live as close to the people that they rule as humanly possible, which would be town level. Because the people that is the leaders of the town effectively live in the town, right? You still have elections, so those people can't just do whatever the fuck they want. They have to be voted in. It also gives the people of a specific town a lot more power over how they want to be governed. Because even state size, so let's go states, let's say Texas. Do you think that the problems that Houston face is the same as a small fucking nowhere town in Texas? One state, same state. So state laws don't even make sense for two different towns in Texas, because these two towns will have very different problems at the end of the day. So if the state passes some stupid law that fucks over the small town but does help Dallas, it's a win for Dallas, it's a fuck up for the small town, right? And basically the whole point for me with this is just to try and decentralize the system as much as possible. Because at the end of the day, when you have a single point of failure, your system is incredibly vulnerable to corruption. Because you have one point of failure. In the US, if you're a company that wants to get away with some sketchy shit, all you need to do is go to Washington, D.C. and get a couple of governor or senators or congressmen on your side, right? That's it. You grease a couple of palms, you get the Congress on your side, bam. You can now do a bunch of disgusting shit and no one can bat an eyelid. But if you have every town in the US effectively making their own business laws and rules, you're going to spend hundreds of thousands of billions of dollars trying to corrupt all of those governments. And by the time you've basically corrupted all of them, new governments have already taken over and you have to start the whole process again. So it's going to be easier to just do fucking business in an honorable, honest way and not try to, corrupt anything so that you can get away with bullshit. I'm not saying it will happen or will work, of course. What the fuck do I know? I'm not trained in this. I'm just sort of, I like thinking about stuff like this. So it's more a thought experiment than anything else.
The divine is not all powerful. More powerful than any other, true, but not all powerful.
Have term limits, but they don't. But do you really think that term limits would solve anything, though? Like, do you think term limits would solve the problems? Because I'm not necessarily sure that would be the case. Disco option, yes, but again, in this instance, there are easier ways to do things than what we've been doing it so far. Or the way that we've been doing it so far, right? There's a lot of bureaucracy around shit that can be so much easier. Smaller towns will adopt whatever the nearby larger town is doing because they may lose money if they make the opposite rules. But Bungle, not necessarily. Not even close. Imagine this, right? So I'm the mayor of a very small town and very close to Texas. Very close to Dallas. Dallas decides to set a corporate tax of 33%, right? Nexus, how you doing, bro? Play WoW Classic? No, I'm not really into WoW Classic, Nexus. Thanks for the first time chat, by the way. How you doing, brother? So wow. So Dallas decides that they want 33% corporate tax, right? And they're also gonna make gay marriage illegal, right? Just throw that out there. That's what Dallas decides. As a small town, I go, wait a second. They're gonna charge 33% corporate tax? If I lower my corporate tax to 20%, right? And I make gay marriage legal, there's a chance that I get some of those corporations to move over to my town because I'm close to Dallas and, well, it's only 20% corporate tax. So now I'm getting companies to come over to me. So I'm competing with Texas. I'm not working, or with Dallas. I'm not working with Dallas. I'm competing with Dallas to get as much business for my own people and to have my... Sorry about that, guys. To have as much power in my town as humanly possible. So there's a good chance that you're going to create a system of healthy competition between these different towns, all trying to get as much business into their towns as humanly possible. Only about one thing, and it's disgusting. Orias, how you doing, bro? I think gay people have every right to be as miserable being married as straight people do. I never said they don't. I don't give a fuck who you want to marry. I'm just saying, in a fictional world, this could happen, and you would have towns that basically make the opposite rules because they're trying to get more people to move to their towns. Even 50-year-old are out of touch with the next generation? Mistaken, what do you mean? Disco option, they won't be able to do that. How would they be able to do that? Because if they're going to blacklist every company that doesn't agree with them, they're not going to have any companies left. Right? There's not going to be any companies left. So the people in Dallas is going to starve, which means they're going to vote out their fucking government and just go somewhere else. Or leave the town entirely and just go somewhere else. So it's not going to be that easy to just say, well, fuck it. Then we'll just ban everyone. Who can't get married? Sybil? Click continue to find out why. Wait, Sybil can't get married? What? Commute for work to the small town? Maybe, but the small town has other ways of doing it as well. I mean, you could shoot holes in this and I could literally retort on every single thing you say. Because if I'm the small town, I could just lower personal income tax to 5% or even 0% and just have a sales tax of, say, 10%. Zero income tax if you live in my town and just 10% sales tax. That's how we make our money because we're a small town. Suddenly, I don't want to commute from Dallas to the small town. I want to live in that fucking small town because I don't want to pay income tax. There
While
are
some of us have a thimble of sauce,
many ways around
others
it.
have a cup. A sorcerer can sip from their cup and use their source to perform powerful magic.
The disco option, in this world, this is where a constitution would come in, right? So a basic constitution that limits, that provides for an essential set of human sort of freedom. So things that the government can absolutely not do, no matter what the fuck they do. The government cannot do it, right? So for example, none of the towns are allowed to, you can't stop people from moving. Freedom of movement is absolute for all. No slavery, shit like that, you know. So you have a basic constitution that is kept in check by the various militaries of either state or town, depending on how you want to deal with that, because that's a whole different discussion that you would have to have. What we're talking about here is basically we would have to go into a room and we would have to rewrite the entire Constitution of America. Ms. Bungle, I feel like you're getting way too emotional here. Is there a reason for the emotional response? Because we're just talking. Contrary to popular belief, I do not have control of America. I cannot influence America in any way, shape, or form to do anything. The problem is that your retorts is just going, oh, but what about this? And then I give you an answer, and then you go, oh, but what about this? And then I give you an answer, and then what about this? And then I give you an answer, and we can do this forever. I'm not interested in playing that game. I told you what I think could work. You don't have to agree. It's literally your fucking, it's your life. You literally do not have to agree with me. I never say this is what we should fight for, comrades. Let's fucking implement my government system. I just say it makes sense that that could work if you want to stop corruption. I'm not saying it will. It might be fucking miserable. Maybe I invented the worst system in the history of the world, right? You never know. I don't think Karl Marx knew that he was going to be the father of one of the most evil systems in history. I think when he dreamt it up, he genuinely thought he was going to do a good thing. The Kaga Aragos for world domination. I'll look you guys up with... We could do that, right? Is also a horrible medium to discuss these complex topics. True.
The divine sips
It's
from the
fun
lake
to
of
discuss,
source, but
but
they sip all
yeah.
the same. And to seal this world off from the Void Woken will take every drop of that power.
Sips from a lake of sauce, but they sip all the time. Okay. I'm surprised you can't mean that, surely.
The Meister grabs your sleeve and pulls you down until you are inches from her blooded, glittering eyes.
Wow, she's rude.
If the Void breaks through, it is the end of everything we know. I would kill you, your family, and my own sweet darling grandmama if that's what it took to keep this world safe.
I don't think we're going to be able to do this. Just to reassure, not remotely offended, just slightly confused how the train of our chatter was traveling. I mean, yeah. We started talking about communism, we ended up inventing a new political system. That's just how it goes here. You know, you know how fucking weird this chat is. Over an hour and he is back to the game. Well, yeah, but this is how it goes. I mean, I am definitely not a game streamer. I think that's becoming clear to everyone. Aeschylus, I would say that there are some political systems that might be a little evil. Like fascism, for example. I would say, even with the best of intentions, fascism is probably evil, right? Or totalitarianism would be another political system that probably just very evil. But I get your point. Most political systems, well, I think the difference between a super evil political system and a perhaps not so evil political system would be how open the political system is to corruption. Because at the end of the day, most political systems fall because of corruption. So What you need is a political system that provides as little time or as little room for corruption to grow as is humanly possible. There's never going to be no corruption, but you want to be able to limit it as much as you can. Me still waiting for him to continue MSQ. Mistaken missteps. Probably will. My voice is just so fucked today that I would definitely not be able to play Final Fantasy right now. The amount of reading that I would have to do there, my voice is already struggling just with the fucking talking we're doing here. Constitutional free market democracy and the rest are inferior. Is the Imperium of Man... I mean, at least in the Imperium of Man, you know you're fucked, right? Like, everything is fucked, and everyone is equally fucked. So probably there, it's not that bad of a political system. Just because without it, it'd be even worse, right?
She releases you, sitting back in her chair with a groan of effort.
If granted divinity, you would have the power of all 7 gods at your disposal.
Oh.
You could heal any wound, pull islands from the sea, right any injustice.
Wow, I do like that amount of power. I would not mind being that fucking strong. The Votan have decent lives. Great equality in Imperium. Everyone being equally screwed, that is. That reminds me, you have to react to the Commissar video at some point.
But
I have a
make
lot
no
of
mistake,
videos I have to react to.
The Divine has
Sorry.
only one duty.
A lot of videos.
To protect this world from the Void.
The future does not belong to the Tau. Grofal, go fuck yourself. The Tau is barely a blip in the history of the Imperium. The future is obviously the Imperium, and the Tau can genuinely just go fucking suck a dick, which I think they would gladly do, because they're a bunch of weeby cunts. To be fair, they're trying to organize 1 million planets in a galaxy that has Necrons, Orcs, Dark Eldar, Tyranids, and Chaos, and soon Space Dwarfs maybe as well.
The Divine cannot use his power for anything else.
Hold up a hand. Surely you can use some power for yourself.
When you become the Divine, there is no more self.
I mean, I think when I become the Divine, I can do whatever the fuck I want, lady.
For just a moment, her eyes soften as she looks at you.
It is no small thing to ask, but it is your duty.
Uh-huh.
Without a new Divine, Rivellon will die.
Nod, but you're already thinking about what you could do with such power.
Very well, then. Let's see if we can't snatch divinity from the jaws of the Void. The ritual itself is quite simple. Drop some blackroot in the bowl, mix in a little blood, set the concoction aflame, and then inhale the smoke. Ignore any feelings of dizziness, burning in your lungs, or a dire sense of existential dread. They're all perfectly normal, although you will need to sacrifice a little sauce along the way. Everything you need is here. Ingredients in the cupboard. Sauce in the glowing fountain. Ritual in the tome by the bookcase. Even an incinerator to provide a flame.
The Meister looks back at her wounds,
I have to do something here.
prodding them as fresh blood oozes
My
out,
next
staining her
flight
clothes.
later, chat. Mistaken mishaps. Take care of yourself, bro. Thanks so much for hanging out, man. The one model for the Space Dwarves looks like Call from the Aqua Teen Hunger Force. So, is there already models for the Space Dwarves?
Quite. Mind you, being torn asunder by a Voidwoken would be even more inconvenient. So if you wouldn't mind...
Do you think the Tau is basically Games Workshop's attempt at increasing the lore of the game, like the scope of the game?
The Meister points sharply to the ingredients.
Because it's some mysterious race that's granting them power, and they have... So they're basically coming in, or some mysterious source that grants them power. So basically there's a whole new wing of lore that's about to open. Do you think that's what's happening there?
And do not lose anything. These ingredients are rare indeed. I'm not hiking back out to the Cloisterwood to fetch you more blackroot.
Okay, what am I supposed to do again? We're supposed to find blackroot. But first, let's collect some books. Chicken Claw Scroll. Okay. Let's put that in there. Origins of Lucian. Did we read this? Yes, we did read this. Google Leagues of Votan. I'll check it out in a minute. Let me just, let's just collect this book first before we fucking go apeshit. Dude, there's so much crap here. Fuck my life. On source orbs. Okay. Is this thing gonna teach me how to make source orbs? Read. Most powerful scrolls are made with source orbs. There are source skills that you can cast at will without requiring source. One example is to start writing a scroll as you could write any pyrokinetic scroll with something sharp, but use the source orb as an ingredient. Okay, that did not help me at all. I still don't know how to make source orbs, and I think I need to make a source orb at some point. Let's see quickly. Wait, let's go to crafting panel, recipes. Under what would a source orb fall, do you think? Would it be an object? No. Runes? No. Can you actually make source orbs, or do you just have to find them? Well, how can chaos not have any influence? I don't see how that can happen. Okay, I don't think you can make source orbs. That sucks a little. I'm a little annoyed at that. Fuck. So then the only way to do source orb things is to just... No, source. S-O-U-R-C-E, source. Okay, so we have the book. Now we need to find... Here's another book. This is the Book of Songs. Fucking useless. Tau have weak souls because they're still a new race compared to humans who are considered ancient. But none of that makes any sense. Because I still don't... Oh, for the love of fuck. How can you be... Let's send this to the right prince. Perhaps a little. Ooh. Potion of Strong Will. Might give this to the right prince. I'll take this one. Yeah, fuck it, give that to the right prince as well. So where did she say was this, I think she said in the bookcase. Well, don't have artificial souls that are weak to the warp. Maybe retconning Tau origins? Medusa. Oh. Okay, I'm pretty sure... Okay, I found the book. Notes on the God-Woken Ascension. Meister Siva instructs me to record my research before I conduct any experiments regarding God-Woken Ascension. The ritual itself is quite simple. Place a single piece of blackroot in the ritual bowl. Draw blood with obsidian lancet. Your own is most convenient, and sprinkle it upon the root. Set a flame to the bowl and its contents. Assure that you have sufficient source. Inhale the resulting smoke. Beyond this point, nothing is known. The ingredients for this ritual are not rare per se, but may be difficult to procure. I am fortunate that my source fountain never runs low, so it is simple to gather source. Blackroot, however, is another matter entirely. The root grows in the forest to the northwest of Driftwood. It produces no poison or thorns to guard it, but all manner of creatures stalk those trees. It is wise to quickly grab what one needs and then return. Okay. Now I need the ritual bowl. Where the fuck do I find the ritual bowl? Give me that earth essence though. Will survive a night of drinking with the Space Wolves? Do the Space Wolves drink a lot? Why the 7 gods exist not now, nor ever have. Gods, ha. Fairy tales, phantoms, what more? Who could mistake the mysteries of nature for the hand of a ghost? The bounty and beauty of nature, it seems foolish to assign this wonder to some unknown and unknowing entity. Some may request I cast my mind's gaze not upon the lilies of the field, but upon the soul of man and the higher beasts. But this I submit, that I have inspected the inner workings of men and beasts living and dead, and I have found no soul, only squirming red and bleeding purple. There was no god in those private chambers. That's just a little freaky, but, you know, you live your best life, I think. Dude, I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about. Like, do you guys even know what you're talking about? So where's this ritual bowl? It doesn't say. Can it be any bowl? Or can it only be... Maybe it can be any bowl. Because I don't see a ritual bowl. Or did I already find the ritual bowl? I don't think I have. I also haven't found the black root. Which makes this even more weird.
Opening the door,
oh,
you
here we
see
go.
A selection of ingredients
okay, I found
thrown
it.
together in no particular order. After a quick rummage, you spot the black root nestled between the grated dragon's tongue and drudene oil.
Not about what, though? Tau is just 3k years old in the universe by the current timeline. But, okay, wait. How can the Tau be that new? Surely they must have a history that's a bit longer? Like, a bit longer ago? Like I chose Necroclass? Yes, indeed I have.
Gather up the black root, obsidian lance, and ancient bowl.
Obviously.
And kick the door of the cupboard closed.
Why would I go for anything else? Ever. This race to me, or this class to me, always makes the most sense. Okay, now I need to do this. So combine with, oh, for the love of fuck, here we go. And the black root and the knife. I think this is it, right? Ritual ball. Okay, I found the ritual ball. Now all I need to do is put it down. Put it down on the ground. Oh, for fuck's sake. Can you guys come here? Just get out of the fire. Thank you. Maybe move it to the middle, just in case. Now I need to use my source, I think, to place this thing. And then...
As you suck the smoke
Okay,
deep into your lungs,
we've done it.
your vision starts to swim and cloud. There is an intense pounding in your head, and you can feel the world fading.
Nuisance in the warp combined with the preservation of the greater good they created with their beliefs.
You feel your body trying to pull itself forward, trying to drag you away, but you're being held back. You feel weak, feeble, and aching for source. You return to the world, coughing violently. You feel drained, but thankfully, the Meister has a source fountain in her basement.
True, but... I thought I would have learned a fucking skill at this point. Okay, now I'm source infused. What now?
Are you simple? Perform the ritual. Ingredients in the cupboard, ritual in the book.
Oh, yes, because I fucking... Ah, for fuck's sake.
As you suck the smoke deep into your lungs, your vision as the world fades away.
Oh, here we go.
Of my soul.
Okay, so
But it looks like the Hall of Echoes.
we did it. We did it, chat. We fucking did it. She has strange new gas. Immediately inhales it. Well, she said I should inhale it. I thought I thought I trust her. You know. If unpaid
Bathed in the half-light of these starless barrens, you spot a figure you could only describe as a second self. It looks haggard and weak, its very voice but a feeble echo of your own.
Ivan, my wolf! Come closer, so that you may see me as I truly am. Look me in the eyes.
This is that god guy, whatever the fuck he's called, Ralgor or something. I'm pretty sure.
The apparition clasps your face in its shaking hands. You suddenly feel your eyes tingle. Everything becomes brighter, sharper. Blacks and whites become glorious bursts of color, then fade back into their accustomed spectrum.
Aeschylus, no. I like reading what you guys are saying about 40k. The greater good is no religion. This is also what the 4th expansion Tau hate humans and other aliens now.
Blind eyes, shine brightly.
Mm-hmm.
Speak the spell.
You've learned spirit
and
vision.
See.
Cast the spell regularly to reveal hidden world of ghosts lingering in the mortal realm. Okay, so spirit vision.
God is the strange mirror image of yourself. Before you stands the god Ralik in all his spectral glory.
When do I get the purge spell? Like, when do I get the ability to suck source from living beings?
You know me now, don't you? I saved you from drowning. I blessed you, made you powerful. And now I've come to seek some power in return.
Ralik. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't like Ralik's voice actor. Like, whoever the fuck did this voice, he sounds so pissy the whole time.
Your god-woken soul is my last refuge. My last bastion. May as well make the best of what you have to offer.
Ralik nourishes himself from the source that abounds in your presence. You feel it deep down inside yourself.
Did he just take my fucking power? He just, I think, took my power.
Ah, yes. Just what I needed. I tell you, dying just doesn't become a god.
He took my source. You asshole.
The void itself is hunting down the gods, leeching us in ways we never thought possible. Droplet by droplet, we are being drained.
Dude, I'm not sure the gods are as powerful as they fucking pretend to be.
We're battling for our very survival. It's a battle we're losing. And should we truly lose, all will be cast into oblivion.
Are you back? Good talk. Aragos, take care of yourself, bro. I think those auxiliaries were synced later by the Tau Empire. Should get a polymorph spell that grant you wings to fly. Necro have limited mobility during combat. Yeah. But for that I need polymorph. Point out that hiding in your soul, he's turned you into a target for every void worker in the world. Tell him you wouldn't have thought him a defeatist.
Our battle is a work in progress. I never said we can't turn the tide. You must realize, Ifan, that our fates are now as one, just as our souls are now as one. We are I.
Wow, so I am now Ralik, the god of the humans. Well, they should all worship me now.
Together we are a force to be reckoned with. But if we seek to survive the onslaught of the Void, we stand no chance unless we become vastly more powerful than we are now.
Dude, I have a fucking headache. Really kicking my ass at the moment. I'll go grab some tablets in a second.
That means there is but one place we can go. The Well of Ascension.
Look at him expectantly. That name doesn't ring a bell. Tell him you're not going anywhere without a damn good explanation of why.
It is a lake. A pool of pure source in which the powers of the Seven lie united.
Okay.
That
oh,
is
no!
where the road to Divinity
Oh my god, I
leads,
skipped shit.
and you must be the first to reach it at all costs.
We gave them up freely to create the first divine. Each of us donated half of that which makes us gods to bathe in the lake. It is to become our chosen. Okay, wait, hold on. The gods once gave away half their powers just like that?
It was a time of selflessness and sacrifice in the face of our old enemy. It was an act of heroism and a dreadful mistake. A mistake we must rectify.
Dude, where does the void come from?
The void is stronger than ever. A new divine won't be enough. You need to go to the Well of Ascension, not to bathe in the source of the Seven, but to take it. All of it.
Oh. Well, don't mind if I fucking do.
Only he who claims everything will be everything. The void's doom. This world's liberator.
Jurgen, how you doing, brother? Ackland, I hope you feel better, sir. You not had a lot of luck in the last few weeks? No. I mean, my internet is still fucking up. I'm watching the bitrate go nuts. You see that in the Dragon Knight saga? Contemplate his words and say you like the sound of them. Pause to wonder what will happen to the other gods and Godwoken if you do this.
It's very simple, really. They will either bow to you or be undone. But of course, that is what they are saying to their own Godwoken as we speak. We both know they won't bow, just like we both know you will never bow to them.
I might, depending on who it is. You know, you never know.
Only one can become a god strong enough to safeguard our world. One. At the expense of all others.
Yeah, I need to go piss and also grab some fucking pain tablets, man. My head is fucking killing me. Let's take 5. Thrust fist up in the internet's ass. We'll take care of that. Dude, nothing takes care of the bitrate issue. Nothing. It's all just one big giant fuck up. But yeah, I'll be back, guys. 5 minutes. I'm just gonna grab another coffee, get some headache tablets, and then also just take a bus because fucking need to. Anyways, I'll be back in a second. We'll probably, yeah, I think we'll react to some Warhammer stuff when I get back. Because there is a couple of videos that I really want to fucking watch. Grofel, watch for lunch. Yeah, I need a water break, so I'll be right back, guys. Till latest YouTube uploads while you wait, chat. Apocalypse, thanks, dude. Really appreciate it. All right, I'll be right back. Alright, chat. Welcome back. Making a melee character, win against sorcerers. Yeah, but I mean, I think most melee characters would beat sorcerers. Because if the sorcerer can't kill the melee character before the melee character reaches, there's nothing the fucking sorcerer can do. Right, that's just get wrecked. Oh, are you guys talking about Age of Sigmar? Hold up, let me just quickly. I wanted to do something. Oh yeah, this is what I wanted to do. So I want to react to some. I want to react to the Emperor's third episode. Luton's third episode with of the Emperor, and then also just want to look for some gaming news. Well, the Tau video? No. We first have to react. Dude, do you know how long I've been stuck on Luton 09's The Imperium of Man series? It's been 2 months now, and we're still not done with it. So I want to finish that so we can learn everything there is to learn, and then we can move on to the other races. And we're gonna handle the other Xenos races with votes. So you guys will vote in chat for, you know, which race you want to see, and then that's the one that we'll fucking focus on heavily. And then next vote, next vote, next. So we'll cover all of the races by popular demand. Okay, this might be an interesting story. Embrace your stock. Dude, I heard bad things about Saints Row, by the way. I heard a lot of people are not happy with Saints Row. Democracy? What about democracy? Okay, let's see. Netflix's Wednesday trailer features castration of white male student. What? Dude, fucking what? That can't be real, right? I mean, maybe it's just castration of a fucking character, and they're just making it out to be something more than it is. To any of the Nagash lore? It's been 6 years and you are only halfway through the 4 main Chaos Gods. That doesn't include the Hungering Maw, the Great Horned Rat, Gork and Maw, Kane, or Hastur. Wait, is Gork and Maw actually Chaos Gods, though? They're the Orcish gods, but are they Chaos Gods? I had to play Walkers 1, 2, and 3. Extra over encumbered. Fuck my life, dude. Would I be in trouble? Ordered a 6900 and received a 6950. Could I keep it? What would you do, chat? If you ordered and paid for a 6900 and they sent you a 6950, would you keep it or would you email them back saying, "Hey, I think you sent me the wrong card"? Oh, burping there. Joking now, Gork and Mork are the orcs gods. The difference between gods and chaos gods? I jump for joy and keep it? Oh, you fucking thief, bro. Keep it unless they send some kind of letter? Wow. You guys are fucking thieves, all of you. Like, the right thing to do, chat, the honorable thing to do would be to send it back. Send them an email and say, "Hey, sorry, I think you sent me a good graphics card. I want the less good graphics card, please." Because at least then, maybe they email you back and say, "Hey, thanks for the honesty. Keep it. Don't worry about it." Right? And then you have a legitimate one. But here you are basically breaking the law, I think. I don't know what law you'd be breaking, but it might be. What do you mean it's a 6900? The recipe says it. I didn't take it. The guy who sent it stole it. Oh my god, dude. If you steal stolen property, you stole. I don't think there's a difference. Nail in her tire that caused her to have a flat. I need everyone to stop what they're doing and zoom into the nail in the picture. She sent my boss. Dude. That is the worst fucking Photoshop ever. What the fuck, dude? Oh my god, that's bad. Hopefully the boss didn't open the picture. Hopefully the boss was just like, okay, yeah, this is real, because that is so bad. That is so bad. Like, couldn't she just have found a picture with a nail in a tire? Like, I'm sure you could, right? Like, just Google nail in tire. I don't want to Google it now because it sounds like it could get sexual if you Google that. But surely there's a picture of a real nail going to a real tire that you could have used instead. Just pick a tire that looks similar to yours and you're good to go. But this lady went and she photoshopped the worst fucking nail I've ever seen in my life straight into the tire. Wow. I think she's fired. I think she's losing her job. Fuck full screen. All my homies use windowed borderless. Epic Games, Destiny 2, looking for a PC or laptop. World of Warcraft gives Shadowlands away for free. Wait, what? Dude, no way. No way, what? World of Warcraft gives Shadowlands away for free through September 5. So let's assume for the sake of argument that you decided not to purchase World of Warcraft Shadowlands when it came out, and following the news has made this increasingly seem like it was entirely the correct option. That's fair. But now Blizzard is actually just going to give you Shadowlands, complete with a character level boost. Yes, it's a new promotion, just tossing everyone the expansion through September 5th. Fortunately for those who are interested, it's not a complex process to get the free expansion. You just need to load up the Battle.net launcher before September 5th and have at least one expansion previously applied to the game. Everyone eligible can then simply claim the base version of the expansion for free. People who did previously purchase the expansion don't get anything from this particular promo. Dude, the game is so bad and in such a state that they're giving it away for free. Dude, they're giving it away for free. Do you have any idea how bad this is? None of this does much to address the overall community reception of Shadowlands, of course, and it sure does look like a cheap way for Blizzard to count a whole bunch of new MAUs. But at least if you're still curious about Dragonflight, you get an expansion and a character boost for free. It's... May people not want to play, even for free? It's not about getting more people to play. It's literally what they said here. It's about getting everyone to install the Battle.net launcher and load it up at least once. Why? Because then you count as an MAU. So in the next earnings call, they can say we have X amount of million customers extra. So our MAUs have grown, which suggests to me that their MAUs may have fallen quite a lot. This is, I'm pretty sure this is the first time that Blizzard have ever given away an expansion for free. I'm pretty sure. Can you guys remember any expansion that has ever been given away for free? Dude, if you are still living in the fucking bubble where you believe that Blizzard is doing fine and that World of Warcraft is fine, you're crazy. Like, you're actually fucking nuts. So Blizzard have always given away all of their previous expansions for free. No problems. Right? You just buy the newest expansion, you get everything else for free included. Well, not free, but it's included in the box price. This is the first time that there is no new expansion. And this promo isn't a promo that says if you pre-purchase Dragonflight, we'll give you Shadowlands access. Because the way it used to work in the past is, let's say you didn't own Shadowlands and you already pre-purchased Dragonflight. If I'm not mistaken, you wouldn't be able to play Shadowlands until Dragonflight launches. So you would technically have Shadowlands, but you wouldn't be able to play it. Once Dragonflight launches, then Shadowlands becomes available for you to actually play. This is the first time. Blizzard, World of Warcraft is doing so poorly that Blizzard is fucking giving this shit away now. They're just going, look, you can just get it for free. Just at least log in once and come try it out. Just come check it out. And I don't think this is necessarily the worst thing. I do want to give WoW a try, but this requires you to have a previous expansion applied, correct? Yes, Lord. So you need to have at least one previous expansion applied to your account, and then you should be fine. I don't think this is the worst thing in the world, just because... Well, okay, so it is bad in terms of what this means for World of Warcraft. It means World of Warcraft tokenists, you don't even need a sub. You do not even need an active sub. All you need is the Battle.net launcher installed and log into it at least once, and it will just give you Shadowlands. I don't think... So the thing is, this is bad news for the current state of World of Warcraft. It means that World of Warcraft has very few players. Blizzard is suffering to get people back in. So Shadowlands bled so many players away from the game that none of the changes, none of the good news about 9.2, the way that 9.25 has been perceived, all of the work by bringing some of the older raids back, bringing some of the older dungeons back, trying new seasons, none of that is working. People are not coming back to the game for whatever reason. So this is Blizzard effectively saying, well, fuck. Let's see if we can get some of those other people, right? Let's see if we can get some of the people that maybe don't have money to buy Shadowlands to get them to play the game. Because, at least that's people that's coming back to the game. I don't know if we're going to see... Actually, we are going to see a massive jump in MAUs. Why? Because it's free shit. How many people do you know that's going to say no to free shit? Is this going to mean more people that actually play World of Warcraft? No. Nick Nooper, not according to this article. According to this article, in order to get the game for free, you do not need to subscribe. If you want to play, yes, of course, then you're going to have to subscribe in order to play. But if all you want is the game added to your account, you don't need to be subscribed. At least the article doesn't state anything about that. Bungie is doing something similar with Destiny 2. Some of the old expansions are going to be free for a week. Yeah, I mean, with everything going wrong in World of Warcraft right now, this actually scares me a little, because it means things are so bad that when's the last time we knew things were bad? The last time we knew World of Warcraft was in rough shape was, I believe, Warlords of Draenor, where we learned that WoW had dipped basically to the lowest point that it's ever been at. And even then, nothing was given away for free. This time, it's a lot. It's a lot worse. I'm ashamed to admit I'm having fun in TBC, getting a char leveled. Why are you ashamed of that? There's nothing wrong with that. And like that, sorry. Yes, I have it in library, but I can't play. Yes. I know they've given my account free Xbox previously. Seven Raven, what do you mean they've given you free Xbox? How you doing, by the way? Confirmed, I haven't touched my alt account for ages, and now I have Shadowlands on it. Since I turned off my second account, they keep updating it to current. If it's any indication of current WoW population, 30k on Twitch is quite okay for this stage of an expansion. Or yes, no, you can't really look at the Twitch viewership for World of Warcraft. I don't accept that as a quote-unquote good measurement. Just because... So, World of Warcraft has a number of established content creators within the list. The same names always pop up in World of Warcraft, and there are some big names in World of Warcraft. And these are viewers that have been with those streamers, those content creators, for a really long time. So the viewers may not be playing... Look at Asmongold. Whenever Asmongold plays World of Warcraft on his stream, he still gets 20, 30, 40,000 viewers. It's just most of his viewers no longer play. You know, they don't play the game anymore, but they watch him play the game because they want to watch him. This would be the same for World of Warcraft. It's one of the oldest games still around today. And of course, it's going to have a massive community still because those people are part of actual established communities. Towley, for example, when Towley streams, he gets X amount of viewers. I think between 3 and 4, sometimes up to 9. And it doesn't matter what he streams, that's who's going to watch. So I don't think looking at the Twitch platform or the Twitch category and saying, well, it's got 30k viewers is necessarily a good measurement of how well the game is doing. Rumors that WoW is at sub 600k players, but take that with a pinch of salt as no hot stats to back those rumors. No, that is true. So now my turned off account is poised to upgrade to Dragonflight. Well, Dragonflight, why Dragonflight? Or me, okay, when you got Kata, Mop, or Legion, did you get them after you bought Battle for Azeroth? Because if you paid for Battle for Azeroth, you get all of the previous expansions included. That's been the case since, I think, Water Draenor is when they made that change. Prior to that, you had to purchase every expansion that you had missed, and then Blizzard would come up with these box sets, and those didn't really work, so Blizzard eventually just went, look, if you buy the newest expansion, we'll give you all of the other expansions. This is the first time that that's not even necessary. Even if you do not own Dragonflight, they'll still give you the newest expansion. They'll just give it to you. Well, we'll keep the hardcore veterans until the game, until the day it dies, but they alone aren't enough to sustain the game. You know, Streamer Echo, have you finished the Omega raid yet in FF? No, I haven't, King Julian. I do think Ormi and Seven Raven, I think both of you must be mistaken in some way, shape, or form. I don't know of World of Warcraft ever giving expansions away for free just for the fucking sake of it. It's never worked that way. Like, never. Blizzard have never done anything like this. They wouldn't be writing articles over it if this was sort of a thing that just always happened. Then this wouldn't be an article. This wouldn't be a story if Blizzard just always did this. In fact, I know for a fact that my brothers were forced to buy BFA and Shadowlands in order to play because they bought Legion. Then they came back, bought Shadowlands because that was the one that was announced, but it was at the end of BFA. Then they couldn't play BFA, so they couldn't actually do arenas in BFA because Shadowlands hadn't launched yet. Therefore, BFA wasn't activated on their accounts yet, which meant they had to buy BFA as well. My brother was still pissed about it because he had to buy literally 2 expansions just so that he could play immediately. And that's 2 brothers that did the exact same thing. They didn't get anything. So I'm not sure. I may be misremembering, but wasn't the older Xbox free after the new one was live? Yes. So that has always happened. If you've purchased the newest expansion and it launches, as soon as it launches, all previous expansions become available. So let's say, for example, you've never played World of Warcraft retail. Okay, never. You now go out and you buy Dragonflight. Right now, you'll be able to play vanilla, but nothing else until Dragonflight launches, and then you'll be able to play everything. Okay, because that's the way it's built. That's the way WoW works now. Everything gets given to you, part of the price of the original, like, newest expansion. I've never heard of Blizzard going, oh, yeah, we're just going to give you the expansion for free. Why the fuck would they do that? That would have been huge news if it had happened in the past. And I've been covering WoW news for 4 years now, and in 5 years, actually. And in 5 years, this has never happened. Not that I know of. So I'm almost convinced that you might be misremembering. But hey, maybe I'm wrong. Let's see what the comments have to say, because they'll tell us if this has happened before. Nope. So long as you remember right now, it's Lord of the Rings, but I'm playing it differently. Gonna be honest, I don't even know. I'll still check out of habit. The real moment will be, in my case, I won't really see it. I'm actually so glad to be free of World of Warcraft. For me personally, it was the community. Didn't give my feelings exactly. So no one here seems to be talking about this ever happening before. Ricky, yeah, I want to agree with you. I don't think this has ever happened before, but there are people in chat that claims this has happened before. Both Savenraven and Ormy claims that they have been given the expansions for free without ever purchasing any of the other expansions. So, oh shit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, aliens are real. There you go. The US Congress have now admitted that the UFOs are not man-made. Says threats increasing exponentially. Dude, this must be bullshit, right? This must be bullshit. There's no way. Threats. Wait, what? So this is on Vice. I don't know how trustworthy Vice is. I'm assuming quite trustworthy, maybe. Jurgen, take care of yourself, bro. Thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate it, brother. The new budget for America's intelligence services directs the Pentagon to focus its UFO investigations on those objects that it can't identify. After years of revelations about strange lights in the sky, first-hand reports from Navy pilots about UFOs, and governmental investigations, Congress seems to have admitted something startling in print. It doesn't believe all UFOs are man-made. Buried deep in a report that's an addendum to the Intelligence Authorization Act for fiscal year 2023, a budget that governs America's clandestine services, Congress made two startling claims. The first is that cross-domain transmedium threats to the United States national security are expanding exponentially. The second is that it wants to distinguish between UFOs that are human in origin and those that are not. Temporary, non-attributed objects, or those that are positively identified as man-made after analysis, will be passed to appropriate officers and should not be considered under the definition of unidentified aerospace undersea phenomena, the document states. How many of you believe in aliens? I don't really give a shit about this because I'm not sure how I'm not sure how much this means or matters. Existing in some form somewhere, possibly. This sounds like a way to get more funding. I believe in aliens, and I think it's mostly plant and animal life. Why? The chances of us being the only intelligent race out there is basically zero. It's impossible that we are the only intelligent life form to have emerged in the universe. The far more likely option is that we are not alone, and that there are plenty of species that is probably far more advanced than ours. Why? Because first and foremost, our sort of system isn't the oldest system in the galaxy. There are systems that are far older than ours. Those systems would have had life probably billions of years before ours even started, before our system even came into being. So those beings would be millions of years ahead of us, just in general terms. They would be ahead of us in terms of technology, if granted they are actually intelligent. I believe in life outside of Earth. I don't believe governments. If we are not the only intelligent life form, so we are fucked. But not in a general sense. I believe we are not alone in this universe, but they're not here yet. Why would they not be here yet, though? We are trying everything in our power to get to them, right? We are trying to get to a place where we are spacefaring people. Why would they not have had the exact same thing? I believe aliens are very likely to exist, but I don't believe we ever discovered any actual traces of them. You see, I can't say that I believe it. Because I can't say that I believe or disbelieve it. Because for me, I'm sort of in the camp of I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Maybe aliens are real. Maybe they've already been here. Maybe they've decided that we're not ready yet for them. Maybe they've decided that they don't actually want to land. They just want to check us out. Maybe they're sizing us up to see if they can invade. Who the fuck knows? I can't just say, well, fuck that. We're not alone in the universe, but they've never been here. Because there's been enough reports of people seeing things and pictures of people seeing things that you have to sort of wonder, maybe there is some truth to it. The things to be of lower evolutionary level, we should earlier encounter a billion of planets with living things that are not intelligent like us before we find something as evolved, but it's possible there are intelligent aliens, just not very likely. We would make contact before making contact with plants or bacteria, or even animalistic aliens became routine. Aragast, again, that can only work if us and all other intelligent life in the greater galaxy started at the same time. The reason we've not come in contact with, by the way, we have come into contact with bacteria from all over space. Every rock that enters our atmosphere brings with it bacteria and shit. It's where most bacteria came from, originally is from space. So we know that those exist. Plant life and animal life is a whole different story, but we are at this point still confined to our own solar system. We know that there is most likely no life in our solar system. That doesn't mean that there isn't life in other solar systems. We just can't travel to other solar systems. We are basically, well, we can't even fucking travel to our own solar system. You know, we've been to the moon once or twice, maybe. No, it's been once. We've been to the moon, right? We've not been anywhere else. We've literally not been anywhere else. So all we can say definitively is that there's most likely no life in our solar system apart from us. Intelligent life, that is. But for all other solar systems, there's a good chance that those have been explored by many other species already, and they have encountered all those animals and bacteria and life forms that we have yet only dreamt of. It's another thing, because the best way the evolution goes from simple to complex, so those would be the more and more prevalent before we find the intelligent ones, and even less likely, the more evolved ones. It depends on how evolved they are. Argos, not necessarily, because that would... There are paradoxes that explain why, for example, we could be... You know, we could have had a specific trajectory, right? So if we take our trajectory, we discovered fire, then oil, and the combustion engine, and the jet engine, and, you know, the electric engine, and so on and so forth. And we're working on, obviously, more and more engine technologies. But it is entirely possible that a different planet with a different makeup of resources, they discovered the nuclear engine or the fission engine or the fusion engine long before they ever discovered the combustion engine, right? So their technology leapt because of how things are set up. So there's I guess a number of ways you could look at it. I find it interesting, although I don't really, like, I keep in mind, like, I keep a 50-50 on all of these things. It may happen, but it may not, you know? Okay, let's see. What else do we have here before we... Do you guys not know? Is there any good gaming news? Come on, chat. Like, something that's juicy. It's all I care about. I just want like a juicy bit of gaming news. Mads, what if the reason for the crappy pictures isn't the camera, but the distortion? What if it's technology? So even if you were to take a picture of those lights with a high definition camera, there's so much distortion and interference that it just automatically makes it look grainy and weird as fuck. And there's nothing you can do about it. Like, that's just what's happening because they have that technology. Like, you have to think about this shit, right? Like, this funny and explained well. Kurs Gezacht, YouTube channel. I like that channel. It's a pretty good channel. I've watched a couple of them. Oh, are you guys hyped for this? The Dune Awakening cinematic? Or game? Survival MMO. Are you guys hyped for this? Just wondering why they'd give a shit about whether we see them or not. We're really low when it comes to tech and evolution level. We are unable to harness resources outside of our planet. We have that distortion tech. They used it on the choppers that took out Bin Laden. Yeah, so we already have that. Of course they would have that too. If the person can only afford an iPhone 8 and can't buy the latest Samsung, fucking feels bad, man. Get hyped for much anymore? Dune is meh, to be honest. Wait, do you think Dune is meh? I don't agree with that. Dune, as far as lore goes, is fucking amazing. And I've watched this cinematic. It's a good cinematic. Papa Shango, how you doing, bro? New God of War is pretty much all I care about coming soon. That and D4. Hoping Blizz doesn't shit the bait with it. Dude, D4 is going to be a cash grab like nothing you've ever seen before, bro. It's going to be a massive cash grab. Killer clowns from outer space. Dude. God, this is when you run out of fucking names to give your games. But an MMO in the universe? Nope. Ash of Creation and the Riot MMO have my attention. I don't think the game is going to do well, but it is in the Dune world, and Dune does look good. Let's see. I think we're at the end of I do think we're at the end of the rope with fucking gaming news, bro. Alright, we at least have this. Embracer stock price falls following Saints Row reviews. I've not seen anything about Saints Row. What I've heard, though, is that people were not fucking happy about this game. Why can you dress like a banana? Disappointing Saints Row reviews have hit publisher Embracer's stock price. Today's launch of the Saints Row reboot has been seen as the first big taste for Embracer's AAA studio talent, following the company's enormous and still ongoing spree of acquisitions over the past couple of years. But yesterday's Saints Row embargo lift was met with a lackluster response from many outlets. Eurogamer's own review stated the game won't set the world alight, but noted that it still holds some pleasant surprises. Yeah, okay, Eurogamer, you know what? Go fuck yourself. Do you guys know what this means whenever gaming media writes shit like this? This is what traditional gaming media says when they want to say the game is truly fucking shit, but they don't want to lose the advertising on the game. They say something like this: it won't set the world alight, meaning it's absolute dog shit, but there's some pleasant surprises. Not necessarily a lie, because there are always stupid people out there that will be fascinated by really simple things. So of course there might be surprises, but this is basically the real line here should be it's an absolute dog shit game, that very few people will enjoy. Embracer shares fell around 7%. That is a lot. Down to a 4-month low. A more straight-faced reboot of the Wacky Saints Row open-world action franchise. Questions have been asked about the game's direction ever since its shaky reveal a year ago. Originally set for launch in February, the game was later delayed by 6 months to ultimately arrive this week. In the past, Embracer has stated that its strategy of having so many projects in the pipeline helps insulate itself against any single costly project failing. It has also benefited from picking up various companies and franchises at comparatively low prices. Last week, Embracer announced it intended to purchase the rights to make video games based on Tolkien's Middle-earth, including The Lord of the Rings, for what many saw as a surprisingly low amount. Prior to that, it also picked up Tomb Raider and Deus Ex developers Crystal Dynamics and Eidos Montreal from Square Enix for a bargain $300 million. That is a bargain, but considering how bad Saints Row was received, can we be happy about these? But clearly Embracer is still concerned about the quality level of its projects. Just today, it was reported that the publisher had indeed moved its struggling Knights of the Old Republic remake to another internal studio following production problems. There's a lot of you actually that like Knights of the Old Republic, right? The Expanse Telltale trailer? No. Wait, The Expanse or Expanse, Master Joel? Making their whole job useless. Goblin Spore, this is because there's a clash of priorities. For me, for example, when I do a video about a game, right? So let's say I'm reviewing a game. My only priority is to you, the guys that's watching my content. I have to be as honest as possible because the last thing I need to do, or the last thing I want, is to say, hey, this is a great game. And then you guys play it and say, hey, this is a shit game. Because from that moment forward, I'm getting no views on my videos. Whereas if you're a gaming company or a gaming media company, you rely on adverts. They have to advertise on your site. If you say this is a shit thing, they're not going to advertise on your site. So you're caught between a rock and a very hard place. Where if you are honest, you go bankrupt. If you're not honest, you make money, but you lose all integrity. And since these are media people, integrity really doesn't matter. So, they're more than happy to just let that go. I do find this incredibly funny, though, that Embracer believed that they had so many projects in the works that their stock price would never fall, and then their stock price fucking falls. That is just funny. Master Joel, what did you do? What did you link, bro? If you're not sub to the channel, then link in Discord. I don't know many people. I still look at these sites because I always like to. Internet went down. Dude, my internet is so fucking bad right now. It is actually quite hilarious. We're just dropping frames all over the place the whole fucking day so far. Is the stream is still going, right? You guys can still see the stream. Everything's still fine, yeah? But I do think we've come to the end of the gaming news cycle. Wait, no, Master Joel, you gave me a fucking thing to react to that I want to react to right now. The Expanse Telltale, dude, don't you fucking play with me. Don't play with my heart. Don't you dare play with my heart, man. No way. I literally just finished The Expanse, all 6 seasons. And I am here for it, bro. I am fucking here for it. So I really want to check this out now. Hold up. Which one? Which one? This one. Yeah, this is 17 hours ago, right? Yeah, I do have to say, I think, personally, I think The Expanse might be one of the greatest TV shows, at least sci-fi TV shows, ever fucking made. They just, hands down, one of the best I've ever seen. So, if this game can be good, we will be playing it.
Drummer, his suit is punctured and losing pressure. You need to release the vault attachment now or he could die.
Hold still. We'll see what we can do. Captain Drummer, what are your orders?
The Expanse is obviously one of those universes that has a ton of opportunities to help.
So they're following Drummer. That's an interesting decision. I mean, why wouldn't you follow the Rocinante? Drummer was cool, but wouldn't it have been better, the first game in The Expanse, following the Rocinante?
Great stories. One of the things I'm super excited about is the zero-G stuff that we've been doing. A big part of when we're making the game, not only are we thinking about the characters, we also have to think about how can we evolve the genre in any way that will make players excited to be part of this universe and feel like they're engaging in something rather than just being a passive audience member.
You'll figure something out. I know you will. It's actually been a really interesting thing as an actor to explore some of her more vulnerable sides that by the time we meet her in the series, they've been cauterized.
Because of this score, Drummer. This is the greatest score any scavenger has ever come across.
Wait, so this takes place before the Rocinante. You guys just heard that, right? She said that this is... So by the time we get to the series, her softer side have already been completely cauterized. She no longer has any softer side to her. Dude, this takes place like early days. I told you guys that looking at The Expanse, like watching The Expanse, it's quite clear that these guys are building a universe on the same level of sort of Star Trek. I think we're going to get many more series planted in that universe, but not necessarily playing off the same timeline. Because there is so much timeline. You know, we'll probably get a series at some point how Mars and Earth eventually turned against each other. How the Belters got set up and eventually turned against the humans. Those are things that I can definitely see. I think these guys are, like, there's going to be massive amounts of stories about this.
You'll need me if you want any chance of unloading it.
The craziness of an exploded ship that now constitutes several parts in a mass that you can move among, and balancing that out against almost like you're excavating the story. That's a personal story. Those are people, those are characters, and you are now among the ghosts. Whatever they were doing right before they died, being a scavenger, it's a pretty dark job. We're really excited about how it feels to both play and experience the story in the game.
Jesus.
Long gone, and we still have a ship that's ready to be scavenged. So get to it.
Dude, it's got intrigue. I'm already fucking excited for this. Oh yeah, I can definitely get behind this. And that's a depiction of corporate detachment from reality of space station life. We need space cans to be present on space stations as a way of corporations to raise the morale of the crew. The usual mate base situation. Yeah, just attach the head again. Okay, thank you for showing me this. I am quite excited for this. Not gonna lie. I literally finished The Expanse while I was sick. I got sick, couldn't stream, so I stayed in bed and I started watching The Expanse, and I couldn't put it down. Like, I finished yesterday with the last episode of season 6. Literally 6 seasons, one after the other. Binge watched that for the last 3 days. So this series is everything that I want right now. It's just sad that it's only gonna be summer 2023. Fuck my life, man. But you don't need to update your Fat Fuckers Club goal, as we're already 77 over the goal. Well, no, we're not, though. Like, the real goal is so much fucking lower than that. Or the real number is so much lower than that, but... what's the real number at the minute? I don't even fucking know. Real number... Let me tell you. August, we have 213 subscribers. That's the real number. So we should probably... let's see if we can fix that. I need to remember to do this every single time. I keep forgetting. Unique playstyle, you might not like it. I know it's very story-driven playstyle. That I know for a fact. They like their sort of story-driven shit, right? Now, which one? Is it this one? No, it's this one. Should be this one. Let's see. Save and Raven, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Really appreciate that. 16 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind. Okay, settings. Actually, we can do session data. Goals. I think it's goals. Reset goals. Yeah, reset that shit. Okay, now it's gone down to 0. That's fine. And now we can say, go back to goals, subscription goal progress. How many subscribers did I say we had? Fuck chat. August 213. Okay, so did that update? Should have updated. Save. And let's fucking hope that it updates at some point. Okay, Telltale Games or Choose Your Own Adventure box, but with visual. Maybe they've done a little bit different this time, because it does seem like you can walk around, move around, fly around, so maybe they've gone a little bit different. Maybe they haven't stuck to the original, sort of, this is how we've always done it. Because I know their last few games have really not gone well. I know the last few games that they've had have not been, people have not written home about those. Okay, chat. So we need the Imperium of Man shit from Newton. So this is number 1.
Schooling by...
We've watched this one, right? Number 1. We've watched number 2. Now we're on to number 3. Have you heard of Space Station 13? No. Series, movie, or something real life scary shit? Would you like to watch a funny review? Of what, Aragast? 13, but I didn't like it, to be honest. Oh, it's a game. Station 13. Watch Seth's review of Station 13. Okay, hold up. Station 13. This one. Is it this one that you want me to watch? Okay.
Hey people, Seth here. Today, I'll be covering a very niche, very infamous, and very autistic game that everyone's asked me to cover since day one. A game where you and many other real, living people with questionable social intelligence roleplay together on the worst space station in the universe, where aliens, shapeshifters, and traitors working for rival corporations are the least of your concern, where the greatest threat to your own existence are your own crew members. Hungry? Come to the station canteen 14, where the food is definitely poisoned. Injured? Head on down to medical, where half a medication has been relabeled as happy pills. Discouraged? You can try taking a painkiller instead, but it wasn't a painkiller, it was LSD. Having a bad trip? Don't worry, there's a security officer nearby to help, but he can't respond because he was murdered and replaced by a genetically modified monkey wearing his uniform. Hallucinating? Keep calm and focus on what's real. Unfortunately for you, the supermassive black hole expanding towards you is not a hallucination. It is, in fact, very real.
The emergency shuttle has been called.
Welcome to Space Station 13. Space Station 13 has a very simple premise. Everyone has a job. Your objective? Do your best to delay the station's inevitable destruction, either at the hands of antagonists or at the hands of your own incompetent crew. Normally, I give a final score for a game at the end of a video. Not this time. Space Station 13, 10 out of 10, amazing, spectacular, don't play it. If I'm being perfectly honest with you, Space Station 13 is a fantastic game, but I genuinely don't recommend you play it. Why? Because the engine it's running on is probably older than you, because the interface is a convoluted mess, and only usable because me and every other autistic chimpanzee who plays this game has committed the hotkeys to muscle memory because of the insane time investment and commitment required for you to learn a single role, and because, to be perfectly honest, the servers can't handle all of you. At best, we could handle, like, 30 extra players before.
Dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. Nothing about this game so far makes me want to play it. Princess Melina, how you doing? There's not a single part of me. It looks like what's that game that people played a while back? We also played it, Among Us, but on fucking steroids. That's what this looks like.
Or you grind the servers to a halt. For all these reasons, Space Station 13 always was and always will be a niche title, and maybe that's for the best. But I can offer you something else. I've already killed your hopes and dreams of playing the game, so instead let me share some stories of my wonderful experience with Space Station 13. These stories span several years and several different servers, the names of which will forever stay anonymous because I respect their privacy, and because I've received threats from some of the more colorful servers to not mention them by name, or else. What's gonna happen if I don't comply? Are they gonna hire a Bitcoin assassin to run me over with his mobility scooter? Is he gonna stab me with his insulin pen? I don't know. But between you and me, I hate having cum delivered to my mailbox and would prefer to keep it that way. Anyway, I remember the first time playing Space Station very vividly. My friends told me to download it and hop on some shitty server. It had furries and erotic roleplay. More on that later. I entered around as an assistant, my job to give assistance and to get my hands burnt off trying to hack into places I don't have access to. As I'm screwing around with airlock wires, my friend comes running down the hallway, dragging someone's unconscious body. Frantically, he tells me, "Seth, quick, can you open this door?" Sensing the urgency in his voice, I do. He throws the body inside and sprints away. The airlock closes. 3 seconds later, something explodes. What the fuck was that? I ask. Oh yeah, I fed him potassium and water pills. It takes a while to metabolize. My friend had just murdered a man in cold blood by turning his body into a living, ticking potassium bomb. As soon as the man's digestive juices cracked through the potassium tablet, it reacted violently with the water in his stomach and exploded, killing him from inside out. After such a horrific display of homicide, I realized, hey, this game's pretty good. Fast forward a few weeks and I'm learning roles, calling shots, and ignoring every single rule of a server. I also ignored every single rule of medicine. I was a surgeon, top of my class, destined to go where no licensed professional ever has. Also, my friend's girlfriend started playing with us. To put it bluntly, she wasn't very good, but she was very interested in progressing the medical field in any way possible. Cargo had just delivered us some complimentary pizza, as thanks for patching up their boys after they got a little too intimate with the xenomorphs on mining station. Brilliance flashed before my eyes. My pupils widened. I started physically sweating, because she said the words I've always dreamt of hearing. Please, turn me into a pizza. And so, I got to work. Nurse, get me my scalpel, tweezers, protractor, bone gel, and the rest of the unfinished pizza. One horrified clown watched in the operating theater as I cleanly hacked off and cauterized her hands and feet. I opened the pizza box and began attaching her new cheesy limbs. Help! Sec to surgery, the clown blurted out. He's turning her into a Papa John's. The head of medical stormed in with a host of security officers to detain me, but they were too late. Her hands and feet had already been replaced. Surprisingly, she could walk just fine on a pair of pizza feet, but her lack of opposable pizza thumbs meant that she couldn't really hold anything, let alone pick them up in the first place. However, her pizza hands did make for a convenient and portable source of nutrition. Despite her numerous protests that she consented to the surgery, the head of medical demoted me on the spot and banned me from ever practicing medicine, claiming that you can't consent to being a pizza. I was thrown in jail for the rest of the round. Clearly, there was no appreciation for the arts on this station. So, many rounds later, me and my friends found a new purpose, cleaning up the server, one erotic, furry roleplay at a time. Using telecommunications and meta-communications, I expertly pinpointed areas of high homosexual intent, namely the dorm rooms and the showers. As two Khajiit-looking catmen meet privately with one another, they will, inevitably, start writing words such as, "Ooh, Mayak has a barbed prickly surprise for you, my friend," and, yes, not me with your thick Tajaran trunk. This is completely unacceptable. Once an act of high homosexual intent is in motion, several of our men would mobilize. As they groan, moan, and spit out hairballs on each other, a security officer would barge in, flashbang the feline fornicators, and tag team baton them into submission before another officer handcuffs them to the bed. On the other side of a contaminated dorm room, our team's atmospheric technician sets explosive C4 charges against the station glass. Quickly, we evacuate the biohazard exclusion zone and seal the airlocks. Romeo and Juliet barely have enough time to recover from the flashbang before the charges detonate, depressurizing the room and sucking their bodies out into the black vacuum of space. Another job well done. Many explosive decompressions later, erotic roleplay was considered a real occupational hazard. The Tajaran Catboys got creative, started doing group sessions instead, but these were quickly crushed by my friend playing the best roboticist I've ever seen in my life. The airlock doors to their sodomy chamber were welded shut to prevent interruptions, so he drilled right through them with a gigantic combat mech. The air inside was heavy with a sickly sweet smell of wet furballs and toxoplasmosis. The furries didn't even have time to react before he started unloading shell after shell of flashbang grenades, and thus we all got banned. We paid the price. But to see half a server get flashbanged unconscious for 10 minutes straight, priceless. The server didn't last long anyway. The admin's mom shut it down as soon as she saw the electricity bill, so me and my friends went on to enrich other servers. I even got good at being a chemist. In other words, I always stole the syringe gun at the start of a round and filled it with lethal doses of chloral hydrate, for my own protection, of course. I also gave whatever chemical anyone requested, which gives me some moral ambiguity and 2 degrees of separation from any pranks or murders that took place as a result of said chemicals. If a clown asks for space lube, he's gonna get space lube. One time, a clown managed to lube the entire hallway outside of medical, all the way to departures. Now, departures is usually the place where the escape shuttle docks to get us out of our quickly burning heap of a station. However, if there's no call for a shuttle, departures is completely empty, besides the airlock, which the clown had hacked open. Several people came running through medical, slipped on the space lube, and accelerated themselves face first into the infinite vacuum of space. Security figured out it was the clown, and in true security fashion, also slipped on the space lube. With most of the crew floating around dead in space, the station had to be evacuated. He was later banned from playing clown ever again. Several rounds later, I finally spawned as a traitor.
Mission specifications decrypted. Welcome to the Syndicate.
Ascension, how you doing, brother? Thank you so much for the Prime sub, man. Really appreciate that. 15 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you, sir. You're far too kind. This is literally the company I work for, metaphorically. What do you mean metaphorically? How do you work for a company metaphorically? Hey, is it a secret? PhD from work?
And I had no idea what I was doing. But I wanted my first time to be special. Conveniently, an assistant comes in, bleeding all over, because he was probably trying.
No one's work can be like this, dude. The company you work for would be illegal to exist. You have a dude. The fact that you can do things like this in this game is a bit wild to me.
Trying to break into the armory without insulated gloves. His character sprite had maximum melanin and an afro. His role-play friendly name was Madick. An idiot, but a useful idiot. There were no
Abi, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
medical staff on hand except me, so I said, hey, I know a little bit of surgery, let me fix you up. I put him under general anesthetic and took out my syndicate PDA. With this, I can discreetly teleport a few traitor items into my inventory to help me achieve my objective, which in this case was murdering the head of security. I ordered 2 sets of voice-activated explosives, which trigger upon hearing the recorded code phrase. I set this to the word most likely to be spoken by this mentally retarded human being. Can you guess what that is? I surgically opened his ass and inserted the first of the explosives. Then I lodged the second one neatly inside his chest cavity.
So he caught a racist in the game and decided to turn the racist into a bomb that as soon as the guy is racist, he'd explode. Dude, that is a little genius though. That's a little fucking genius.
Closing them up, I took off the anesthetic and began to put my plan in action. I would arm this simple-minded moron with illegal weaponry, with the hopes that security would detain him on possession charges. I gave him all the LSD, all the chloral hydrate syringes, and an entire spray bottle of space lube. I had expertly equipped him to be the ultimate griefing machine. Proud of my work, I gave him a hug and set him loose on the world. But just before he left medical, he turned around and said, "Thanks, nigger."
Jesus.
And we both exploded. My other times playing antagonist went about just as well. Once I started as the leader of a cult. Our objective was to seize control of the station and sacrifice our mortal bodies to summon a physical manifestation of our dark god. However, I wasn't very good at it, and neither were my servants. We found a nice, quiet, and most importantly, abandoned bar near the north end of the station, which we began redecorating with our own blood. You see, cultists need to learn a set of ancient words that's randomly generated every round. If you arrange them in the right order, you can perform different spells and rituals to advance your goals. We didn't get far, because the most dangerous thing to an incompetent cult is a single crew member doing their job. The fucking janitor found us. We tried to negotiate, convince him that it's actually crayon and not blood all over the floor, but that didn't work, so we tried to murder him instead. That didn't work either. He used his mop to slip us with soapy water and ran off to call security. As you can see, I'm not very proficient at being a traitor. More often, I find myself being abused by traitors. Some of the worst offenders in this regard are definitely wizards, since wizards have a bad tendency to sexually abuse me as well. Not too long ago, me and my friends played a round that was already in progress. As soon as we entered, we realized something was very wrong. An announcement played on the radio. Penis Inspection Day is in effect. All crew members must report to Doc Johnson for their mandatory penis inspection. Doc Johnson was, very clearly, a wizard. I knew what was coming, and yet I resigned myself to fate and went to medical reception. Doc Johnson was overjoyed to have new patients. He led me to a private room, asked me if I'm circumcised, and told me that I passed the inspection with flying colors. What a surprise, I thought. He's not actually gonna grief me. But I was wrong. As I turned away to leave, he blew off my ass magically. Hey, it's wizardry. I ain't gotta explain shit.
Dude, I'm sorry, but what the fuck is this game? Like, why does this exist? It is a game that effectively allows you to do anything you want. Of course, it's going to lead to just an insane amount of griefing.
Shit. Anyway, Doc Johnson is a terrible doctor. He left me bleeding on the floor as he took my ass cheeks and used them as a hat. Highly unprofessional, would not recommend. A round of Space Station 13 can be very intense. At other times, it can be very slow-paced and almost relaxing. If you're not a traitor and you don't have anything urgent to handle, you can always just roleplay and get comfy in a bar, while the piano plays anime songs and the jukebox plays whatever deep-fried ASMR bullshit people keep putting on. It's a very very wholesome experience, and it helps you get emotionally invested with the other members of your crew, which are often nice people. However, security is often staffed by egotistical megalomaniacs acting out their most depraved power fantasies. They are often not nice people. As a result of their inherent propensity to be insane sociopaths, the rest of the crew will often rebel against.
I feel like I'm high. Like, I'm starting to wonder if there's like LSD or something in my fucking coffee. Because this makes no sense. Like, this game makes no fucking sense.
Against their tyranny. In one such case, Cargo had declared independence. Security refused to recognize the independent station state of Cargonia, so they tried to barge their way in and arrest everyone involved, including me. But security was unprepared for the trap we had in store. One officer rushed into cargo bay and slipped on a banana peel straight into the conveyor belt waiting for him. He tried repeatedly to get back up, only to be tripped again by an ocean of banana peels on the conveyor belt, which looped around in a circle. Surrounding that circle was another circle, composed entirely of vending machines. The officer was also being brutally assaulted by several hundred cans of soda. The vending machines were hacked, and as a result, they would continuously fire drinks at whoever is in the area. Each officer that slipped into the banana belt got smashed unconscious by a relentless stream of Discount Dan soda. Trademark, all rights reserved. After extensive head trauma by our soda turrets, security reluctantly accepted Cargonia's independence and their right to bear arms. If there's one department that has more revolutions than Cargo, it would have to be science, and it's easy to understand why. We spend our lives researching away for the good of the station, which does of course carry its own share of risks and hazards. Sometimes accidents happen. Sooner or later, some
Samurai, what you have to understand is it's supposed to be stupid. It's meant to be utter chaos. You can effectively, the game was designed with the idea of killing everyone as fast as you can with whatever you've been given, like whatever tools you've been given. Now, obviously, that's not actually how they designed the game. They probably had the game designed in such a way that it would like be everyone working together to get off the station. But clearly, that's not how they designed this. Veracast, how you doing, brother?
bored and mentally challenged assistant will try and put a bag of holding into another bag of holding, and security can't always comprehend that we're not directly responsible for the resulting black hole eating through the kitchen. This lack of appreciation for the scientific profession usually ends with arrest warrants for the whole department, which is usually answered back with the words, "I'd like to see you try." But when we're not having a nuclear arms race with security, R&D is actually quite a chill department. I also made a great discovery last time I played there. Me and another scientist were messing around with blueprints and eventually made ourselves a pneumatic cannon. Normally, these are used to launch whatever items you have inside. What we didn't know was that it could launch food as well. I loaded a lasagna, aimed for the mouth, and fired it at my fellow researcher. The lasagna disappeared. "What the hell? That's amazing," he said. "We just realized what happened. I had just managed to remotely force feed my fellow man. But what do we do with this forbidden knowledge? Nothing good, that's for sure." My comrade got to work asking chemistry for hallucinogenic drugs. They said no. So we built our own chemistry dispensers, filled up the beakers with happy juice, and ran straight to the kitchen. We injected all the donuts and hot pockets we could find with as much LSD and mind-breaker toxin as they could hold. Then we loaded them into our food delivery system and started firing off at everyone in the hallways. The food was instantly delivered. The crew was instantly satisfied. Several people, including security officers, managed to see the two small lines of text indicating that they've just been fed something. They thought it was extremely clever and said they didn't know the pneumatic cannon could do that. Since it was just a bit of harmless fun, we got off scot-free. Minutes later, the hallucination started. Crew members started screaming on the radio. Some were puking, shaking, or convulsing on the ground. Medical couldn't keep up with the bodies. They piled on too quick, and most of the doctors were too busy fighting off non-existent entities to do anything about it. The chemist, who originally refused to give us LSD, was arrested by security on suspicion of intentional food poisoning. It was complete pandemonium, and I think it illustrates perfectly the chaos that is Space Station 13. That's all I have for you today, folks. There is, of course, more stories to tell, but we'd literally be here for hours. Space Station 13, a marvelous, unique, and incredibly shitty game. 10 out of 10, don't play it, because if you do, they're gonna blame it on me, and I hate having cum in my mailbox. As always, more content to come, so stay tuned. On other news, I started a Subscribestar account, so if you'd like to invest...
Where he actually has Bobby Kotick's face as his fucking profile picture. Oh, I love that. Just Bobby Kotick's... Dude, Bobby Kotick, even when he smiles, looks fucking evil, man. It is so weird.
And don't want to give your money to Patreon? Now you can. A warm thanks to the many members of the Merchants Guild generously funding and bankrolling these videos. You're all truly wonderful. Have a good one.
Alright, this guy clearly has a lot of people fucking bankrolling him, so we're not going to watch the whole fucking list go down. Just really well done, Liz. Really well done. I don't think I would play this. I'll be honest, I don't think I would play this. It would be fun, probably, but I can't see how this game would ever be TOA safe. Play security offers to keep my crewmen safe? No, you don't, Aragos. Don't fucking lie, bro. You're probably not doing anything. You're most likely just letting people die. But alright, ladies and gentlemen, after what can only be described as months of still busy with the Emperor of Man stuff, we are finally at number 3. The Emperor of Man, The Imperial Lie by Luton09. Scuff Noble, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Do my best to protect the crewmen and catch the traitors. Why, though?
The Emperor sees mad. Genial Nations stützt sich auf their gods. He wages war. He's nichts never. See sheep sowing Welsh in ignorance. That will damn you all.
Wait, this is the Demon Prince of Chaos.
The Emperor is not only loathed to his treacheries against the gods, but the anathema to all human life.
This has to do with Horus, or the beginning of Horus, doesn't it? Not creepy at all. Here we go, boys. Here we go. Yeah, just have faith in the Emperor, boys. Just have faith.
In the darkest period for mankind, one man would come to the fore. He would unite the tattered remnants of humanity and would rise to become the leader of all. His wisdom and strength unrivaled, his mere presence inspired loyalty. Any other names are all now lost to the mists of time. He is now known only as the Emperor of Man. Thousands of human worlds have been ruined by the warp storms amid the aftermath of the Great War versus the Men of Iron. Human survivors remaining on these planets of anarchy lived in fear of scavengers, raiders, blood-crazed cannibals, and on many worlds the fear of nightmarish demonic incursion. They feared, as their primitive ancestors once had, more than anything, the night, the darkness. The darkness promised only horror, bloodshed, screaming, death, and extremes of violence. Across many planets though, including Terra, not all lived in squalor. Some had forged noble houses or settlements who were able to support large defensive forces. Hulking warriors forged in global wars as mankind fought as it had done many thousands of years before for territory, resources, and the safety of its own people. On Terra itself, many had begun to see a new army marching, an army of thundering giants. Clad in magnificent and powerful armour, they had crushed and swept away any who stood against them, for none could resist their power. War ravaged the planet, and most importantly, old tyrants, dictators and despots were exterminated, and those citizens who remained would pledge to the singular service of this military campaign's architect. The Emperor would stand triumphant on his home, the world of mankind's origin. The death and conflict here would slowly come to a close, for there was no one left to conquer, and more importantly, no one left to question the validity of this imposing golden figure of a man. Uria Olather was a simple man, now an old man, a priest by virtue of personal experience, not wholly indoctrination. A man who had long ago seen this army of giants.
Yeah, we're obviously doing a recap here of the rise of the Imperium of Man. I don't think we're going to get any information on how the Thunder Warriors fell. Don't know. Maybe. But doesn't seem like it. The Imperial Lie. These videos do seem to be in order. So this is after... This video should take place after the Horus Heresy, because the previous one was about the Horus Heresy. It led all the way to Horus dying.
Giants marching against those who had once favoured the night, for it shadowed their evil deeds. But now they feared it as much as those they had hunted. The end of these dark times should have been something for celebration, to rejoice and be thankful for, not for Uria. His services had once been popular, but no longer. Along with the victory of this powerful army came a wave of disbelief and ridicule for those who believed, those who had faith. Where people once had fear and sought divine protection, now they feared no more. His congregation had dwindled and then all but ceased, yet he remained.
Okay. Wait, no, this is before.
Uria waited for his midnight service once popular.
Chat. Okay, let's just get this. Let me just say what time I think this should be then. Okay, so this is clearly before the Horus Heresy, because it speaks of a time where religion still existed on Earth, but the people of Earth no longer wanted religion because they had the Emperor of Man. And since they believed him, well, they didn't believe he was a god because he was all for reason and you know, logic and science and things like this. But because he snuffed out religion, because we know that he hated religion, this tells the story of maybe like the lost. I saw a bunch of people in chat saying the lost church. So this is the lost church stuff for the Great Crusade at the end of the unification era, the unification of Terra. So the stuff covers a bit of the same stuff. The last one about the Emperor of Man obviously also contains stuff from pre and post Horus Heresy. Okay, so this is still during the Age of Strife. The Emperor have just taken over, but there are still priests left who still cling to the old religions and stuff like that.
Now rarely attended. Small flames licking the walls as the rain steadily drummed against the roof and the wind lashed against the walls of the church. He heard voices outside. Worshippers finally. No, guests, but unwelcome ones.
Okay.
As the door swung open, he would see darkened figures lit only by the occasional flashes of lightning outside. He didn't feel fear, but he did feel a troubling sense of unease. These were not men of faith, They were men of violence. As Uriah tried his best to welcome them, the hooded figure who stepped forth into the church sternly declined and closed the door to his companions outside. Uriah introduced himself as Uriah Olather, the last priest of the Church of the Lightning Stone. The strange man explained that his name was unimportant, but that he could be referred to as Revelation. They would briefly discuss the artistry of the church and sit to share wine. The strange figure wore clothes much like any other, but his were immaculate. He wore a robe of crimson red and a silver ring with a strange marking upon it, a device even. Revelation had already explained to Uriah that the reason he visited tonight was so as to be able to view this church of his, the last church on Terra, and that history would soon consign these places of worship as relics of the past. He questioned Uriah as to why he still chose to remain. Why did he not want to join with so many others who had heard of this emperor and his crusade to extinguish all forms of religion, spirituality and mysticism, to erase the misplaced beliefs in the supernatural? Uriah was defiant. His beliefs were his own, and his faith was unmovable. He cared not, even if the forces of the Emperor came here to tear down and destroy his church. No warmongering despot could shift his strength of belief. Revelation called him obstinate. Uriah called it faith. Mocking him, Revelation stated, "A willing belief in the unbelievable without proof?" Uriah fired back, "What makes faith so powerful is that it requires no proof. Belief is enough." "I see now why the Emperor wants rid of it," said Revelation. "You call faith powerful. I call it dangerous. Think of what people in the grip of faith have done in the past, all the atrocities committed down the centuries by people of faith. Politics has slain its thousands, but religion has slain its millions." If it were not abundantly clear by this point, the darkened figure who had entered the Church of the Lightning Stone was indeed the Emperor himself, setting foot in the last church on Earth to challenge the last priest and test his beliefs. The absurdity of his arguments clear for any to see, given what was to come in the following millennia. From the Emperor would come the Crusades that would crush any who opposed them. In fact, any who were found to have religious beliefs that could not be convinced otherwise or
I would argue, Swanky Tiger, that he is wrong. We've had this discussion many a times before. I don't believe that religion is to blame for death, or for war, or for strife. I believe that humans are to blame. And if you remove religion, much like the Imperium did, they will just find another reason to do it. Religion is an easy reason, because we could come up with stories of how our religion is the only true faith, and we can kill everyone that doesn't belong to the faith, right? So it's an easy excuse. But if you remove that, we'll just find another reason. The French found rationality, a good reason to kill each other. The Protestants and the Catholics, these were two groups of religious people. Their war was far more political than what it was religious. Their war was ultimately the religion is sort of like a mask to just enable people to fucking kill people. That's just really what we do. It's the out people go to. Yeah, it's human beings like war. We are fucking hyped for war. Anything can be used as an excuse for war. Religion just happens to also be something so deeply ingrained in us that they usually go hand in hand.
Serve some useful purpose were simply slaughtered. And this was before the time of the heresy, where millions would die in the wars of those without faith and those who were consumed by it. Revelation would apologise for his overtly confrontational tone. Uriah accepted, and instead would see more of his church. Revelation would listen to Uriah tell its history. Revelation, the Emperor, would continue to challenge Uriah when he revealed the church's most holy artifact, the Lightning Stone itself. "Why is it holy?" he would ask. "Was it deposited by your god? A man martyred?"
That's putting a religion in a situation where it's improvable, because no matter what religion does, it's not religion itself. But it's not a fallacy, Aragost. I cannot agree with you on that. Because if religion was the only thing that ever led to war, it would mean that no atheistic nation would ever go to war, which isn't true. There have been many wars fought in history that had nothing to do with religion. If you drill down to the epicenter of what those wars are, religion means nothing. the biggest reason for war, but I don't agree that religion is ever the biggest reason for war. So let's take Christianity, right? If you read the New Testament, which people love to use the Old Testament as sort of a battering ram, people love to say, yeah, the Old Testament says this, this, and this. The New Testament is after the Old Testament, and in many ways, the New Testament nullifies everything in the Old Testament. Jesus says this: "Whoever accepts me now also accepts the law. I have replaced the law, and you have to live by my codified instruction." Jesus never gives anyone the right to commit genocide or kill or murder. In fact, when the soldiers come to take Jesus away to crucify him, one of Jesus' disciples cuts off the ear of one of the soldiers. Jesus picks up the ear, reattaches the ear, and then reprimands his disciple, telling him that violence is not the way. So Jesus makes it very clear that no war may be fought. That's not how this works. You're not allowed to fight. The church, however, still found a way. But then if you drill down to the specifics of the Catholic Church and their expansions and the Templars and, you know, the Holy Crusades, you realize that the Holy Crusades had fuck all to do really with religion. Everything they did was an expansion of power. That's what it is. Human beings like power. And you give someone power, religion is a nice way of sort of unifying people and saying, right, we're all Christian. This means we stand against X. So it's a nice excuse to get people on board, but the origins of that almost never lies in the religion. And even if you don't have religion, like I said, if you look at, for example, France during the rationalist era, they rejected religion for the most part. They believed in rationalism. And then they ended up killing thousands because they weren't deemed rational enough. Right? And that's rationalism. They had no religious bend whatsoever. They just started believing in rationalism to the point where it became their religion. And then it was okay to kill irrational people because fuck them. Right? So I don't necessarily think it's the religion. I think it's the people. I think people are just fucking warmongers.
Here, a young girl received some revelation. Uriah would describe how an old man, thousands of years before, deaf and blind, had taken shelter from a storm below the stone, only for it to be struck by lightning and curing his ailments. It was said to have had healing properties. The townspeople would build a church around this holy stone. The emperor, examining the stone, stated without showing any special interest or
Aragast, are you on purpose trying to misconstrue what I'm saying? I said that the people during the rationalist era of France started believing in rationalism as if it was religious. They became fanatical about rationalism. Religion is nothing else than a belief in something. Anything can be a religion. The approach to it, at least. Not everything is religion in the most codified sense, I suppose. But if you become fanatic about something, that thing becomes your religion. You react the same way a religious person would react to it. And that makes it a religion. Whether you want to call it one doesn't really matter. It's how you act. And if I look at someone during the Great Crusades and I look at a rationalist from France, I see the exact same behavior. So it's clear that both of these people have decided to codify their beliefs in some way.
Motion. Hematite from a banded ironstone formation, exposed by a landslip, most likely. That would explain the lightning strike. I'm not being malicious, I'm explaining to you how such a thing could have happened without any intervention of godly
Nico
power.
Spider, how you doing? Okay, so let me try to express this, even though it has, well, it probably does have something to do with the video, but let me try and express it in a way that would make it make sense. If you go by the strictest definition of words, sure, rationality isn't a religion. But if you go by the actions of individuals, and if you look at human beings, you will see that religion has a lot of similarities with a lot of things that we do in real life. So, for example, the Muslims that go to Mecca to pray, they walk in a circle around a monument in the center. They all pray to this single symbol, and this symbol is treated as pure, right? The symbol is treated as holy. Then you compare this to sports fans. Sports fans all move around this monument. They technically almost worship the team that they support, and they hate anyone that isn't part of this team, right? You're not part of my team, therefore we are against each other. Now, sports have done a good job of replacing our need for war through sports, but it's still the same element, right? It's war, it's belief, it's religious beliefs. It may not be codified as religion in the most pricing sense or in the most perfect sense, but the actions of the individuals that is a part of it is the same. In the UK, you have football hooligans that beat the living shit out of people that isn't in the same team with, support the same team as theirs because, well, we may, right? They're not on our team. They're against us. Religion is nothing other than an excuse for an us versus them tribalist motivation. Now, this is not a theological discussion, because in a theological discussion, things change, right? So if we're talking theologically, then yes, rationalism isn't religion, sports isn't religion. But then we're talking about metaphysics, we're talking about the meta world, right? And that their religion is a very specific thing. But behaviors can absolutely be religious, even if a religion isn't present.
The conversations here between the Emperor and Uria bear a strong similarity to conversations his Primarch sons would have later in time, where they would repeat his cold and indoctrinated beliefs that all could be explained with science. Magnus the Red, prior to the turning of so many of the legions to chaos, spoke of the warp and its entities. Because they're nonsense, brother, gods and demons and sprites and witches, you should listen to yourselves. We call it the ocean. It is a product of galactic harmonics, something to be explored. Some of its manifestations seem to be of a sentient kind, at least in outline, but that is not how things are, the way our minds make it appear, what they conjure to help us understand it. We must do our best to make sense of the vortices, and so what do we cling to? The old figures and archetypes once we used when we were scrabbling around in the dirt. Magnus apparently perceived the warp and its entities early on as nothing to be taken any more seriously than the material realm, easily explained rationally because his views were dictated by the Emperor, views that placed many of the Emperor's finest in highly dangerous positions of corrupting manipulation, yet we see these strongly held principles of the Emperor being pushed onto Uria. The Emperor, at least through his words, appears to fully reject the idea of spiritual beings by explaining away the Lightning Stone as mere natural events. He goes on to explain to Uria that this is normal for humans, that a man, especially an already religious man, might perceive that such elemental energy, even if it did have healing properties, would often be seen by your mortal human as something of a divine nature. But that this was something humans do all the time, that they project spirits or fears and dread on.
It's interesting that the Emperor, it gives a lot away about the Emperor's person. The Emperor is a man of war. I mean, he basically took power back and took Terra through war. But then with this, he actually goes to the Lost Priest. He doesn't just kill him. He doesn't just destroy the temple. He actually speaks to the priest, reasons with the priest. But it's also conflicting, because in none of the other videos that I've watched so far does the Emperor come across as a reasonable man. And yet, he can be reasonable. The Emperor has the best and worst end to his conversation. Alright.
Onto that which they cannot see, onto the darkness or the night, to sounds and senses that we cannot be sure of. That we fear the unknown as much as we place our faith and beliefs in it. The tone and detail with how the Emperor explains Uria's fixation on the Lightning Stone being something of divine power somewhat mirrors that of Magnus the Red, Primarch of the Thousand Suns, years later, and it's easy for us to see how the Emperor had imbued these preconceived perceptions into his Primarch sons and his legions. If we take for example the traitor Astartes of the Wordbearers, even in the earliest days of the heresy, they would, in the presence of a demon who had shown them powerfully disturbing visions, still display levels of disbelief and flippancy. The Emperor had so carefully taught them into not being so easily able to accept such things at face value, to dismiss out of hand that they could possibly be the truth. Yet in time their ignorance would be their Achilles heel, and would lead them to become open to accepting what is known to the creatures of the warp as the primordial truth. Argyltal didn't reach for his weapon, instead he laughed. "You are an insane creature. This is the respect you show to a messenger of the gods? What did you expect, that the Wordbearers would kneel and accept everything you said as divine mandate? We're done with kneeling, Ingerthal." The resistance of the Wordbearers to the demon would of course be short-lived. They had already stepped way over the line by this point, but it does demonstrate that, as we know, the transitions and confrontations for many in the traitor legions were not simply about instant corruption, promises of power, or being just casually rolled over by the entities that reside in the Immaterium. We well know that there was bitter fanatical fighting not just between the established legions during the heresy, but also internally among brothers in their own legions.
I still find I need to watch at some point a video that goes in depth with the exact traitor legions and how all of that worked, because we know the Magnus basically thought that the Emperor was coming to kill him because the Emperor thought that he was the one to blame and he was the ultimate traitor, even though at this point it was already Horus that had done a lot of these things. But I would like to know, because from what I can gather, it appears as if the Chaos Gods didn't, like, the traitor legions didn't believe that they were fighting on the side of Chaos. At least not in the beginning. It feels almost as if they believed that they were fighting for the Imperium of Man. Like, they were still fighting for the Imperium of Man. They were just deceived into believing that the Emperor was the ultimate enemy of man. Which is such a mindfuck. Like, how do you fuck people who had such high regard for the Emperor to the point where they believe the Emperor to be their enemy? Fell because he saw his death guard suffering and hoped that by giving in his chapter would be spared more pain. At some point, demons were fighting with Horus. Kilimanjaro, thanks, man. Dude, I really appreciate that.
The Emperor spoke with Uriah, who was more and more aggravated by the poking and questioning of this revelation, whoever he was. If I am adversarial, it is because it infuriates me to see the blinkered willfulness of those who live their lives enslaved to such fantastical notions as are contained in that book and others like it. That damnable piece of thunder in your hands, that book, is 9 centuries worth of agglomerated texts and assembled, rewritten, translated and twisted to fit the needs of hundreds of mostly anonymous and unknown authors. What basis is that to take guidance for your life? If a man claimed his dead grandfather was speaking to him, he would be locked up in an asylum, but if he were to claim the voice of God was speaking to him, his fellow clerics might well make him into a saint. Clearly, there is safety in numbers when it comes to hearing voices. Uriah spat back at this abrasive figure that had invaded his sanctum. "This is my faith you're talking about. Show some damned respect." "Why should I?" said Revelation. "Why does your faith require special treatment? It's not robust enough to stand some questioning? Why should you and your faith be singled out for special treatment?" "I have seen God," hissed Uriah. "If you have had such experience, you may believe it was real, but do not expect me or anyone else to give it credence, Uriah. Just because you believe a thing to be true does not make it so." Uriah maintained his account of having seen and felt God himself and would reference his youth. But by now the thunder armies of the Emperor had already subdued most of Terra, yet the young Uriah decided he would attempt to find corners of the world not yet conquered by this so-called Emperor with his eagled banners. Yet everywhere he travelled he found only towns and people that were already subdued, giving praise for the Emperor, albeit seemingly with a hollow sense of loyalty. It would not be until years later when he would travel to the land of the Frank and there find a people who had murdered their appointed governor of the Emperor. The townspeople wanted no part of this so-called Emperor's rule, and a hastily organised civilian militia slaughtered.
Luke, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. welcome to the channel, bro. Chaos showed Horus the future where Emperor is worshipped as a god and the Imperium becoming a shitty place without telling him it's his betrayal that caused it. Zara, that part I know. So that part I know, but that's just how Horus fell. That doesn't include the sort of destruction of all the others, right?
Slaughtered the appointed soldiers in their back.
This city almost certainly got wiped out. They killed the governor appointed by the emperor and rejected the emperor outright. He almost certainly fucking leveled this place.
Barracks. Iconography of the emperor was torn down, and the streets became full of happy songs, dancing children, and joyous people at their newly found self-determined freedom. Uri explained how the mood was optimistic, positive, and confident. More towns heard of the uprising and allied themselves with
Fraser Bloodaxe, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. True, all the other legions mostly had their own personal reasons as well. Yeah, the Chaos gods seems at least to have approached everyone differently, which is what makes it such an interesting story that I really want to fucking dive into.
This stance against the tyrannical emperor figure. When all was said and done, they would have anything like 40 to 50,000 men and women ready to fight and defend their position that they owed nothing to this emperor and would not be made to bow down to his threats of violence. Uri explained how this had been his dream of an adventure, rebellion, discovering these people willing to stand up to the giant soldiers of the Emperor that he had previously seen march across the world and dominate humanity. Word was spreading that the army of thunder and lightning was marching upon them, and so they would set out to meet it. Their jubilant spirits...
What? Master Joe? The Biggie's wife. He had a wife? What the fuck are you talking about? That's the first time I've heard of the Biggie having a wife. Discovered your YouTube channel the other day when you first did Warhammer stuff. Freya, I'm very happy to have you here. And I'm glad that you discovered it that way. We're having a fucking whale of a time with the Warhammer stuff. The Empress was a recent retcon. Wait, what do you mean retcon? Was she recently introduced or recently taken out? The Astartes is speculated. She wasn't really his wife, was she? She was the mother of the Primarchs. Well, that still kind of makes her his wife. Although I don't imagine, like, looking at the Emperor, I don't see him as the kind of guy that's going to do foreplay and, you know, happy marriage, let's make love. He doesn't seem like that kind of guy. He more or less just seems like a guy that would be like, yeah, make me some children, bitch. And then fucking GG. Here we go. You're making children for the Big E now?
Soared high as they left their homes and towns, locals and children gifting them tokens and keepsakes, filling them with pride and an ever-renewed sense of purpose that ultimately...
I still do not agree with any of you that tube babies is the penultimate way to make children in the Warhammer 40k universe. So yes, okay, tube babies make sense, and we know that there are planets where tube babies are grown, right? Karakunas, thank you so much for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Have you ever seen the furry apocalypse by Flash Kids? Warhammer Crusade against the furry disease? No, I have not seen that yet, but we'll probably watch that. That sounds funny. No, not necessarily natural reproduction, but if I look at the state of the Empire, right? If I look at how Blasphemous Crow, you bastard with the tier 1 sub, really appreciate that. 13 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind, brother. Yeah, you degenerate fuck. That's 13 months, man. And I do apologize to everyone that I'm very low energy at the moment. I'm sick, so just understand that. I'm trying my best here. But if I look at the state of the Empire, right, and I look at what the people of the Empire endure in a general sense, if you asked me to speculate about how these armies are fueled, because clearly every human being in the Emperor, or in the Imperium of Man, is a tool. Like, everyone is a tool to everything else. You're born as a soldier, you're a tool in order to conquer, or at least defend what you can't conquer. it almost definitely stands to reason that they would have factories filled with women who basically become natural incubators. The universe is fucked up enough that that would make sense. Plus, you wouldn't need tubes. You wouldn't need difficult scientific processes. All you would need is a woman and some sperm. You know, and she could be turned into a perfect vessel for pushing out babies. Now, the only thing that could stand in the way of that is if the tube babies actually take, like, doesn't take 9 months to grow. But you could do that with a normal human as well, right? He's getting awfully close to the Demon Cobra. That's how Chaos gets new Space Marines. And no, I'm not joking. Dude, I don't think it's just Chaos. I've been told about the Demon Cobra, or whatever the fuck it's called. I've been told I'm not allowed to watch it on Twitch. So I'll probably do a separate reaction of that offline and then upload that to YouTube, because apparently YouTube is fine with it, but Twitch really doesn't fucking like that. So, Demon Kulaba contains billions of population, and hive worlds contain multiple hive cities. But this is exactly what I'm saying. I think you could have women just line up and carry babies. I'm not saying that's the only way they're doing it, but that would mean you have tube babies that add millions of humans every single year, and then you have women that add millions of humans every single year. Is there any lore in the Warhammer 40k universe that suggests that natural births are no longer a thing, that they're not allowed to have natural births?
Ultimately, would not last for long. Despite the fact that as they stood ready to face down the Emperor's warriors, they outnumbered them 10-1, their ranks revved up to a fever pitch of enthusiasm by many rousing speeches. But as the first charge went forward in the Emperor...
Well, then there you go. Dude, I'm telling you now. One of the jobs that you can sign up for in the Imperium, I don't know if sign up is probably the right word for it, but one of the jobs you can sign up for is professional fucking breeder. Now, don't know how much fun that is, but it could happen, right? And it does make a little sense.
The Emperor's giant stood motionless. A moment of concern crossed the minds and the faces of the rebels. And only when they'd crossed...
Swanky Tiger, but this is where speculation comes in. I dreamed this shit up, and there's enough evidence of how the world operates to know that human rights is not a thing. If you went to your commander and said, hey, I demand fair pay for fair work, they'd probably shoot you. So I'm pretty fucking sure if you were a woman that was made to give birth, that's what your job was in the Imperium, you're not going to be able to go to a court and say, oh, they're mistreating me. The court would just be like, fucking shut the fuck up, right? At least that's my read on it. Traditional childbirth is still maintained in the Warhammer 40k universe. Well, there you go. Although, who the fuck would want to have babies in this universe? Like, I mean, having children is already a big question, right? It's a big thing. But now, imagine a universe in which everything is so fucked. Like, why would you want to bring a child into that world? It is weird.
Across half the battlefield, did the Emperor's solid wall of giant warriors open fire. The result...
Abaddon, go fuck yourself. Maternity leave in the Imperium... Yeah, sure. They don't care about any other human rights, but if you had a baby, you'll get your 7 months maternity leave. Get fucked, bro. You'd probably have to give birth whilst working. Like, you'll be working on the fucking conveyor belt building ammo. The baby just pops out, falls on the floor, you pick it up, and you immediately just go fucking shake, shake while you keep doing the ammo. I don't think there's any sort of, oh yeah, you get maternity leave for even a day. I think you just have the child and then you get fucking right back to work. They don't seem to care much about, like, human dignity. Altamar is actually a pretty decent place. Many worlds are like our current modern world. I do know that there are normal worlds in the universe. When you get 4 hours a day off normally, you'd get, in some cases, like 12 hours off while you give birth. It's a holiday. Jesus, that must be a tough life, bro.
It was instantaneous shock and horror. Their cannon-like rifles created carnage, tearing limbs from torsos, bodies exploding from the inside out in showers of blood and flesh, mentally shattered individuals crawling around in screaming horror, men and women split in half, ruined corpses, sobbing, miserable parodies of human form crawling through the shredded remains of their fellow rebels. Some simply lay or sat confused and stunned from the devastation.
I fucking told you guys. Hold up. I missed something here.
Heard of the uprising and allied themselves with this stance against the tyrannical emperor figure. When all was said and done, they would have anything like 40 to 50,000 men and women ready to fight and defend their position that they owed nothing to this emperor and would not be made to bow down to his threats of violence. Uriah explained how this had been his dream of an...
Kirakunis, thanks for the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, brother. You're far too fucking kind, man. It's called The Emperor of Man #3 by Luton09. I told you this rebel city is gonna get fucking floored, bro. The Emperor does not allow dissidents.
An adventure, rebellion, discovering these people willing to stand up to the giant soldiers of the Emperor that he had previously seen march across the world and dominate humanity. Word was spreading that the army of thunder and lightning was marching upon them, and so they would set out to meet it. Their jubilant spirits soared high as they left their homes and towns, locals and children gifting them tokens and keepsakes, filling them with pride and an ever-renewed sense of purpose that ultimately would not last for long.
Dude, you're a normal human being going up against the Thunder Warriors of the Emperor. Now, it's like bringing a fucking pea shooter to a bazooka fight. So, yeah, we're gonna survive, bros. We've got this, but like it would take all of you to maybe kill one of them. This is just absolute fucking stupidity. There is a point where you go, yeah, okay, we kind of lost this. Let's just fucking chill out, right?
Despite the fact that as they stood ready to face down the Emperor's warriors, they outnumbered them 10 to 1, their ranks revved up to a fever pitch of enthusiasm by many rousing speeches. But as the first charge went forward and the Emperor's giants stood motionless, a moment of concern crossed the minds and the faces of the rebels. And only when they had crossed half the battlefield did the Emperor's solid wall of giant warriors open fire. The result was instantaneous shock and horror. Their cannon-like rifles created carnage, tearing limbs from torsos, bodies exploding from the inside out in showers of blood and flesh, mentally shattered individuals crawling around in screaming horror, men and women split in half, ruined corpses, sobbing, miserable parodies of human form crawling through the shredded remains of their fellow rebels. Some simply lay or sat confused and stunned from the devastation caused by the first bolts of fire. Whatever these warriors of the Emperor were, they were not men, they were monsters.
Jesus.
Uriah recalls falling over bodies split down the middle as if their whole side had been simply ripped clean away. Others heavily wounded were crawling around, begging for mercy, men and women alike staggering in confusion and fear, finally understanding what it is that they had dared to face, perhaps wondering why on earth they had thought that they could win against such warriors. Why had they put themselves in this position?
This was still the Thunder Warriors, right? This wasn't... Because once the Emperor had conquered the Hall of Terra, he betrayed his own Thunder Warriors, right? But this is still the Thunder Warriors that's doing this. Right, okay. Just wanted to make sure. It kind of makes sense why the Emperor ultimately decided to betray them, theoretically. I know that's speculation, but it makes sense. They clearly did not give a fuck about anything. Turned to Borge by bolter fire and cut to pieces by chainswords. Jesus.
People began to hastily surrender, knowing the prospect of winning the day was an impossibility. The armoured giant warriors ignored their cries and pleas, marching into the blood-soaked battlefield, hacking and brutalising the severely injured and stunned survivors alike. They began to engage the remaining force that was attempting to disengage from the horror. This was no longer anything that could be called a battle. It was a slaughter by butchers. Before the carnage had ceased, Uriah fled as fast as he could, leaving the screaming, tormented wailing slowly fading in the background. Occasionally, one of the damned must have experienced some extraordinary act of suffering, and their cries were carried high and far across the wind. By the end of it, the massed rebel force was slaughtered within the hour. Tens of thousands of men and women, what was left of them, lay strewn across the battlefield, crushed, ruined, annihilated.
Fuck.
Uriah had escaped and lay crying and wounded in the darkness of the night. Seeing a golden face as he lay in his agony was speaking to him. "Why do you deny me? Accept me, and you will know that I am the only truth and the only way." This was his apparent personally experienced vision of God. Revelation, the Emperor, immediately dismisses this as just another instance of humans perceiving what they need to see because of their own mortality, struggling, fighting for life, or seeing some kind of vision to explain away the worthlessness of their own life. But Uriah could not be swayed, and he described how after his vision he fell into a sleep only to awaken, miraculously healed. The shrapnel embedded near to his neck and spine was gone, and he decided as a result of this vision that he needed to travel home. However, upon reaching his hometown, he found that his family had been all but slaughtered and destroyed. His former life was gone, and this was when he would turn to becoming a priest of the Church of the Lightning Stone. Uriah explained how he had wanted to serve God, to spread the word of his church, but the Emperor's forces all but prevented him from...
What if... Because he says that it was after this battle that a figure appeared to him and spoke to him asking, "Why do you keep denying me?" Why would that not be the Emperor?
Spreading his word anywhere, instead spreading their own truth in reason and disregarding any belief of the supernatural. Uriah finally voiced his understanding that he knew why Revelation was here to speak with him, that he was here to offer Uriah to join the new ways, but he was still not convinced. The Emperor would try a different approach by describing historical accounts of atrocities committed in the name of religion. Uriah was still not persuaded. Revelation explained that the tales were universal and typify religious behaviour that has been recurring since the beginning of human history. The record of human experience shows that where religion is strong, it causes cruel, intense beliefs and produces intense hostility. Only when faith loses its force can a society hope to become humane. They would argue back and forth, Uriah maintaining that much of a religion's doctrines and texts are not meant to be taken literally. The Emperor exclaiming that this is surely the whole point, that people will pick and choose, and the subsequent confusion that will inevitably arise from such selective reading amounts to an entirely personal interpretation. Worse,
I do wonder though, if the Emperor wasn't so against religion, would his people have fallen to chaos? Like, if the Emperor had a single codified religion, which all of the Primarchs and all of the, say, Space Marines and the Astartes and everyone, if all of them had a single codified religion, would it not have been harder for chaos to convince them? Because they would already have something to believe in. Once they're birthed, they always exist. He could be the god in all of history. The arguments in the book are bad for both sides.
Those that do take the texts absolutely literally would usually create misery and death, believing the words in the text to be the absolute truth, set in stone, to be unquestioned and strictly executed. The Emperor would recount more ancient histories, from human sacrifices to wartime horrors committed in the name of religion. Bloody wars where thousands would die. Uriah dismissed this as ancient ways long since forgotten, to which the Emperor balked. He pivoted to a more recent event describing death camps and eugenics committed by Cardinal Tang only 30 years previous to their current time. Uriah had had enough. You fixate on the blood and the death, Revelation. You forget all the good that can be achieved from faith. If you think religion is a force for good, Uriah, then you're not seeing the superstitious savagery that pervades the history of our world, said Revelation. It's true that just before the descent of Old Night, religion gradually lost its power over life, but like the worst kind of poison, it lingered and fostered division amongst the people of the world that endured. Without belief in gods, divisions blur with passing ages. New generations adapt to new times, mingle, intermarry, and forget ancient wounds. It is only belief in gods and divine entities that keeps them alien to one another, and anything that divides people breeds inhumanity. Religion is the canker in mankind's heart that serves such an ugly purpose. Enough, snapped Uria. I've heard enough.
Wait, is canker an English word? None spend their time venerating. I think that line is key. He's less anti-religion and more anti-superstition, as superstition causes irrational fear, which leads to illogical actions. Can be corrupted by chaos? Yes, means bad-tempered. It's very weird, because the word canker, spelt exactly the same, in Afrikaans means cancer. So it was just interesting to hear that word. Now the nuns are fewer and fewer. Wait, Lords of Change could shapeshift and infiltrate their religious order and slowly corrupt the people who hear them. Could do, but, I mean, I'll be honest, I think the Emperor made a ton of mistakes. A ton of mistakes that led to the fall of the Imperium.
Enough. Yes, people have done things terrible to one another in the name of their gods, but they've done terrible things to one another without the recourse to their beliefs. An acceptance of gods and an afterlife is a vital part of what makes us who we are. If you take that away from humanity, what do you suggest takes its place? In my many years as a priest, I have ministered to many dying people, and the emotion...
That, what you're saying there, Zar, is actually called the Vulcan fallacy. It's a genuine term used by psychologists. It's called the Vulcan fallacy because it's the idea that when you approach everything as rational and logical, you also fall into the misconception that what your enemy will do will also be rational and logical. So you base, you see this often with Spock in Star Trek, where Spock will go, they're going to do this, this, and this. It's the logical thing to do. You are committing a fallacy there because you're assuming that your opponents are going to be logical when your opponents probably won't be. Like, they could be illogical. So if you're assuming that your opponent is going to be logical, your entire plan is flawed. Because you could say, well, it's going to be logical that they're going to attack X, Y, and Z, but then they decide to attack A, B, and C, and now you've got your entire plan's fucked. So yeah, the Emperor sort of viewed the world as if everything is logical and rational, when in reality, not everything is. And that's ultimately what cost him, at least so far in the lore, from what I've seen.
Emotional benefits of religion's power to console them and those left behind cannot be underestimated. There is a flaw in your logic, Uria, said Revelation. Religion's power to console gives it absolutely no more credence or validity. It might very well be a comfort to a dying man to believe that he'll go to some bountiful paradise of endless joy, but even as he dies with a wonderful smile on his face, it means nothing in the grand scheme of things as far as the truth of the matter is concerned. Maybe not, said Uria, but when my time comes, I will die with my god's name on my lips. There are multiple aspects to read from the discussion between the Emperor and Uria. For one, it's fairly staggering that the Emperor has the gall to recount the many accounts of religious atrocity as examples of why it's such a flawed and dangerous concept for humanity, and that for this, and also other reasons, it's why mankind is better off without it. He makes these statements immediately after he has just sat and listened to Uria recount his own tale of facing down the Emperor's army of giant superhuman warriors, versus a force of what can only be read as being a fairly large, yet seemingly primarily civilian force of angry townspeople. That the Emperor's warriors proceed to not only engage with maximum levels of aggression, but then continue to engage in one of the most inhuman slaughters, brutalizing and committing horrors best not even thought of, and not against a defiant, powerful warlord and his army of trained soldiers. No, they destroyed with no mercy a mob of crying, stunned people who knew that they were defeated as the first shots were fired.
It is ironic that the Emperor tells them about how evil shit is. I mean, this is the kind of shit that the Emperor pulled, right? Now, there's obviously justification for that. The Emperor was obviously going to rationalize it and saying, in order to be good, you have to sometimes do evil shit. But it is ironic that the Emperor couldn't see that the very things that he was accusing religion of is the things that he himself was perpetrating.
You can barely imagine a more inhuman situation. Why this level of violence and display of pure, unfettered aggression was necessary has no explanation. And as they knelt begging for mercy, the Emperor allowed his giant warriors to let their bloodlust run rampant as these monsters often literally crushed under their heavy armoured boots anything that moved, until the ground was nothing more than a hellscape, a wasteland
Lord Kinnear, you're
of
not
horror.
alone, bro.
You'd be forgiven for mistaking them for the worshippers of the blood god, for on this day they surely imbued Khorne with a refreshing burst of power. You can only see these events as shockingly hypocritical on behalf of the Emperor. Within almost the same breath he begins explaining how it is religion that is the terrible enemy of mankind because through its most extreme beliefs it can on occasion cause humans to commit terrible atrocities. Why Uriah doesn't counter the Emperor with this astonishing level of hypocrisy is frustrating, yet it also highlights to us that the Emperor is operating from a position that is hardly objective or rational. They are simply his talking points to achieve his own agenda.
Wow. Luton being a little bit heretical there, just slight heretic there, calling the Emperor irrational and not objective. Shall we get the firing squads for the Blood God, corn for the cornflakes? Dude, that's one of my new favorite sayings. Is blood for the Blood God, skulls for the Skull Throne. I really enjoy that saying. Depth is ridiculous. This is a possible place, way to start. Easier than Luton with jokes and stuff.
That of removing the very idea of structured religion and spirituality from the human consciousness. As Uriah had now essentially turned his back on redemption and returned to his prayers, a golden light would rise from behind him. He turned to face redemption, but was only able to exclaim, "You! Now do you fully understand the futility of what you do here?" said the golden giant. Uriah finally understood, seeing the golden face that he'd seen long ago in his memories as he was near to death, after the horrific battle against the Emperor's warriors.
Yeah.
You are the Emperor.
Yeah.
The Emperor tells Uriah it is time to go, and they start to leave the Church of the Lightning Stone. The Emperor begins to explain that the artistry within the church is much like humanity, that it is only meant to exist in the light, not reside in the darkness, that only when suffocating shadows of religion are gone will it be able to see again its true brilliance.
The second fall of humanity is heralded. Okay. I'm here for it.
Uriah passed through his church as he moved to leave and join the Emperor for whatever fate awaited him. The Emperor all the while telling of how it was that he would create an imperium that would make this church appear like a pauper's hovel in comparison. Uriah transitioned quickly from feelings of regret that his life had been a misguided lie to a renewed sense of self-belief and strength in his faith, even as confused as it had been. Uriah, in this moment, had a realization. One that the Emperor seemed unable to grasp. For the Emperor had made many mistakes through his past and would make many more in the future. The Emperor is not infallible, flawless, or as perfect as the vision he projects to his followers. Perhaps it's the nature of his origin that makes the Emperor seemingly unable to grasp the necessity for religion having a place in the human spirit. Uriah had allowed the warmth and love of his God to fill the emptiness within him when he needed it most. This was what made faith powerful, that it required no proof, only belief. Its power was in that it needed no understanding at all. He would follow the Emperor out into the tempest that his church had kept shut out until now. But as the Emperor stepped outside, the howling gale blew in, extinguishing his candles. As he stepped out into the thrashing rain and darkness, lightning illuminated the hundreds of armoured statues outside the church, the Emperor's warriors. They stepped forward and proceeded to put fire to the church and throw in grenades for good measure. The Emperor watched it burn. Uriah protested, but it was in vain. The Emperor knew exactly what he was doing and exactly what his plans for humanity were. His Imperium had no place whatsoever for gods and spirituality. Uriah argued with the Emperor over his vision for the future, declaring him a madman as the Emperor laid out his plans to conquer the galaxy.
I still don't understand the reasoning. The Emperor came there with these warriors, well content with the idea that they're gonna destroy the church. I mean, why else bring your fucking warriors? But then goes in to actually reason with Oriel. Why? Why is he reasoning with the guy? He could just kill him, right? Sagyozi, how you doing, brother?
The warriors standing in their presence were only the precursors, he explained. The warriors he was forging would be the generals and lead the greatest crusade to every corner of the galaxy. Uriah protested. Didn't you just tell me of the bloody slaughters perpetuated by crusaders? Doesn't that make you no better than the holy men you were telling me about? The difference is, I know I am right, replied the Emperor. Spoken like a true autocrat, came Uriah. Emperor shook his head. You misunderstand, Uriah. I've seen the narrow survival path that is all that stands between humanity and extinction.
That is a great defense. That is a great defense. Like, can you imagine if someone like Hitler came up with the Nuremberg trials and like, dude, what the fuck did you do? You were just this horrible, like, killer and slaughterer and shit. And Hitler just goes, yeah, but the difference is, I know I'm right. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's not a defense. What are you talking about? Like, it is literally the equivalent of trust me, bro. It's like, where are your sources? Trust me, bro. It's like, what the fuck is that? Oh my god. Okay, this is where the Emperor puts on his space fedora and confronts Earth's last priest. Oh yeah, definitely.
This is the way it must begin. This was when Uriah would finally see the truth of the Emperor and tell him that to deny humanity a thing would only make them crave it more so, and if he were successful, to be wary that his followers do not mistake him for a god lest they begin to worship him. Uriah could see through the gold and the blinding light now. This was not a god, for he could see the burning ambition and the white-hot core of violence in the heart of the Emperor. I wish only the best for my people, promised the Emperor. I think you do, but I will not be a part of it, said Uriah. With that, Uriah would turn and walk back into the burning church. He walked straight into the blaze as the flames closed around him. Outside, the warriors watched the church until it collapsed. By morning, only smouldering ruins remained. The Emperor turned away, saying only, "Come, we have a galaxy to conquer." The only
Jesus. Sebi Waves, how you doing, brother? Just like that. Just walk back in. Like, fuck you, bro. You might be the Emperor, but I can walk into a burning church, hold my beer. I can see why the Emperor wanted him on his side. The dude really does seem to, like, believe what he believes, and he's willing to die for his beliefs. He would have made a good ally to the Emperor.
only sound to be heard was the chiming of an old and broken clock.
He walked back into the burning church, Saban.
The small clock in this story I've omitted until the end as it has a specific relevance and really a tale all of its own. Uriah had owned a small bronze clock, described as having a cracked glass face and clean, delicate hands made of gold with inlaid mother of pearl. Its cogs never turned and its pendulums never swung. He'd stolen this in his youth, where he travelled the earth looking for whatever kind of youthful adventure he could come across, and he'd stolen this timepiece from a silver palace in the mountains of Europa. He recalled how as he had fled this palace, the craftsman who curated the many strange timepieces kept there called screaming after him that the clock was counting down to doomsday and would chime when the last days of mankind's existence were at hand. Uriah at the time youthfully laughed off these eccentric craftsmen's bizarre calls and would gift the clock later to his father. But after Uriah returned to their home to find his family essentially destroyed, he retrieved the clock, bringing it to the Church of the Lightning Stone, where it would make no sound since that day. Uriah had always dreaded hearing its chimes, and he would never have to hear it chime again. The chiming of the clock as the Emperor walks away from extinguishing the last church on Earth is meant to herald the doom of mankind. But why? What is its significance? It's clearly symbolic, as the last church is burned to the ground and the last priest on Earth has engaged with the Emperor. Each gave one another the chance to side with each other's presented opinion. Instead, they both choose to go their own separate ways. The Emperor, with his plans for galactic secular domination, the last priest on Earth finally realizing that it is not the existence of a god in the physical sense that is the true power of faith, but having belief is enough, and nothing would make him regret that. This clock, though, appears again in the most unlikely of places. Many years later, Magnus the Red, Primarch of the Thousand Suns, would be overcome with a powerful vision, a vision of things that could never be. Worlds on fire, battlegrounds of Astartes he saw slaughtering each other with blades and fists, landscapes riddled with scars and corruption, battlefields fought at a microscopic level where only bacteria and viruses remained. As he looked through the putrid, nightmarish landscapes, he would find his eyes focus in on something he recognized more clearly, the markings of the Lunar Wolves and Horus Lupercal. He shouted, but they could not hear him. He would see fragmented and mixed visions of friends and foes, blades striking fatal blows, a strange temple with pillars of fire, and a black pool that appeared as dark as oil. A powerful figure broke through the fractured pieces to coalesce. It was Horus. Magnus inspected it more closely. This thing, it was not Horus. "What are you?" demanded Magnus. "You are not my brother." "Not yet, but soon," answered the monster with a maddening grin. "My brother would never unleash this madness. Then you don't know him, for it is happening right now. The pawns of the primordial annihilator are already in motion, setting the traps of pride, vanity and anger to ensnare the egos of the knights required to topple the king." "You lie," said Magnus. "Do I?" laughed Horus. "Horus Lupercal will betray you all. He will set the Imperium ablaze in his quest for power. Nothing will survive. All will become a nuclear cauldron of chaos, from the supermassive heart of the galaxy to the guttering stars in its halo." "Where will this miraculous transformation take place?" asked Magnus, fighting to keep the growing horror from his voice. "On a little moon," giggled the monster, "in the Davin system." "Even if I believe you, why tell me? Because it has already begun. Because I enjoy your torment, and because it's too late to stop this," said Horus. "We'll see about that," promised Magnus.
So he was...
Magnus opened his eye, and the Horus monster...
So before we move too far away from the clock thing, a couple of questions, or maybe wonderings rather. This clock was an artifact made by someone. We don't know who made it. But it is meant to go off at the end of mankind, right? It signals the doom of mankind. It went off when the Emperor destroyed the last church of mankind. That's when it chimed. This would suggest that there is something older and more powerful than the Emperor, because how else could this thing be made? Artifacts of such power, artifacts that can show you the end time, usually are infused with some level of power from something. Something has to power this thing. Something has to have empowered this thing. So, what is that?
The monster was gone. Ahriman and the Terminator guards surrounded him, their faces filled with dread. "My lord," cried Ahriman, "what happened?" Magnus shrugged off any help and climbed to his feet. He could already feel the sands of time moving across the face of the galaxy, and he had a brief, last flash of a vision, of a chiming bronze timepiece with a cracked glass face and mother-of-pearl hands.
So that's the second
The vision of Magnus couldn't be clearer. The meddling form of Horus is very clearly Tzeentch, especially as it is appearing before Magnus the Red. Tzeentch, the meddling god of change, twisting and manipulating. Magnus could not have known the meaning of seeing the chiming ancient clock. It's really just the mischievously twisted playfulness of Tzeentch at work. And questions remain on who the craftsman back on Terra really was and how he foresaw the accuracy of the clock. And
Canny ass, thank you so much, 2 months after. Really appreciate that. 10 months in a row. Thank you, brother. Do you guys think it could have been Tzeentch? I don't think it was Tzeentch that made the clock. It doesn't make sense. Why would he? If Tzeentch could have been Horus in the vision to Magnus, that I'm fully on board with. But not the clock version, because there's no benefit to that.
it's chiming. The two instances are very much connected though. The Emperor himself had a choice. Why did he never warn anyone, not even his prized sons the Primarchs, of the dangers of the spirits, the entities and gods that resided in the warp? His turning away from the Church of the Lightning Stone on Terra as its smouldering remains and all they symbolise were left to ruin was a definitive moment where the Emperor set humanity on a path that rejected totally religion and spirituality and followed only the Emperor's imperial truth. The Emperor had a choice: to bestow his knowledge of the Chaos Gods and the warp to his sons, but forbid them from ever attempting to make any kind of dealings with what inhabited the Immaterium. Now, if he had chosen to do this, you could argue that he would have armed them with the knowledge to know of the manipulating and pervasive nature of chaos and better enable them to avoid its temptations and its corrupting allure. Yet, with that said, has it not been shown time and time again that forbidding anyone in humanity to not open that box that's marked "Do Not Open" is a recipe for disaster? And I believe this was really the position the Emperor found himself in. If he had forbidden his Primarchs from ever exploring and interacting with these beings or explaining to them the true nature of chaos and his plans for humanity, he ran the risk of them being unable to resist the forbidden fruit. It's the oldest tale of humanity, always needing that thing which you can never have. Making something off limits only makes it far more desirable.
I don't quite agree with Luton here, because the whole point of the forbidden fruit is the fact that, so what does God tell Adam and Eve about the tree that stands in the middle of the garden? He says that this is the tree of life and this is the tree of the knowledge of life and death. Whoever eats of this tree shall surely die, right? That's all he tells them. He doesn't give them any insights. Now, it's true that if the Emperor approached this as the Chaos God's really bad, don't fuck with him, of course they're going to be sort of tempted into fucking with him. But if he actually explained it to them, if he actually explained to them exactly what happens and how the chaos operates, they wouldn't have need to go search for it, because they would already have the answers of what the chaos is and what the Chaos Gods are and how they operate, without having a need to go further explore. Of course, if you put a box there and say, "Do not touch," people are going to touch. That's what we are. We like touching things. But if you explained that inside the box there is a giant spider that will eat your fucking face off, and that's why it's in a box, you're probably not going to fucking open the box, right? Because, well, there's a giant spider that's going to eat your fucking face off. If there is, I'm not sure. I'm not fully up to date. Korax knew about chaos when the Emperor first met him. They sat up all night discussing it. Who's Korax, though? Swanky Tiger.
Human nature. So instead, the Emperor opted for his only real alternative: to say nothing and hope for the best. Yet this came with its own problems. The Emperor, via the Imperial Truth, did his best to stave off any kind of dangers that might arise from chaos, yet this was nowhere near enough. Not to mention the fact that, as would later be discovered, the Emperor had not only chosen to selectively impart wisdom to his Primarch sons, but that he had carefully misled and actively deceived them. Under the crushing weight of so many miscalculations on the part of the Emperor, the growing apathy and diminishing sense of...
Divinity, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Sebi, I suppose that could be a problem too. Why is the box still there? But in this instance, the box is there because it can't not be there, right? So this is sort of the explanation of, what am I supposed to do? I can't remove chaos. Chaos is an existing thing, and it's always going to be an existing thing. But now one could probably argue that the Emperor simply ran out of time, because the ultimate idea was for humans to start using the webways, thereby never actually come into contact with chaos. That was the idea. And if the Emperor had a little bit more time, he probably would have been able to finish the webways, and then none of this would ever have happened. There is a difference between the Chaos Gods and the warp and the tree that doesn't need to be there at all. When Luton is talking about telling the Primarchs about chaos, he's talking about during the Great Crusade, the cat was out of the bag. During the heresy, yeah, obviously.
The respect felt by Horus could only lead to one thing:
the Imperial Truth.
The Emperor's vision for humanity was one of progression, forward-thinking rationalism, a return to science and logic. as well as a powerful sense that humanity were the ones who were best placed to take on the role as the most powerful race in the galaxy. The Eldar had their chance and failed. The remaining Xenos were abhorrent savages. As the Emperor began his galactic crusade, he decreed that his imperial truth be brought to all the worlds of mankind, essentially by any means necessary. Peaceful if possible.
MG Tao Shadowrunner, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thupa the Bra, how you doing, bro? Emperor of Mankind, the original Redditor. Yeah, that's probably true. Evans, how you doing, bro? The Conrad Curse, 100% knew about Chaos from the start. Knew about Chaos and knew everything there is to know about Chaos isn't quite the same, though. I still feel like keeping it secret was a bad idea. Because if you keep it secret, you risk exposing your followers, or in this case, your sons, to something that they don't even know exists. So they have no idea why they're not supposed to fuck with it, because they don't even know that they are fucking with it. Until, of course, they fucked with it, and then it's good game.
By force otherwise. The hypocrisy of the Emperor given his self-righteous rantings against religion is blinding. His primary criticisms against religion were that it caused ignorance and horrific bloodshed when humans interpreted things wrongly or with an extreme perception of the teachings from their religion of choice. Yet on so many occasions the Emperor shows almost no regard whatsoever for human life. Far from being a benevolent leader who cares for its human species, because remember, after all, the Space Marine Legions were meant to be a tool to bring about the rise of humanity, not a permanent, ever-present military force that would last for tens of thousands of years. In one sense, the Emperor's grand plans seem to have barely got off the ground before it all came crashing down. Despite his crusade in many ways being a success, the whole vision and mission on behalf of the Emperor in the end was a catastrophic failure. An empire in flames, mass slaughter across so many worlds, return to the darkness of spirituality, persecution, and worst of all, the Emperor in the end.
Thanks for the first time chat, Shadowrunner. The Eldar were actually amiable to working with humans, except for Baal Tan, because they are about as xenophobe as the Imperium. But, I mean, the Emperor hated all of the Xenos races, so I think that explains why he wouldn't work with the Eldar. Not just that, but weren't the Eldar, depraved as fuck? I don't see how he would. First, I don't think the Eldar like humans very much. And then secondly, you're dealing with a bunch of aliens that would sooner capture you and butt fuck you with like 7 dicks than work with you. Yeah, they are a bunch of pubs. I mean, Slanesh literally born because of them, you know. Well, technically, not all Eldar. The craft world said hell no and went their own way. But were they good, actually? Because I don't think even the craft world Eldar, they may have been just a little bit less depraved than the Dark Eldar, but probably still quite fucking depraved, right? Okay, good as in the innocence of a 2-year-old child. I don't think so. Then again, I don't think there's anyone in this galaxy that's got that level of innocence.
And left humanity in a position arguably little better off than when he had begun. It's clear to all the Emperor is no ordinary man. Exactly what the Emperor is and just how much power and knowledge he had is always something of a grey area. We know that the Emperor is and was a perpetual, and this has been established in one way or another since the very beginning of Warhammer 40,000. And it's fairly obvious though when you think about the fact that he's existed since the earliest times, no matter which origin story you subscribe to. And I am far more open to the shaman sacrifice origin than I had been. However, I still do like the idea that the Emperor is somehow a creation of some final old one. But full disclosure, there is basically zero evidence for that. It's simply a fun thought out loud of mine. Questionable as well if a single old one could create such a powerful being whilst on the run. The shaman sacrifice, though, works equally well if you get into the details of it. Really, though, the heart of the matter is that the Emperor is an immensely powerful.
That is still assuming that the Old Ones are the only beings of power. If the Old Ones and the Catan were at war with one another, and the Catan obviously won that war, then it would suggest that something created the Old Ones and the Catan. Because if the Old Ones were, in fact, the gods of gods, right, there would be nothing equal to them. The fact that there are beings similar to the Old Ones suggests that there must be beings even above the Old Ones that created the Old Ones and created the Catan for whatever sense and purpose. There must always be a singular higher up force, so something that is, this is the first one, the Alpha, the Omega, the one that started. So it could very easily have been that thing or things that created the Emperor, you know?
Powerful individual, brand new information. Where we come to the unclear and hazy aspect is just how is he a perpetual compared to others, say Vulcan Primarch of the Salamanders? And this is where we risk going off into pretty heavy tangents that deals with the area of the Emperor's dealings with the Chaos Gods and his acquisition of knowledge to create the Primarchs. The long and short of it is that I do not believe the Emperor to be a perpetual in a sense of how it is often described. The perpetuals are just kind of magical entities who somehow come back to life and are basically immortal.
I mean, they don't have to be of equal power. You could absolutely have your children defeat the parents. That's not the problem. But the Titans, the Olympians killed the Titans, okay? This is true. But the Olympians were on their own power level. The Titans didn't create multiple versions of their own power levels, and the Titans were on their own power level. Right? The Olympians were smart and used the weaknesses of the Titans against them to bring them low. But there wasn't something above the Titans even, right? The Titans were the highest that you could go, then the Olympians conquered them. There's no evidence in the story that the Catan and the Old Ones were like one created the other. It's just that both exist. So something must have created them. Right? They should have been something must have created these two beings, the god level beings, as it were. Kratos defeated the Olympians again with a lot of help. Let's just say that. The Royal Fantasy lore. Olympians also use those giants with hundreds of arms too. Catan call themselves the faith of the universe. But the Catan are like galaxy eaters or planet eaters, right? Yeah, what I'm talking about here, by the way, is just pure speculation with literally zero evidence. It's basically looking at, so I'm sort of looking at retroactively looking up. Right? That's basically what I'm doing here. So I'm sort of going, right, looking at the universe that exists right now, something must exist higher up, another thing existing higher up, because that's how everything is right now. There's a thing, and then there's always something more powerful than that thing. So this would suggest that if you have Catan and you have the Old Ones, there must be something above those things. Because that's the way everything else works. And since it's not an individual thing, so if it was just the Old Ones and the Old Ones started a civil war against themselves that ultimately led to their destruction, one could say that the Old Ones is as high as the hierarchy go. But that's not the case. It's the Old Ones and the Catan, so it seems like the hierarchy definitely, the pyramid is incomplete. So there's more layers to this pyramid. And especially now with the Tau being introduced and the Tau being a new creation and serving gods that we don't even know about, there's a good chance that Games Workshop is about to introduce more lore about things like that, I think, at least. The Ascians. Yeah, pretty much. But the Ascians, again, serve not Hydaelyn, the other one, right? So they also serve a god of some kind.
If anything, the descriptions often touted for perpetuals are extremely vague, misleading with very little reference, and this also ties into the very notion of the primordial truth. The original explanation for the Emperor following this shaman account was that the warp was a peaceful and calm realm, a mirror of our material space that existed on another plane of existence. It was a neutral and peaceful life stream of spiritual energy. In the early days of mankind, the warp and the creatures within it had not come to any positions of power. Remembering that the warp itself functions not through some sense of religious worship, but simply by being filled with the natural psychic resonant forces, at this time by more passive plants and animals. The activities of others in the galaxy would undoubtedly have begun to fill the warp with more and more troubling energies, but it was with the ever-growing souls of mankind and their obsessive, guilt-ridden negative energies where the warp really began to fill. On Earth, the primitive humans had developed a relationship with the warp that they did not initially understand, but over time would begin to realize how to use it. Those who understood this best were tribal shamans who could tap into the warp and use its energy to help heal and provide for their tribes. You could also be reborn from the warp and carried forward into new human vessels, and in many ways you can see how these shamans were indeed the first.
I never said that the Tau were created by old ones. I said that the Tau is a fairly new race that must have been created by something. So we have the Catan, which is on some power level. We have the old ones that is on some power level. Let's, for argument's sake, say that the Tau or the Catan and the old ones are on a similar power level. Similar being one can still be more powerful than the other, but in terms of where they would rank, they would both be, say, S, right? So not S plus, but S tier. And wherever on the S tier layer you want to put these two. The Tau now being a newly created race suggests that there must be something that created them, especially considering the fact that they are technologically incredibly advanced for their for their age. All the other races have been around for much longer before they became that advanced. They seem to already be advanced. So they must have been some kind of weapon introduced very quickly, right? As a way for whoever created them to sort of balance the scales of power, perhaps, in the universe. I don't know. Evolution is weird. Of course, it can be evolution, but evolution tends to be a very slow process. Unless, of course, Games Workshop goes, due to where they were situated in the galaxy, evolution took a faster turn. But if you're going to go evolution, they can't be a new race then, right?
Perpetuals, because they never truly died, they would be reincarnated. And this is depending on how strict you want to be with your definitions.
But Ozzy, I would reject that right off the bat. I would reject that. Just because war doesn't actually slow things down. Now, in the case of the Imperium of Man, war definitely slows them down, but only because they reject any and all new technologies. They refuse to do any scientific research outside of the things that they already know and the things that they might know eventually. They will not fuck with anything else because that would be heresy. So it does slow them down. But in general, war speeds things up, does not slow things down. In fact, every single time humanity has ever had a war, our technological advancements tend to get fucking pushed way fast into the future.
However, as mankind grew and the disturbances in the warp became more powerful and more aggressive, and this was before even the Chaos Gods,
Now that's an interesting take, Mr. Demuria. How you doing, brother? Their system was engulfed in a warp storm. That could absolutely speed up their... Because, so I just started playing... Gothic, Battlefleet Gothic Armada 2. And in that, there's what's his name? One of the general that was trapped inside the warp. They spent so much time in the warp, and then they say the year is this. We've spent 800 years in the warp, sir. Admiral Spire, that's the one. So clearly time in the warp is weird, which means if their world was trapped inside the warp, there's a good chance that they could have gone, they could have spent millions of years inside the warp with not that much time passing in the real world. If, of course, the warp does actually change the way time functions. So that I can actually read. That's an interesting theory. How did you like to take charge? Dude, I want one of those. Like, that thing is fucking massive. Although I did sacrifice one of my own ships against it. I didn't know that it destroys your own ships too, so I sent my flagship in, and it got fucking wrecked by the phalanx. We were doing it on stream earlier today. Literally at the start of stream, we were playing the prologue to Battlefleet Gothic Armada 2.
Shamans began to discover that they were unable to be so easily renewed by reincarnation. The warp was unstable, it was becoming just more challenging, and sometimes spirits would be lost. Fearing that as time would pass this would herald the end of their kind, they decided after many years of discussion to en masse commit suicide, and as they did so, their kind would be gone forever from the earth, yet they would be reborn as one individual, the Emperor of Man. He would not only bear the combined powers of the many thousands of psychically attuned shamans, but also begin to remember their wealth of group knowledge. He remembered that in his rebirth he was imbued with their collective strength so that he might live forever, never again having to return to the warp, which would in the days of the future prove to be far too hostile and too dangerous to allow him to be reincarnated were he ever to die. This original understanding for me is one reason why the concept of killing the Emperor so he can be reborn is a fundamentally terrible idea, but that should probably remain a separate discussion. For us though, the important information from this version of Earth's ancient history is the idea of the Emperor as a perpetual, that this was gifted.
I actually believe that the Emperor has already been reborn inside the warp. That the fact that they keep his body alive is basically anchoring him to the humans, but he's already been reborn. If they let this body die, the Emperor would literally be able to come back immediately. But because his body is still there, he's now just tied to this throne, but already in the warp doing his thing. Was there over here?
To him by the collective reincarnation of the shamans of Old Earth. Now remembering this, we return to the Emperor standing in the Church of the Lightning Stone. From his own perspective as a perpetual, he cannot fathom the importance or the need some humans have for faith, nor does he subscribe to the concept of the primordial truth, a truth that at this point he surely well knows. The Emperor is not a god in the sense of a god being all-knowing and all-seeing. He is an astonishingly powerful individual to be sure, but he makes a catalogue of misjudgments. He also proclaims to be working for the betterment of humanity as he describes to Uriah outside the Church of the Lightning Stone. The Emperor looked down at him and said, "Some things are best left forgotten." "Then I hope you've foreseen the consequences of a world bereft of religion," said Uriah. "I have," replied the Emperor. "It is my dream. An imperium of man that exists without recourse to gods, a united galaxy with terror at its heart." "A united galaxy?" said Uriah, averting his gaze from his blazing church as he finally grasped the scale of the Emperor's ambition. Indeed, now that unity has been achieved on Terra, it is time to reclaim humanity's lost empire.
Civilized Death World. This is Luna, this is the moon. What the fuck is a Death World? Artifact 9, Kappa, MU, okay. Gas mining world. Damn near uninhabitable. So the moon was fucked to the point where no one can live there. But how? The moon is so close to Earth considering everything else. What happened on the moon? Is there lore about what happened on the moon, or is it basically just touted as a death world and that's the end of the discussion? It got fucked up during the heresy. Shit. A death world is a world you can't inhabit because every living thing can kill you, or the atmosphere is so fucked up.
Among the stars. With you at its head, I presume, said Uriah. Of course, nothing of such grand scale can be achieved without a singular vision at its heart, least of all the reconquest of the galaxy. You are a madman, said Uriah. Uriah knew he wanted nothing to do with anything this man had to offer, no matter how noble or lofty his ambitions may be. "I hope in the name of all that is holy, you're right," said Uriah, "but I dread the future you're forging for humanity." And as we heard before, the Emperor replied, "I wish only the best for my people." "I think you do, but I'll be no part of it," said Uriah. There's a large part of wisdom on behalf of Uriah in his final conversation with the Emperor. The Emperor also reveals himself to be a hypocrite, and far from wishing the best for his people, he's singularly focused on executing his vision for humanity by any means and any cost necessary. Even if that means the slaughter of innocents, then so be it. However, it appears that Uriah's words may have resonated with the Emperor somewhat, because for as much as the Emperor had declared that his Imperium would operate from a secular position of science, logic and reasoning, there was a strong sense of practices that ran through the Imperium that had more than a flavour of spirituality to them. The terrifyingly powerful presence of his warriors on many worlds were enough to make its inhabitants be awed into thinking they were being visited by some powerful spirits or holy figures. Of course, the iterators would arrive to tell them about the imperial truth and how they needed to follow a secular order, but as much as this was true, it still required a sense of faith. Maybe not faith in the spiritual sense, but faith in the Emperor. And this is really where you get into the muddy territory of...
It was basically creating a narrative. So, yeah, the Emperor created the narrative of religion without the religious part, right? So you take the belief in God, but you keep everything else. You keep the narratives, the stories, the ideas, the symbols. That's what he did. He created symbols. This is why the Space Knights are also called angels. I think it's the Space... not the Knights. The Space Marines are called the Angels of the Emperor. Or at least they view them as such. Or is it the Inquisitors that's called the Angels? No, yeah, it is the... And then the Inquisitors, for example, you almost never see them, right? If you do see them, you know, big shit's going down. So there's definitely the imagery of religion that the Emperor used to codify his rule. Even though they weren't allowed to worship it, all the makings of religion was already there.
Of defining faith or defining gods and defining spirituality. Where are the lines drawn?
Who the fuck is that?
Is unquestioning faith in your leader.
Was that Horus? No way was that Horus. That can't... Is that? That big? This picture isn't to scale, is it? Who the hell is this thing? Oh, the judge, jury, and executioners. Just a... Chaos Marine. The Zogar is a demon Primarch, I think. Wait, so the demon Primarchs are huge.
Faith or defining gods and defining spirituality. Where are the lines drawn? Is unquestioning faith in your leader significantly different than unquestioning faith in your god? The Emperor, it seems, knew that he could never fully extinguish the desire for humanity to be awed by things that they did not understand, that they had a need to place their faith in beings beyond their comprehension, and through the belief of the imperial truth, preaching it as a priest conducts a sermon, the Emperor managed to turn his truth into a faith. And just as Uriah had predicted, it was not long before the Emperor's arguably mixed messaging on imposing a secular rule, yet simultaneously himself appearing as a glowing light of golden godlike purity with a shimmering halo and unbelievable power, it doesn't take a genius to realise that quite quickly some of the faithful are going to be more faithful than others. And yet again the Emperor, for all of his apparent foresight and power, could not foresee his own Astartes, first some of them worshipping him, and then slowly sliding into betrayal and finally outright rebellion.
The real imperial truth, okay?
The real imperial truth is that the Emperor's war on religion was not singularly about moving humanity from the darkness into the light. The Emperor surely knew that humanity would face as yet unseen horrors. He had at the very least some awareness of these things from his encounters with the Void Dragon, and he knew very much about the gods of chaos. His suppression of religion seems in part on the same track as his ban on any AI development. He knew that the consequences for allowing either could be potentially catastrophic. And it's worth just highlighting something I see far too often incorrectly described. The Emperor didn't oppose religion because he thought that somehow this would diminish the powers of chaos. Why would it? For starters, chaos doesn't work like that. The warp doesn't work like that. The warp is a realm of resonating spiritual energy that mirrors real space, the materium, the warp being the immaterium. So praying to your gods is not going to have some direct, huge effect, and so neither would be removing that. What the warp thrives on and is fueled by is human emotions, ambitions, and desires. This is why on Chaos ships you don't have huge prayer chambers. You might instead find humans or screaming, lashed astropaths to the foul interior walls of their ships, carving demonic runes into their flesh, branding them, cutting them, and allowing their psychic energy and souls to be consumed, their emotions pouring into the immaterium, until their bodies are disintegrating, riddled with black stinking cancers and foul liquids pouring from their orifices.
Jesus, dude.
When it comes to interacting with the warp, it's very much a case of actions speak louder than words. And if that means flaying the skin off of so many humans that are captured onto your ship until the deck is literally awash with blood and your entire room is strung up with skins lashed all around the place, then that's exactly what you're going to do if you want to be able to communicate with your demon spirit in the warp. And that is, by the way, an actual example.
Jesus.
The Emperor sought to eradicate religion and spiritual superstition because he feared what he already knew, that the forces of chaos lay waiting out among the stars. This is why his arguments to Uriah were so hollow. He had little in the way of sincerity for his specious beliefs. The Emperor knew from his own experience what awaited humanity, and a society open to the concepts of religion and spiritual beings would be far more easily tempted than one who operated from a position of logic and reasoning. Cults and religious sects could empower the beings of the Immaterium not through their worship, but by their associated actions. And a society open to worship could easily be manipulated into worshipping a cult or organised religion that was not openly worshipping one of the gods of chaos. It may not have even been aware that it was, but this is how chaos operates: manipulation and half-truths. The Emperor had...
Dude, you can't win against chaos. Like, because everything you do can feed chaos without you even knowing that it feeds chaos. The chaos gods, if it was simple and the chaos gods got their power through worship, this is something you can fight. This is something that you can do stuff to stop it. But chaos is just whatever. Basically, chaos is that, you guys know that fucking a while ago, like a few years ago, there was this, what was it called again? It was this movement that believe that everything you put out into the world will come back to you. It's like ripple effects, the promise or the belief or some bullshit like that. Someone wrote a book where they sort of discussed this. That's effectively what the chaos is. Because everything you do will flow into the warp. It will flow into chaos. So even now, what the Imperium is doing, what the Imperium of Man is doing, all of that emotions, all of that suffering is flowing straight into chaos. All of the war is flowing straight into chaos. So chaos is just always going to win. No matter what you do, chaos is always going to get stronger.
Two choices before him, the path of the light and the path of the dark. No matter his agreements in principle with the gods of chaos, he had chosen the path of light for humanity, and he did not want to end up in a situation where his imperial truth could be surreptitiously replaced by the primordial truth. The terrors of the past had grown in the shadow of superstition and false belief. If the human future was to survive its rebirth, it could not tolerate the delusions of the past. The arguably greatest deception the Emperor ever imposed on humanity was the imperial truth. The truth that was, of course, in fact, a lie.
The imperial lie and the primordial truth.
The Emperor knew this was all a lie. He had known this since before the unification, from before the Age of Strife, before the fall of mankind during the Dark Age of technology. The lie being that the spirits, gods, entities, call them whatever you will, but do not deny their existence beyond our realm of perception. It is simply enough, after all, to believe. Some would have it that the imperial truth was never a lie. Mock these fools. Shun them. For they would entangle themselves and yourself in blinkered fallacious arguments and word-splitting games until you both were drowning in self-consuming ignorance, dragged down under the weight of their self-imposed obfuscation. These architects of confusion are to be dismissed and ignored.
Just don't take care of
The
yourself,
primordial
brother.
truth was simple and clear. The realm of humanity at one time would have called it hell, or the underworld. It was creation's shadow. It was the layer behind the stars. It was chaos, and it was real. To accept the primordial truth is to live in harmonic union with the powers of chaos. It is to accept reality, to embrace power over terror. Without the gods, humanity will die, piece by piece, under the predation of aliens that lay claim to the galaxy. Those who remain will die as the Eldar died, in agony, unable to see the primordial truth before their very eyes. This is fate. It is written in the stars.
Fucking heresy. Like 100%
I feel it's
heresy.
worth reminding everyone at this point that the Emperor, if we're using people's preferred shaman analogy for his inception, was originally produced out of a fear that the warp would become dramatically more hostile, which it ultimately would. That without the shaman's intervention, the human race would be consumed by the spiritual psychic creatures of the warp. Given the origins, it's not surprising that the Emperor would choose the path of light for humanity, as opposed to the path of darkness. At the same time, this image of him as a benevolent protector seems fundamentally misplaced. The Emperor is ruthless, and more than willing to achieve his plans by whatever means.
Alright, middle fan from hell, if you guys are so inclined, you're welcome to write fuck Erebus in chat right now, if you truly dislike the man.
Entirely fallible individual as well. Those worshippers of the Emperor, the most loyal and the most faithful, would have you believe that everything that comes to pass is part of the Emperor's grand plan, or at the very least workable around his long-term intentions.
This seems more sexual than I think it should be. Also a little impractical. Whoever the fuck is sitting in the Emperor's lap there is about to get his fucking hips rearranged. If everything is to scale, this man is in for what can only be described as a very interesting evening. Fuck Erebus for killing Argyltal. Sister of Battle is tripping.
It's difficult to see how that can be true. If anything, the Emperor's persistent declarations that he was just a man, despite all of the evidence of his great powers, seems significant.
Well, her hips aren't safe either. I know women have the ability to push babies out there, but did you see the size of the fucking Emperor there? Dude, there's no way. That's the equivalent of pushing like 4 babies out of you at the same time. No woman can survive that.
Significantly disingenuous. Yet one feature of him seems certainly true when it comes to assertions, that being his judgment. The Emperor displayed an arrogance that has perhaps always been present in him since his birth, assuming that he could triumph permanently over the gods of the Chaos realm. The Emperor knew of the primordial truth from the very beginning. He had already visited the gods of Chaos millennia before his unification wars and had begun enforcing his declaration that all his followers obey the imperial truth. Some would say that this was part of the Emperor's grand plan, or that he had some miraculous plan of ascension for humanity. Maybe that he planned in the fullness of time to either starve, destroy, or permanently protect humanity from the gods of the warp. Anything is possible, and we currently have nowhere near enough information to make that determination. But anyone who would at this point put their unquestioning faith in the Emperor should seriously take some time to re-examine the facts of the matter.
Wow. Luton engaging in some massive fucking heresy here. Like, this entire video is just an anti-Emperor fucking propaganda piece.
The Emperor operates from a position of just taking whatever action is necessary. Unfortunately, sometimes that means getting your hands dirty, the end justifying the means and so forth. Desperate times call for desperate measures. But does the desperation of humanity warrant the casual slaughter of so many innocents? Humanity never asked for the Emperor. They were subjected to his campaigns of brutal violence, subjugated. Any resistance to the Emperor's order was met with sickening violence. During the Crusades, the Emperor saw much success and many resolutions without a shot being fired, but there were plenty more where this was not the case, and if the Emperor's abhorrent war crimes on terror were anything to go by, it was no small misstep. I've often heard it said that the situation that occurred with the Interrex was not one of the Emperor's making, yet I ask myself, wasn't it? The Interrex, one of the few empires of humanity to survive the Age of Strife, seemingly intact and in an advanced state of technology, its warriors wearing similar armour to Astartes and proving more than just a challenge for multiple legions. They had working STC systems. They should have been a bounty and a prize for not just the Emperor, but for humanity. In another time, the Interrex could have potentially been far superior saviours of humanity. They already seemed to have an established rational order of logic and science and reasoning about their culture. The Emperor's forces in the Crusades, when you really look at it, not so much. Perhaps if they had had some way to know what was coming their way, they could have been more adequately prepared and mounted.
How do you mean it's not the Interrex? Isn't the Interrex the group that they came to a planet that was completely and utterly intact, that basically never got touched by the warp storms and stuff? Isn't that called the Interrex? Who is this thing that he's talking about? He clarifies in it. Okay, wait, let me see. Amain had it in my head. It was the Interrex, but it was in fact the Oretian technocracy. Sorry for that mix-up. Right then, we return to the story of the Emperor. I was just leaving now. All right, so it was called the Oretian technocracy. Why did they go to war with whoever the fuck those guys are?
Their own crusade, even becoming more successful than the Emperor's forces. It's unlikely, but it's just worth remembering that the Interrex were there and they were doing just fine. They didn't ask for or want to be part of the Imperium or the Imperial Truth. Horus already turning away from the Emperor instigated the war with the Interrex, and it's not entirely without the influence of chaos that things ended up how they did. But again, Horus turning away from the light does not leave the Emperor blameless. Given what we know now, it seems the Emperor simply made a terrible miscalculation in not bestowing his Primarchs with the truth of the events that had taken place up to the point of his crusade. Now you can perhaps understand the Emperor's desire to reduce and outlaw religion so as to not give the Chaos Gods an easy win by laying open the likelihood of some forms of worship and the associated acts that would strengthen them in the warp. It's even understandable that the Emperor simply wanted a path.
Said, we're good on our own, could you let us vibe? And the Emperor said, yeah, now die. But it seems like Horus is the one that attacked him. So could it be that Horus attacked him because he knew that should the Emperor's forces find them, the Emperor's forces would be strengthened? And he didn't want the Emperor to have access to that power? Because at that point, Horus was already being corrupted. Now, was this before Horus saw the vision of the destitute nature of the Imperium of Man and the Emperor being worshipped as a god? Or was this after? Great Crusade era, pre-heresy? Yeah, but at this point, Horus was already being corrupted, slowly but surely. At least according to Luton. Chaos Sword and the Interrex went, what the fuck, die? This was before his fall. So he wouldn't have seen the vision yet. It was just, the groundwork was already being laid. It was just not really, the penultimate moment hasn't happened yet. Okay.
Away from this kind of superstition and to try to get back to the way things were for humanity during the Golden Age. The Emperor wants to return mankind to its place of power, its zenith of understanding and rationalism. In his efforts to achieve this, it's entirely possible that he was just trying to get there too quickly and taking shortcuts to achieve what he could have done with a longer, more steady conquest. And there may have been in actuality no perfect solution to all of this. The Emperor was doing the best he could under impossibly difficult circumstances.
Actually, you know what's the one moment in the entire history of Warhammer 40k that basically fucks the Imperium of Man in the ass? It's when the Emperor returned to Terra and left the Chaos Marines. Because according to the lore there, the Chaos Marine, not the Primarchs, the Primarchs felt abandoned. They couldn't understand why the Emperor would just leave them, what they had done wrong, because he didn't tell them anything, he just left. And that's what opened the gate. Even just a little, but it did open the gate, and slowly chaos could seep in
And something I've often heard as well is if the Emperor survived through the Golden Age and had these genetic laboratories and so on, why did he not keep an STC or two to boost humanity back to the Golden Age? This is a very good question, because from how STCs are portrayed, it certainly would have been a quick fix for regaining the lost technology and bringing humanity back from the edge of annihilation. Why the Emperor seemingly did not have any kind of complete STC stored away or in his possession is of course unknowable for us, but we could make a few speculations. As I discussed before in my previous narrative about STCs, despite them being portrayed as the Holy Grail, perhaps in actuality STCs are just not all they're cracked up to be. It seems beyond strange that if they were these holy grails of all human knowledge, that the Emperor would not have thought to himself, I'd better get myself one of these, just in case. Now another possibility, maybe they were rarer than descriptions would have us believe. The war with the Men of Iron, from what we've learned, doesn't sound as if it just exploded overnight. So if things were turning bad again, you might imagine the Emperor would see the writing was on the wall and secure an STC. The other rationale could be that, as I've said, the Emperor is far more capable of making mistakes, and his ability to foresee the future is nowhere near as powerful as we're led to believe. Or perhaps he does get very clear visions, but only of very specific events. This is often used as a crutch to explain away the whole heresy and the Horus battle with the Emperor was all part of his master plans. So if you are to assume he knew all, he would have known Horus would betray him and allow events to play out as they did, perhaps for some greater purpose we are yet to see. We could assume that perhaps
What's more possible, if I just sort of use my limited knowledge here, what's more possible is that what's the Emperor's main goal? It's to fight chaos, right? That's like his main thing. He does a whole bunch of other things. He also hates aliens and shit. But, you know, in between his casual racism and bigotry, the main opponent for him is that of chaos. It's that of the warp. So what if the Emperor, instead of being a god, is actually a being created by whatever is the opposite of the Chaos Gods? So an entity that exists in a separate plane that isn't the warp, but isn't the reality either. It's not the material, it's not the immaterial. It's actually a different entity that have not been introduced yet. Because that would explain why the Emperor is godlike, but not quite a god. He makes mistakes, he does the wrong thing. This is very similar to, for example, if you look at the Olympians, they made a lot of mistakes. The Olympians weren't all-knowing because they were the children of gods. But they weren't, like, they were gods, right? They were on the level of gods, but they did a lot of fucked up things. They made a lot of mistakes that led to a lot of heartache and misery for their own people as well as for others around it, because they weren't perfect, right? They weren't gods in the alpha omega sense of things. So that could explain why the Emperor is fallible, because yes, he has powers of a god, and in some ways he can see the future, and in some ways he has visions of what is to come. But his ultimate role is to turn humanity into a weapon that can attack the warp, that can take down the Chaos Gods. And he only got shown enough to put that into motion, but not enough to know how to cover himself on every single flank, which then also explains the arrogance that he has about stuff. Why he's so arrogant, because anyone that is all-knowing wouldn't be arrogant. You just wouldn't have to be, right? Arrogance usually comes from a much more human emotion. And if the Emperor was a god, he wouldn't have those emotions. Anger would not prompt him because, again, he would be a god. So I don't know, maybe. That just makes sense to me, that he may be an agent of some other force, maybe a force of order, So if you have chaos on the one side, maybe you have order on the other side. And order created this being to try and stop chaos. Because I'm sort of, let me give you guys where I come from with this. A few videos back, people told me that in the beginning, chaos wasn't anywhere near what it is now. So if you go back to the very start of things, chaos wasn't anywhere near as chaotic. like almost all of the Chaos Gods have an origin in something that happened. So the warp wasn't necessarily always chaos, as it were. The warp became chaos thanks to creatures like the Dark Eldar, and maybe even creatures that came before it. But the warp may not have always been a place of chaos. It may have been a place of just the Immaterium. And when it became a place of chaos, you now had these realms of order that needs to reestablish balance. And so they created this being, the Emperor, that was supposed to reestablish that balance, take away the chaos aspect, and turn the warp into the warp again, like what it was supposed to be. It looks like once a god is buffed, he will ascend soon. You think so? What makes you think he will? Evan, once you learn about it, you'll understand how the warp became as chaotic as it is now. Isn't the war... No, the war in the heavens isn't... No, it is the Eldar story, isn't it? I don't know.
The Chaos Gods extended their powers to blind or to cover things from the Emperor. We know that very powerful psychic manipulation is possible to hide the truth of things. It's been used on many occasions by both loyalists and traitors, hiding ships, fleets, entire moons.
Yeah, okay, so if it's the realm of souls, like it used to be, and then you had this war in the heavens that we haven't watched yet, but we probably will, that suggests that if the warp is where souls go to die, there must be a place where souls start. There has to be. The universe is filled with counterbalancing measures. Where there's life, there's death. And these two are opposite ends of each other, meant to keep each other in balance. Every action has a reaction. So if you have a place where souls go to die, you must almost certainly have a place where souls are birthed. You know, that has to happen. So it is possible that wherever souls are birthed, they're the ones who created the Emperor as a way of trying to stop chaos from getting out of control as much as it obviously has, right?
Some consider that the Emperor is far more powerful than any can imagine, that all of his actions are according to a grand plan that he's forged over millennia, and that he will still lead humanity to the light out of the darkness, that he will bring the reascension of mankind. How this would be achieved, however, remains entirely unclear. Some speculate that his plan was to lead all of mankind into the webway, out of the grasp of chaos, yet this is more than off the table after it was breached and the war in the webway fought, with it finally being sealed as the Emperor is permanently interred on the Golden Throne. If all I have said has not convinced you, then perhaps the Emperor himself will have to speak for me, because when all is said and done, the Emperor could see he had failed humanity. He even admitted it. It's why he was forced to create the Order of the Grey Knights and the Inquisition, and the Emperor described the Grey Knights thusly: one unbreakable shield against the coming darkness, one last blade forged in defiance of fate. Let them be my legacy to the galaxy I conquered, and my final gift to the species. Said and done, the Emperor... Some speculate that his plan was to lead all of mankind into the webway, out of the grasp of chaos, yet this is more than off the table after it was breached and the war in the webway fought, with it finally being sealed as the Emperor is permanently interred on the Golden Throne. If all I have said has not convinced you, then perhaps the Emperor himself will have to speak for me, because when all is said and done, the Emperor could see he had failed humanity. He even admitted it. It's why he was forced to create the Order of the Grey Knights and the Inquisition, and the Emperor described the Grey Knights thusly: one unbreakable shield against the coming darkness, one last blade forged in defiance of fate. Let them be my legacy to the galaxy I conquered, and my final gift to the species I failed. Now, the words of the Emperor here always strike me as especially troubling. It's not his admission of failure that bothers me, it's the words forged in defiance of fate. This suggests that the Emperor seemingly knew that this was destined to pass, that it was inevitable. Perhaps he could see all that was to come after all. He could see what was coming, yet was unable to alter the path, ultimately resigning himself to admitting failure. He had tried to alter humanity's fate, but failed, which returns us once again to chaotic demons speaking the primordial truth, the inescapable truth. The Eldar failed when their test came, but humanity still had the choice to make. That humanity needed to open itself to chaos, as much as chaos needed the more powerfully resonating souls of humanity to fuel it in the Immaterium. The Emperor had already spoken about how dangerously narrow the path of humanity was when he spoke with Uriah, the Church of the Lightning Stone, in their final words. Didn't you just tell me of the bloody slaughters perpetuated by crusaders? Said Urya. Doesn't that make you know better than the holy men you were telling me about? The difference is, I know I am right, said the Emperor. Spoken like a true autocrat, the Emperor shook his head. You misunderstand, Urya. I've seen the narrow survival path that is all that stands between humanity and extinction, and this is the way it must begin. It certainly seems that before his legions of Astarte,
Perhaps he did save humanity. So you have a choice in this universe. The reason the Emperor failed is because from the beginning, Chaos was very much aware of what he was doing. Like, Chaos knew that he was busy building this empire, and Chaos would work actively to try and stop him. Chaos can, because Chaos isn't limited. It's not limited by time, it's not limited by resources. Chaos effectively is just filled with everything that it needs. So you would always fail. But if religion kept going, right, and humanity kept flourishing in the way that it had, it isn't inconceivable that humanity would eventually follow the same path as the Eldar. You've all heard that age-old story of good men create good times create bad men create bad times, and bad times create good men, right? That whole sort of cycle. So if everything is going well and humanity is in this golden age of just everything is amazing and great, there would be an eventuality where humans would become sort of more and more depraved, and would start indulging in the excesses of the flesh, which would feed into the Chaos Gods. Whereas this version of humanity, while yes, everything they do does feed into the warp, due to how hard humanity has to fight purely for its own survival, due to the fact that humanity can't even begin to entertain gifts of the flesh or urges of the flesh, because life is a constant struggle. There's no time or no opportunity for chaos to truly corrupt, right? Because these people are so steadfast in their beliefs. And the Grey Knights and the Inquisitors were created to stamp out any faction within humanity that still, during all these hard times, should fall to sort of the abundance of the flesh, right? Would an excess in rationalism create a chaos god of rationalism, though? Not necessarily, because the current Imperium of Man isn't rationalist. The Emperor have effectively created an entire species that, due to their beliefs and due to how they live, is recreating him as a chaos god. Their emotions, their beliefs, their entire existence, the fact that they kill in his name, that they conquer in his name, that they defend in his name, he is effectively making himself into a chaos god. So perhaps that was always the plan. Perhaps he knew that this was the only way. So the Emperor is really playing like this 9D fucking chess long game, right? Where this was the only way. Any other way would have been flawed. I don't know. There's some of you that probably know the lore a hell of a lot better than me that will say, no, that's not really possible. But to me, that kind of makes sense.
Astartes had even been completed, or his Primarchs, the Emperor knew that the path they were walking was an extremely narrow one, which had a very limited chance of success. His final acts, much like his other decisions, seemed to be that of a man making the best choices he could given the cards he was holding at the time, trying his best to put right what once went wrong. The primordial truth, though, is a troubling issue. In one sense, it's the simple admission that the Chaos Gods and their realm exist.
Master Jarl, I don't think that matters. If the Emperor is a perpetual and his very creation from the beginning is this anti-chaos, he has laid the groundwork for his creation as a chaos god to ultimately kill the chaos gods. So it doesn't matter how his people perceive him or how his people worship him or what they're putting into the warp for him, because he is not fully dead. He exists between warp and reality. So it's him that's going to end up within the warp. And from there, he is going to conquer basically the realms of chaos.
I personally feel
I don't know,
it runs
Samurai?
much deeper than that. The impression I have had from the demons who have mentioned it is that it's much more than just an admission of existence. It's about humanity being open to accepting what the Eldar could not, that we cannot exist or survive without its help, that like it or not, the destiny of mankind and the Immaterium are inexorably linked. It's a symbiotic relationship that began at the dawn of man. Perhaps the Emperor could foresee the end times through his immense psychic power, and what he saw he could not accept. It set him inevitably on a path to save humanity from the darkness. As he described it, humanity was never meant for darkness. Only in the light can it achieve its full potential. When the suffocating shadows of a religion that teaches us not to question is gone from this world, we will see its true brilliance. In these words, I think we can
Think about it. The Emperor outlaws all religion. He creates this empire of rationalism, but keeps with it artifacts of faith. Keeps with it instances of faith. He creates beings that become symbolisms of or symbols of faith without the faith part, right? And then upon his fall, all of this connects back to him. He becomes the very thing that they worship. Now, if you were a being of immeasurable power and the ability to see the future, at least in part, that's how it has to happen. It explains everything. It explains why he never told Horus and the other Primarchs about the chaos, because he knew in order for him to ultimately become the being that humans would worship as a god, Horus's heresy had to have happened. There was no other way. If Horus didn't turn against humans for the warp, Horus wouldn't kill him, he wouldn't go to the throne, and he wouldn't become a god, in essence, right? Ischilus, take care of yourself, brother. Thanks so much for hanging out. Poor Tutatis, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first one chat, really appreciate that. How's it going? I finally catch one of your streams. Great content, dude. I'm really enjoying your 40k journey. Thank you so much for being here, bro. Very happy to have you here. It all makes sense. Because we keep thinking to ourselves, we keep asking, why didn't he just tell the Primarchs what he was doing? Why did he do this? Why did he do that? But if you think that all of this was part of the plan, this had to happen, otherwise he would not become a Chaos God, otherwise he would not be able to take the war to the Chaos God specifically. If you view it that way, then everything slots into place and you would probably do those things as well. Your idea is good, but I do have to say that the Emperor is confirmed to not want to be a god and didn't foresee in its entirety how the heresy would go down. He maybe didn't foresee exactly how it would go down, and there is a chance that the Emperor knew that by pulling away from his sons, some of them would fall to chaos. But there is always the chance that he had hoped for different ones to fall to chaos. That his anger and the exact way in which the Horus heresy played out was because the wrong sons fell to chaos. The ones that he sort of needed fell to chaos. Because we already know that he had plans for Magnus. We know that he had plans for Horus. And then, who's the other one? There was another one that sort of got mentions by Luton, which he had plans for, and then they were the ones who fell to chaos. The other Primarchs that they speak about, they don't say that he had any plans for them. He just sort of Like, they just became what was left after the Horus Heresy. Now, for sure, Fulgrim wasn't supposed to fall. Instead, Khan was supposed to fall. So I would argue the reason he was angry and the reason the Horus Heresy didn't play out exactly the way that he wanted, right, was because the wrong sons got corrupted. Someone told me in the very first videos that we reacted to the Bricky stuff, someone mentioned that the Emperor was already sort of playing favorites with his sons. So he would treat some of his sons like absolute shit, and some of the others he would treat really well, probably hoping to nudge some of his sons closer to chaos and others closer to himself, right? Keep them to himself. And that might be the thing. He never, he needed Horus and the others. He needed them to remain loyal for his ultimate plan to work out. But because they fell, he was now forced to sort of very quickly change direction and change tactics.
Understand the Emperor's vision. He did not want humanity to fall into the grasp of the Chaos Gods. He had seen mankind at the highest point in its existence, and he had seen it fall, but he knew that no other race in the galaxy deserved to rule more than man. He was obsessed with making his vision a reality, no matter what the cost. This approach unfortunately imbued itself into humanity, where the ruthless achieve your goals by any cost approach would become fundamental to the Imperium's operation. Not forgetting, of course, the Emperor's perhaps unintended consequence of forbidding religion, which would later ironically become one of its most powerful strengths. The Emperor had feared that religious worship and faith would risk destroying humanity by making it susceptible to the beliefs and corruptions of the Immaterium.
Again, you ban all religion knowing that once your people are lost, the only religion they would fall to is you. If he kept religion, let's imagine Christianity was still there, Buddhism, Muslims, everyone was allowed to be in the 40k universe. If the Emperor of Man fell, all of those religious people would just straight away turn back to their original gods. So it would all be lost. But thanks to the outlaw of religion, you make sure that it's only you. There's really no one else that can do this.
When in actuality, the faith and unquestioning belief in the God Emperor of mankind would become its most powerful weapon. Lorgar, it seems, had been right all along. Religious worship of the Emperor provided a far surer way to bind humanity together than rational thinking and science. The Imperial truth would be eroded and people turned to faith. This would ultimately lead to the Imperial cult replacing the Emperor's Imperial truth, and the Adeptus Ministorum, the ecclesiarchy, would become a powerful component of the Imperium. Ultimately though, while the worship of the Emperor enabled humanity to wield a powerfully binding force that was an anathema to the forces seeking to corrupt humanity, mankind's relapse into state religious worship would in time return it to a decaying, ignorant and superstitious society of ever more extreme positions.
Well, Stolly, yeah. I mean, it makes sense, right? If you remove all other possibilities and you abandon them, because how long was humanity without faith? How many years in terms of the lore? How many years passed with the Emperor's imperial truth as the ruling body? It was at least a couple of 100 fucking years, or maybe a couple of 1,000 years, right? This means that any vestige of ancient religion, any ideas about what ancient religion was, would have been long gone. All of those teachings would have been gone. All of the books would have been gone. All of the places of power would have been gone. So when you lose your emperor, the only thing you have is whatever he left behind. And all of the things he left behind is of him. You know, it's imagery of him. It's his angels, his subjects. So unless of course you're going to be a Scientologist, which you could be, because, you know, it's proof that everyone, like, people will believe fucking anything. But unless you're going to create your own religion out of nowhere, come to think of it, Scientology is probably where the mechanic has come from, right? Very similar. But Yeah, it makes sense, because that would be the way that you do it.
Where tyrannical leaders and the abandonment of scientific progress halted humanity's advancement dead. Was this the Emperor's vision after all? Not the darkness of chaos, but the darkness of mankind's own inability to disconnect itself from superstition and faith. Such things had left Uriah worshipping a rock in the Church of the Lightning Stone. Perhaps humanity during the golden age of mankind's greatest achievement was not their zenith levels of technology after all. Their greatest achievement was simply that they had reached a time where they were able to step out of the darkness, to abandon religion, spirituality, superstition, mysticism, and faith. They allowed themselves to ascend into a world of pure rationalism, science, logic, and order. Belief in the imperial truth in the modern age of the Imperium was now a literal death sentence. Any heretics who opposed the worship of the Emperor of Man must be purged from society. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war.
I love that saying, bro. Pink, how you doing, bro? This was a really good video. This was a really good fucking video. And I see we stick to our original sense of always fucking doing 100% more than what the actual video is. This is an hour and 5 minutes, this video, right? The recording is 2 hours and 20 minutes. Like, why can't I do normal react videos like a normal fucking human being? You know, Ethan, how you doing, brother? Like, just because a lot of other people do react videos, and their react videos is maybe like 5 minutes longer than the normal video. But I do a react video, and 2 hours and fucking 20 minutes later, we're still reacting. It should be quiet, blanket, but then I wouldn't enjoy it. Because, yeah, you guys are basically just getting a shortened version of how I watch videos in general. Because if I was watching this on my own, I would sit here, watch, and then I would pause, and I would get up, and I would go think about what the fuck he just said. And then I would come back and watch a little bit, and then I would pause again and get up and go think about what the fuck he just said. So you guys are literally just watching me do what I would have done anyways, which is pause and think about what the fuck is being said. There's a proper react. You aren't just coasting on other content, but adding your own ideas and recreating your own content. I enjoy it, though. So I'm glad you guys like it too. Now, as you guys sit there in silence and occasionally laugh, did you be surprised how many people do? I've seen react videos that get like, I'm not just talking about one video, because anyone can have like one video that explodes, right? But I've seen genuine react content where every video gets over 500,000 views, and it's just the guy literally just sits there and watches the screen. Sometimes not even watching the screen. I was watching a react video. I'm not going to say who it is. It's a well-known content creator. They had a video on reacting to a video, and this is how they were doing it. Phone, right? Phone like this. The video is playing, chat's doing things, and they're on their phone for the whole 30 minutes. Like, they're not even watching the fucking video with chat. They just have chat open so chat has something to do while they, I don't know, sex their friends or some shit. It's weird.
I would be overjoyed.
Heathen, thanks for the 1,000 bits, dude. Really appreciate that. And also, Radar, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that.
Not now necessarily, Lamau smile.
I will definitely react to Adeptus Ridiculous. Everyone and their mother have told me I should watch the Adeptus Ridiculous stuff, and I really want to do it because I do love Bricky's videos. It's a lot more sort of it's a lot lighter. Like Luton's videos is basically like going to church and having the preach read from the Bible, right? Like that's Luton. You come here because you want to get hit in the face with a bunch of truth. But then Bricky is more like, you know, you want to go and you want to play some games, and it's sort of fun education, if that makes sense. So I do like Bricky stuff as well. House Reach 2. Yeah, we have to do House Reach as well. That is very true. But no, I couldn't understand why you would do reaction like that. Because there is, I was watching, actually, I had a fairly large content creator reach out to me who made a video. The guy has just under 1 million subscribers, so it is a big content creator, but he saw a video of mine where I was sort of, I was talking about React content and why I believe React content to be actual content. You guys all know there's like a movement where people believe React content to be stealing. Like they believe that you're just stealing content and you're not actually putting any effort into it. And this guy made a video basically explaining how that's true, right? You are just stealing someone else's hard work and someone else's content. And on the surface, I do not disagree at all. I am, in fact, stealing Luton's content. I'm not going to lie about that. Luton put how many hours into this video? And yes, while I've put 2.5 hours into this video, it's nowhere near the level of work that Luton did for this video. The guy went on to sort of claim that you are stealing viewers from the original works, because if you didn't react to the video, other people would be able to watch the video, right? And then see what the video is all about.
One of the most underrated Primarchs. The Horus Heresy books on the With Scars are really, really cool. My favorite Legion for sure. Also, Hell's Reach is a banger.
We'll definitely do I promise you, we are definitely going to do the House Reach stuff. If you have any videos that you want me to react to, go to Discord. Everyone, in the content suggestions, just drop your videos in there. I will get to them. There's so many, like, multiple editions right now of videos that I'm going to have to figure out, like, which videos to start with and which to skip, because, like, everyone is suggesting similar videos. But okay, so this guy basically claims that you're stealing content, you know, these other people are putting work into it, and that you are stealing views from these people, because anyone that watches your video doesn't have to watch anyone else's video. And here's where I think they're wrong. First and foremost, live reaction commentary is a source of content. Because you do get live thoughts and you get to experience that with a bunch of other people, which is what a lot of people are there for. More importantly, I know a few people that purely watch React content. They don't really care for normal content. React content is the things that they fucking like watching. They like seeing other people's reactions. I don't think you're stealing legitimate views. I think anyone that wants to watch Luton's video would watch my reaction, within the first 5 minutes decide, fuck, this is really interesting. I don't want to listen to Akalon. I want to go watch Luton's video. And all my videos are always, the original video is always linked in the description. I think the only people that will stick around are people who have already seen the video from Luton and now wants to see someone react to the video, or people that just like React content in general. So this is how they would always watch content. They're not going to go out and search for it on their own. They'll just watch someone else react to it because that's what makes it fun. But where I agree fundamentally is when you're a reactor and you sit there for the entire video on your phone. Like, you're literally not even reacting to it, are you? Like, imagine if we were watching this entire video, and for the entirety of the video, I was sitting like this. Like, just imagine it, right? I was sitting like this. Am I reacting to the content? Is that what you call reaction? Like, reaction to fucking what? Yeah, it's literally worse. And I kid you not, I was watching a guy react like that, exactly like that. Reading shit on his phone while the fucking screen is playing. And then I heard someone, and this actually made me a little bit angry. Again, one of these very large content creators that said that they had spent 3 hours on stream with their chat watching videos of other people while they weren't even there. Like, the video would be playing and then they'd get up and they'd go fucking make food and do whatever and then come back, sit for like 2 minutes and then go and do something else, and the video's just playing. Like, chat, entertain yourselves with other people's content. I mean, that is what I call theft. There I agree. That's just disgusting. So yeah, I know there's a lot of people that get really annoyed at me. You guys should check the comments. I literally had a comment, I think last week, on one of the videos where the guy said, dude, I don't mind your reactions, but could you please shut the fuck up while the video is going and leave your thoughts for the end of the video? And I was like, no. Then just go watch the fucking original. Like, if what you want is to be able to watch the original video, then watch the original fucking video. What are you talking about? Could you keep your thoughts for the end of the video? Then why are we watching the video? Then why don't I just say, my critical notes on Luton's new video, and I just give you the fucking critical notes on Luton's new video? I never watched the summary at the end of reactions. No, because you've seen the reaction, right? Goblin, you've seen the reaction. You've seen what you wanted to see. You're gone now. With Akko just pulling surprised Pikachu faces. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I get why some people get really annoyed at React content, because I do think reaction or React content is a bit of a blight, especially on the algorithm. And the reviews go up, so it doesn't harm people in the long run to fresh new videos. Rate EU, I agree. I don't think views go up. I think there's a fundamental mistake there that people make. Because the guy in the video actually proved that views do not go up. Like, if you watch his video, he actually highlights very clearly. He looks at specifically Josh Strife Hayes' channel, because Josh Strife Hayes have said in the past that thanks to Asmongold, his channel is now exploding. And he actually went into the analytics and showed where Asmongold reacted to Josh's content. And every single time after Asmongold reacted to Josh's content, Josh's views would get lower. Like, he would actually get fewer views over the course of the next few days. And then it would take a while. But he shows that Josh was already breaking out. Like, Josh was already getting successful long before Asmongold started watching his content. I don't think it has to do with views. I don't think that's because it doesn't matter that much. But I do think that I have discovered many content creators that I am now subscribed to thanks to React content. Because YouTube is a big place. There's only so much time that I have to go look for, like, weird or niche videos. But then someone that I usually watch, like Asmongold, reacts to a video. And I go, Jesus, this is fucking interesting. And then I'll go over to the person's channel, I'll hit subscribe because I think it's interesting and I want to see more videos that this guy makes. So I do think that there is a legitimate case for people get to see other people, right? That they may not necessarily see any other way. Will result in lesser views, but more exposure overall. True, but what their exposure is going to mean, I don't know if that is even worthwhile. I think ultimately it boils down to it's part of the meta. It's currently the thing. Everyone likes content, React content. It does better than anything else. It doesn't matter what video I upload. If I'm doing a React video, it's going to get more views. People just want React content now. That's the meta. That's what you do. Might not always be the meta, though. There might be a time soon where that meta dies and suddenly we're onto a new meta. Who knows? Best thing about it is chat calling out any bullshit said in the videos or outdated content. Oh, the people complain about you guys as well. Like, no one seems to, like, I fucking hate it, bro. Like, the amount of people who are so self-righteous about Warhammer 40k, when in reality, there's so little known about Warhammer 40k. But whenever any one of you in chat, when you speculate on stuff, the commenters on YouTube get fucking annoyed. They're like, oh my god, he doesn't know his fucking lore. And then sometimes I know exactly what part in chat they're actually talking about. I'm like, dude, you realize that he was just sort of fucking, that he was speculating about what he thinks it could be. Since this is a speculation channel, for the most part, kind of makes sense that that's what we would do here, right? Some people just want to complain. This is true. Look at how much work Warner Bros. Put into this trailer. Oh my god, dude. Spoke with Ackman about this. He is happy about criticism and ideas, and it helps him. Yeah, I think it was actually Ackman. Nick Nupo. I think it was Ackman. No, it may not have been Ackman. No, it wasn't Ackman. At least the video that I watched. Or that got seen to me. In a DJ and we are innocent. I mean, what's the alternative? The alternative is no more React content. But when you have an audience that wants React content, then not doing React content is stupid. Why would you do that? I mean, I will stop the React content the second no one cares about it anymore. If I put on a React video and suddenly I lose my entire fucking viewer base, then obviously I'm not going to keep reacting, right? If we start a reaction video and the whole chat goes, "Oh, dude, I'm gonna leave. I don't want to fucking watch videos now." Only a moron would keep going, right? On Let's Play, it's just React content, I guess, but viewed differently, right? Because with the Let's Play, you are at least playing, so it is a little bit different. Not entirely sure how, but you know. They view it as you are at least clicking the mouse, I guess. But no, I think the way that I react to content, I think is the right way. Wait, you guys said that I need to... Okay, so I'm saving the addendum to this video. I just saved this one. And then I'm saving the Emperor of Man number 4 as well. That one's been saved as well. And then we're going to have to, like, you guys are going to have to get ready. Because at some point, you're going to have to vote on what we react to next. Because I said, I'm going to finish all of the parts of the Emperor of Man. And then when I'm done with that, I'm going to throw it open to you guys. And you're going to vote on which part of the lore we do next. I try to put my thoughts into videos. When I'm reacting, I try to make it into actual content. Something that people will actually enjoy. I mean, I'm not claiming that I will always be able to do that. Maybe sometimes the content that I put out or the thoughts that I have is stupid. But hey, you know, it's what I like doing. So Echo would love the Necron lore a lot. Dude, what are you talking about? You think I would? I already said I fucking love the Necrons the most of all the Xenos races. No lie. The first time I learned about the Necrons, I was like, yeah, fuck this, let's go. I will play Necron from now on. Because why wouldn't you? The Necrons is by far the coolest Xenos race. You have a race of beings that wanted to be immortal, fucked over a group of gods in their quest for immortality, then fucked up another group of gods, and not only fucked them up, enslaved them in order to become immortal. Dude, That's like Giga Chad on a whole new fucking level, bro. That's like super Giga Chad. Yeah, my voice is really fucked. Glamoring, I hope to start soon. I do hope to start soon. Mainly just the timing thing. Right now I'm reading Atlas Shrugged. So as soon as I'm done with Atlas Shrugged, I'll probably pick up some of the novels and start reading those. Is your throat hurt, Akko? Hope you're doing better. Maria, not so much my throat. My throat was fucked yesterday. Like the last 4 days I've been struggling to speak. But it's not so much my throat right now. It's more just lungs and voice. My throat isn't sore anymore, but breathing is a little bit tough. And obviously, as you can hear, speaking isn't great. What do you think about Atlas Shrugged? I think it's good. I think it's very good, but I knew about Ayn Rand long before I even read this, right? I know about her philosophies. I can give you a website from some free 40k audiobooks if you want, Akko. Girl, I'll get fuck free? Of course. Link away, bro. I'm not going to say no to free shit. Yeah, it's not the virus, Maria. Yeah. I didn't check for it. Like, I'm not going to go to the fucking, like, hospital or a clinic to get a test. But the way it came on, like, I haven't had any sort of fever. It was literally just sore throat that went into my lungs, and then I had bronchitis, and my lungs are still not fine, but that's to be expected. I had asthma as a child, so my lungs usually take a bit longer to heal. And then my voice now, but none of those are symptoms. At least not. It's not the progression of COVID symptoms. Maybe you could share which Warhammer book you're reading, so we could start a little book club here and discuss after. Brock, that would be a good idea. Which book do you guys think I should start with? Like, should I start with the Horus Heresy books, or should I start with something else? Horus Rising. I'm going to be honest, the Heresy is my favorite part. So maybe I should start with Horus Rising and go from there. I mean, right now, my favorite is the Imperium of Man. By far, that's my favorite. Second favorite would be the Necrons. I know this is going to piss a lot of you off, but I'm actually not in any way, shape, or form interested in the Orcs. The Orcs kind of annoy me. Dawn of War, I fucking loathe the Orcs, bro. I don't like them. This on DC General Chat. Growfile, you can do it in Warhammer General Chat. So if you go to Discord, you'll see that we have an entire Warhammer section, right? So Warhammer, you have General Hammer, Liber Mortis, Total Warhammer groups, and Media Hammer. People play tabletop there, plan tabletop, and all sorts of shit. So you guys are welcome to join the Discord for that. There's like a massive fucking Warhammer community there. Or at least a very big growing community. And we have Warhammer, Dungeons and Dragons, Final Fantasy, and World of Warcraft on there so far. So if you're into any of that, you're more than welcome to join. But you can also just DM me. DM's probably the best because I can at least see where the DMs are. Whereas if you just post them in one of the general channels, it's almost guaranteed going to get lost. By the time I get to the messages in general channel, there are so many other fucking messages already that I don't even know where to start. Like the Cockney Orcs confirmed. It's not the Cockney that bothers me, Freya. It's just the Orcs. I don't know why people get so excited by the Orcs. If you want to start with stuff going on the current timeline, I recommend reading the Dark Imperium trilogy. I mean, I just started playing the games, right? Wait, let me just save this quickly. I just started playing at least some of the games. So I bought, I don't know if I've shown you guys in the beginning. I just bought Battlefleet Gothic Armada 2. We played the prologue actually at the beginning of the stream today. And then I have Dawn of War, as well as, Winter Assault, Soulstorm, and Dark Crusade. And I have the Space Marine that I have to play at some point. All of these will be played on stream. I'm really enjoying the Gothic Armada thing. It's quite an interesting take on like an RTS type of game. Yokes or pussies, the Mighty Corkiver. So all of you want me to play Space Marine. Xiang, how you doing, brother? Is everyone here a massive fan of Space Marine? When are you going to play Divinity, or did I miss it? We did play a little bit of Divinity, but not as much. Because, well, you guys know how I play games, right? It's slow as fuck. I've played it myself, so I'd like to watch you play it to see it before Space Marine 2. There's a reason we're all hyped for the sequel. Alright, fine, I'll play Space Marines. Fuck, guys. You put so much pressure on me to do things I don't want to do. Play video games. Like, what do you think I am? Just a fucking monkey? I want to do fun things as well, not just play video games the whole time. Fuck. Well, triple. Simply play Space. Daniel's, how you doing, bro? Have you checked out Cult of the Lamb? I've seen it. What's it about? I'm enjoying Divinity. Dude, that game is insane. The problem is just whenever I'm streaming that game, I'm so bad. Okay, so let me show you what we played today. Okay, so we played Divinity Original Sin, right? We played it for what can only be described as hours. And I'll show you exactly what we started the stream at and then where it ended. Okay, so that you guys can see how good of a gamer I am. I'm a really good gamer, guys. Like, big gamer. Load in, you bastard. Alright, here we go. We started before you go into her basement. Okay? So you meet Meister, and then you go into the basement to do the ritual so that you can get into this place. We started moments before I clicked on the basement to start the ritual. And that is after 7.5 hours of streaming. This is how far we've gotten. I am a true gamer god. If you didn't know. They just absolutely amazing gamer. Fastest leveler in the world.
So make no mistake, Ifan. Chances are the road to Divinity will be paved with dead
But
gods.
I blame you guys.
Their blood on your blood-red hands.
It's not my fault. I want to play the game. You guys want to talk about other things, and then you want me to watch stuff. It's not my fault. I want to play the game.
But don't let that dismay you. For these sins will be washed clean by the knowledge you committed them to save all of existence. To save your kin, and your loved ones, and the world they live in.
Telling you wish to work with others, not against them. Surely you do not need to be a tyrant to succeed.
Of course, the ends do justify the means. Life, or the eternal void.
Okay.
If you choose life,
Six, how you doing, bro? I'm merely the tool here. I am the tool.
When you're ready, when you've become a true
I
master
don't
of
take
the source
responsibility
and
for
speak
anything
the
that
language
happens
of
in this stream.
creation itself.
It's not my job. I'm just here to have fun. Now, in general, I don't really care to be a gaming streamer. Blasphemous Crow, take care of yourself, brother. Thanks so much for hanging out, man. Wants to play video games. Someone said something about communist capitalism. 40-minute rant. Wondered why you can't progress in a video game. Exactly. But no, I don't want to be a video game streamer. I like talking. And I like hanging out with chat. The game is sort of just to be busy, you know, to have something on the fucking screen.
Challenges that will require you to command Source like only a God-woken can, and wield its most powerful spell.
I don't know, Mr. Daniels. I didn't play the first Divinity Original Sin, and I'm not lost at all in this. At least I don't feel lost. I don't feel like there were events that happened that I didn't know about. Being able to catch you in a good while. School kicking my ass, but just started last semester, so hope is on the horizon. Nice, bro. Nice.
Hoarse laughter rolls and echoes into infinity.
Six, what do you study? Or what are you studying at the minute? 6 games that took place before this. Yeah, I mean, the game does... I would say that this game is very similar to Witcher 3 in that... Do you need to play Witcher 2 and Witcher 1 in order to enjoy Witcher 3? No. Witcher 3 does a good enough job of explaining anything that you may have missed that you would need in order to understand Witcher 3. Now, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't play Witcher 2 and Witcher 1. They're great games. But you don't need them. So I think Divinity Original Sin would be similar to that.
You are already formidable, Ifan. But you underestimate just how much more formidable you could be.
I don't underestimate. I'm not underestimating shit, bro. I'm strong as fuck.
We are I now. The spells you need to know I will
nice,
teach you when you are ready.
Fuck.
But first you must learn to
Very
channel
nice.
the Source in greater volumes. That is why you need to seek Masters of the Source.
Evans, not that I know. I can't remember, actually. I can't remember. It's been way too long. I only ever played Witcher 2 once. Like, it's not like Witcher 3. Witcher 3 I've played like well over a dozen times from start to finish at this point. Witcher 2 I only played once. I hated the combat for Witcher 2. Like, I remember thinking to myself, this game would be so much better if it had Witcher 3's combat.
Become a master in turn. So, return to Rivellon and seek out these sages where they dwell. Convince them to share with you their deep-seated bond with the Source. Once you have, you may return to me here. Something that will make you understand that for a god, there is precious little difference between the living and the dead.
Okay.
Source is. It is a constant, a subject of neither time nor transience. All of life is Source, and in Source it is, immortally so. You have the vision of a god now. Eyes that can see spirits, the souls of the dead made manifest in Source.
This guy, anyone else feel like this guy is speaking in fucking riddles?
Speak the spell during your peregrinations, and you will see them. Where the dead lie, the dead linger. Best of luck, Ben Mezd.
To you too, bro. Who the hell are you?
man's spirit stands before you, clad in scholarly dress. When your eyes meet, he staggers back, terrified.
Sweet Armadia, why do you test your chronicler so, haunting me with spirits? Am I cursed? Has the goddess turned her back on me?
Inform the spirit that he is dead while you are
The
not.
chronicler shudders, looking sick to his stomach.
Again. This again. I sleep, then I wake, and another piece of the world is gone.
What's wrong with him?
The Empress. It was her. It was that armor. I died for it, and now I'm trapped here. I died. Oh, Armadia.
Feels bad,
Why
man.
can't I escape? Why is there never a way out? Me? I archived Rivellon's history. I used ink to immortalize greatness on the page. A lizard empress sought my services. She needed an ancient design restored from a damaged text. She told me the design was brilliant. When the armor was forged, the Empress showed it to me, and she
Yeah, but I'm
trapped me
I'm
inside.
supposed to be his champion,
Consumed.
Maria. If I'm his champion, then he shouldn't speak in riddles, because he wants me to succeed, which means tell me what the fuck I'm supposed to do, bro. Like simple ABC. No, not riddles, not parables. Just give me the ABCs, bro. Tell me you go there, then you're gonna do this, then you kick this guy's ass, stroke this guy's nuts, and done.
If it wasn't for me, the armor wouldn't exist at all. This is my fault. If I knew the way, I'd shout until every god heard me. But I have no idea. I simply want this to end.
The chronicler puts his head in his hands, collapsing
How would I
in
free him?
silent defeat.
Because I know which armor he's talking about.
The Meister stares intently at you. Her eyes are tired and bruised, but determined.
Still alive? Gods above, there might be something to you after all.
She leans in, her bloody tongue flickering hungrily about your face.
Oh, that's not weird.
Tell me, what did you see? What you know?
She sighs impatiently as you hack up the last of the green smoke.
You can't channel enough sauce? Gods be damned, why couldn't you have a nice simple problem? Finding an orc to dance the hornpipe, perhaps?
Look at her in surprise. She doesn't know what you need to do next.
I know exactly what must be done. You must find a master of sauce. And I could
What,
have
does
helped you
everyone in
once,
this game
no
want to
longer.
lick you or bite your tongue? There's a lot of sexual undertones in this game. One of the things...
The purging which the Magisters included as part of their service was quite efficient.
that I'm going to
It stripped
find
me of my
weird
sauce.
in this game. Is there romance in this game? Does anyone know? Did they stick to the classic RPG thing of you are able to romance your partners?
Not enough to silence me, but enough that I would not turn their insides to
Oh,
love.
there is romance. Oh, this does not bode well for me. I have a red lizard, which fuck no. I have an elf that eats dead body parts. Fuck no. And then a skelly boy that also fuck no. So not the romance, just the tongue biting. There is a chance for you to romance with your partner, don't worry. Got you, gasm, fine. Romance with your partner, but your partner can be either the other one is Elos, or the dwarf.
Enough to sever my link to the font from which all source flows, and certainly enough that I cannot train you.
You have a sexual thing with an owl.
So you must seek
Why would you do that?
Alas, the only source masters not yet hauled off to Fort Joy or turn into meat puppets are those too dangerous or cunning for the Magisters to contain. Sorcerers that allowed their power to corrupt them. Many are wicked, cruel, vile, and generally not good teacher material, but we may have no others to turn to.
Wait, Oscar Shuri telling you that you need to go and train under evil
You
sorcerers.
will not be there long, I assure you. There is only so much you can glean from a twisted mind. However, it is the path we walk, no matter what the cost. No matter what is asked of you.
The Meister doubles over in a violent coughing fit, struggling for breath. After a few moments, she regains her composure, wiping a thin smear of blood from the corner of her mouth.
No matter what is asked of you, you must learn from them. And you do not seem to be paying attention.
I'm listening to you, fuck.
Sorcerers, evil, controlling your source, saving Riverland.
I heard all that shit, but you seem to be dying,
tell me at least
bitch.
some of this rings a bell. Your focus, your only focus, must be on finding these masters, on finding the secrets to the Magisters have kept ledgers with all known sorcerers,
Fucking hell, let's just
especially the powerful
stop
ones not
bothering me, woman. Just
They would be an
give me the
invaluable
fucking.
resource.
Just tell me where I need to go.
But
So
be careful not
ledgers.
to get caught. I was their guest for a time, and I promise you the gallows was the most comfortable part of the experience.
Okay, so I need a ledger from the.
And if their barracks turns out to be as empty as
Magisters.
their skulls, just try to keep an ear to the ground. There may still be powerful sorcerers hiding in these lands.
As she speaks, one of her wounds reopens, a dark red stain spreading across her tunic. She hisses in frustration and starts to bind the gash.
Sir?
I wish there was more I could do, but
Who's
in
the
this
sir?
condition, I would be more a hindrance than a boon.
When she teaches in books,
and remember,
anticlimactic,
do
from her
whatever
licking her
it
blood.
takes.
Saving Raven, this is not that kind of game. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is where we're going to call it. I'm tired and my voice is fucked. We've already been here for 7 hours and 40 minutes, actually. But I will be back tomorrow. And depending on how I feel, we might try out some Space Marine tomorrow. Also probably depends on how I feel just in terms of not being sick anymore. If I'm still sick, we'll keep going with just a really relaxed stream, just hanging out and sort of reacting to stuff. We've got more loot and stuff we need to react to. We need to react to the addendum video and then also to the 4th part. So we'll probably do all of those. And then, yeah, I'll see all of you back here tomorrow. Same time, same place as always. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for hanging out, for spending your afternoon, your morning, your evening with me. It's been an absolute pleasure. Take care of yourselves. Be kind to each other. Be good to each other. And I will see all of you tomorrow. Peace out, fam.